We have like 40 seconds. Hey, so we are coming up on their wake up in just about a minute or so.
Yeah, so it's been an exciting 24 hours. In case if you're just joining us, Bob and Doug undocked and departed the space station just earlier this morning. Actually, that might have been yesterday at this point. And as of this point right now, they're still sleeping.
Yeah, and as we said, it should be just a couple of seconds, actually. We're targeting 4:40 a.m. Pacific time for their wake-up. And once they get up, they'll have about an hour to go through what we call post-sleep, so able to get breakfast, just kind of get ready to meet the day. And then it'll be a few hours until things really start to pick up, when we get ready to detach the trunk, get ready for deorbit burn, and then move even closer to that actual splashdown, which we're still targeting today at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, bringing an end to this Demo 2 mission.
Yeah, so like we said, we're expecting that wake-up call to happen here in just a minute or so. And it's a really exciting day. It's splashdown day. So we're excited to get Bob and Doug up and ready for this momentous occasion.
All right.
Good morning, Bob and Doug. We have a special message for you to start your day.
Good morning, Dragon Endeavor. I'm happy you went into space, but I'm even happier that you're coming back home.
Rise and shine, Daddy. We love you. We can't wait to see you. Wake up, wake up.
Rise and shine, Dad. Me, Luke, Leo, and Mom can't wait to see you, Daddy. Love you.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up. Say wake up. Don't worry, you can sleep in tomorrow. Hurry home so we can go get my dog.
We love you, Dad.
Good morning, Jay. Good morning to SpaceX, and thank you especially to Jack and to Theo for that wonderful message this morning. Hopefully the pressure's all on whoever's making the weather call, because those boys seem excited to bring us home.
Yeah, we concur. It was great hearing them, and happy to hear you. And lucky for you, weather is looking great at Pensacola. Dragon's also healthy and proceeding towards the primary deorbit opportunity per your timeline. We're going to resume nominal communications at this time. Cameras will remain external, and we are standing by with a system update once you complete your post-sleep activities.
Thank you, Jay. We'll give you a call back once we get things a little bit tidied up here and be ready for that systems brief.
Copy.
Welcome to our live coverage of SpaceX's Demo 2 mission. I'm Kate Tice, a senior certification engineer here at SpaceX at our headquarters in Hawthorne, California. If you're just joining us, Dragon has performed its final departure burns from the International Space Station, and NASA astronauts, our space dads, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, are on their way back home to us. Today's mission actually began back on Saturday, May 30th, when Falcon 9 launched Dragon from historic launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following that successful liftoff, Bob and Doug arrived at the space station just 19 hours later and have been there ever since. While on board station for the last 2 months, Bob and Doug have done over 100 hours of work on microgravity science experiments and performed 4 spacewalks with fellow NASA astronaut and station commander Chris Cassidy. Dragon's return to Earth will mark the completion of SpaceX's second demonstration mission for NASA's Commercial Crew Program. This is an important and final milestone which will allow SpaceX to start flying official crewed missions starting later this year.
And it's been a really eventful 24 hours for the Dragon crew, for the International Space Station, just for everybody that's been following this mission. As we literally just heard, Bob and Doug, now awake inside Crew Dragon Endeavour, getting a special message from their sons to wake them up on their return day. So that was just really special. They've been flying free from the International Space Station for almost 12 hours now. Since they departed yesterday, they were able to get on board, pack everything up, and autonomously undock from the space station at 4:35 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. And after that, Dragon was on its way. It began a series of departure burns to move it slowly up and around the station, and eventually down below and out in front, getting out of the neighborhood, bringing us out of those joint operations, and setting it up for its eventual journey home. We're going to be bringing you our live coverage. We've been going ever since before they got into Dragon, and we're going to continue all the way through to splashdown. Some of the major stuff coming up will be when we jettison Dragon's trunk, we execute the deorbit burn, and then we hit that splashdown, which right now is targeted for 11:48 a.m. Pacific. As Kate just said, off the coast of Florida. We're looking off the coast of Pensacola. One thing to note, we're not going to be able to show you every step of Dragon's journey, as we're going to have sporadic views inside the cabin once Bob and Doug let us back on board, once they're done with their post-sleep period. And there will be a communications blackout that we'll have during the final phases of reentry. That'll last for about 6 minutes, but Dragon continues flying itself. It's a planned blackout, and we'll see them on the other side.
Yeah, so as you just heard, Bob and Doug are now awake and entering their post-sleep period. So that's about an hour-long period where they're able to get up, stretch their legs, have their breakfast, and get ready for splashdown day. Really exciting day.
It's going to be a really busy day for them. More so on the second side of this. They had to. It's a 19-hour journey essentially from space station to that splashdown, and We do that very specifically. Whenever a journey from the space station to the actual splashdown is longer than 6 hours, we have to build in sleep for our crew members. Otherwise, they end up pulling about 20-plus hour days, and we don't want them going through something as dynamic as that reentry, that splashdown in the ocean.
Got to get rested.
Yeah, got to make sure it's like pilots, it's like anybody else. You have kind of that very strict crew duty day. So they are awake now, though. They got some post-sleep time. And after that, they'll be ready to monitor Dragon the whole way down because it is going to be pretty much all automated.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll have everything available for them on their screens as they monitor telemetry and attitude and all that good stuff. So yeah, really exciting day as we approach splashdown here in a matter of a few hours, which is crazy to think that this all started 2 months ago and here we are. Time certainly flew by. So while Bob and Doug are now in their post-sleep period, let's check in with the team in Mission Control Houston and NASA's Courtney Beasley. Courtney?
Thanks, Kate. I cannot imagine a better wake-up call for our two space dads. As you can tell, we've changed locations since our teams were on for undocking and departure as part of the coronavirus protections we have in place to protect our flight controllers performing critical operations here in Mission Control Houston. Since Dragon's departure, it's been back to business as usual for our International Space Station flight controllers. We transitioned out of the joint operations after Dragon departed the approach ellipsoid, but have continued to monitor Bob and Doug's flight home. The team here in Houston is still playing a few roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery. Our TOPO, or Trajectory Operations and Planning Officer, is continuing to monitor Dragon's path, on the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of any space debris that could get in the way of Dragon's return. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console to serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel supporting splashdown and providing input should any changes to return need to take place. There's also our spaceflight meteorology group actively providing weather updates to our two NASA and SpaceX teams together, making sure that the weather in the Gulf is clear for landing later today. And finally, our LSO, or Landing Support Officer, is on standby in the event that we would run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up in an unsupported splashdown location, where we'd then call upon support from our Department of Defense colleagues. We'll continue to monitor all the way through splashdown today from Mission Control Houston. Until then, back to you, Dan and Kate in Hawthorne.
All right. Thank you so much, Courtney. So we're going to walk you through some of the dynamic activities that are coming up now that the crew is awake. As we said, it's going to be a couple of hours, roughly 6 hours from now, so we still got a little bit of a ways to go. But once we start getting ready for Dragon to come home, there's a very specific set of milestones that will take place. One of the first ones that'll happen is we'll do a slew maneuver, which is essentially changing Dragon's attitude to get it ready to jettison the trunk. The trunk of the spacecraft, if you can think of Dragon, it's kind of two different parts. You have the top part, which is the capsule where the crew is and the cargo, and then you have the trunk, which has the solar array that has been generating all the electricity for Dragon throughout its flight, and also the radiator, which is used to reject heat created by all of Dragon's systems. And we get rid of that trunk before we re-enter. It burns up in the atmosphere, and that reveals the heat shield of the capsule itself. So we'll first do a maneuver at about 10:48 a.m. Pacific, just to get ready for that jettison. Then the claw mechanism will separate. That's what actually connects the trunk to the Dragon spacecraft, followed just seconds later by that trunk separation.
Yeah, then after we jettison that trunk away, we will then maneuver or slew to deorbit burn attitude, and that is essentially putting the vehicle in the proper position for that deorbit burn. The deorbit burn will commence at 10:56 a.m. Pacific time, and it'll last for about 11 and a half minutes. That deorbit burn is essentially placing Dragon Endeavour on its final trajectory to the landing point off the coast of Florida near Pensacola. After that deorbit burn is completed at 11:11 a.m., we will be closing that nose cone. Again, we want to reuse these capsules, and protecting that forward hatch at the top of the capsule is essential, as that is where the Dragon capsule Endeavour, or where the Dragon capsule, crew capsule, connects to the International Space Station, and that's what the crew uses to ingress and egress egress from the capsule. So we will close that nose cone to protect the hatch for reentry. Around then, just a couple minutes after that, the Dragon capsule will begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So a lot of plasma will be building up on the exterior of the capsule, and as such, we won't be able to command the vehicle from here, but it is steering itself. It is completely autonomous, but we will be experiencing an expected communications blackout, and that'll begin at 11:36 a.m., and it'll last for about 6 minutes. So while that's happening, we will have what's called entry interface. That is whenever the vehicle will begin to experience the aerodynamic pressures and loads of Earth's atmosphere. So that's the really exciting point. And then we will get our communications back at 11:42 a.m. So all of that kind of leading up to the big visual fun part, the parachutes.
Yeah, and the parachutes are going to come out in 2 different stages. We'll start off with the drogue parachutes. Those will do the initial slowing. Now, you have to imagine when Dragon starts hitting the Earth's atmosphere, it's moving about 17,500 miles an hour. That's its orbital velocity as it's flying around planet Earth. By the time the drogue chutes come out, just after that deorbit burn and that reentry, it's already slowed down to about 350 miles an hour. 2 drogue chutes will come out and do the some initial slowing of the vehicle and also stabilize the capsule as it continues to descend through the thicker part of Earth's atmosphere. Those drogues should come out right at around 11:44 a.m. Pacific, while the capsule is about 18,000 feet in altitude. Just less than a minute after those drogues are done with their job, they will jettison, and they'll actually draw out 4 main parachutes, which will do the final slowing of the vehicle. Those will pop out at about 6,500 feet in altitude, and when the spacecraft's moving only 119 miles an hour. So we've already slowed down quite a bit by that point. Those main parachutes will do the final slowing down before we do the splashdown. It'll be moving at about 15 or 16 miles an hour once it hits the water, and at that point we are looking at it at about 11:48 a.m. Pacific for their splashdown in the Gulf off of the coast of Florida.
Yeah. And of course, the recovery team will be there ready and waiting for Bob and Doug. And in preparation for this splashdown, the recovery team has been busy over the last week. One of their big ticket items has been the final selection of the landing site. To increase the options for space station departure, the teams identified a total of 7 possible splashdown locations. Also, in order to meet NASA's timeline for extraction requirements, the potential splashdown locations have to be close to a port as well as medical facilities. So with all of that in mind, add the evolving weather conditions from tropical storm Isaiah, and it's easy to see how determining the landing site is a complex process. Since Dragon is capable of splashdown on either side of the Florida Panhandle, we actually have 2 identical and fully equipped recovery vessels ready and waiting to support. So one is in the Gulf of Mexico and the other in the Atlantic Ocean, which of course will stay there. So the Go Navigator is the vessel that we have in the Gulf of Mexico. And like I said, today we'll be splashing down just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
Now, in addition to weather, which has really been the key thing we've been watching over the last, it's kind of been a theme to this mission as we were watching weather so closely for their launch, and we've been watching it very closely for this return. The crew's sleep schedule is actually a really important factor in how we decide how long it's going to take for them to come home and which landing opportunities we're going to take. I mean, every single day, Dragon has multiple landing opportunities that are identified by the SpaceX team, and then those will range anywhere from about 6 hours from station to a splashdown, all the way up to in excess of 30 hours from an undock to a splashdown. So we try to target the ones that are in that sweet spot where we're not going 30 hours from them leaving to getting back home, but we're also going at an appropriate amount of time where they're going to have a sleep schedule in between to make sure they're rested up and ready to go for the actual splashdown itself and all of those recovery operations. Dragon's going to change quite a bit over the course of this reentry. As we said, it's made up of both the capsule and the trunk right now. It weighs in at a little over 27,000 pounds, and that trunk is jettisoned. It'll go all the way about 21,000 pounds. And again, during the heat of reentry, is going to build up on the capsule. It's going to build up a plasma that'll give us that communications blackout. It's also going to heat up the capsule to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit during that re-entry.
Yeah, which interestingly enough, the interior of the cabin will actually remain quite comfortable. There are a number of systems in place to make sure that Bob and Doug won't be heating up along with the exterior of the capsule. They're expected to, I think the internal capsule temperature is supposed to stay around 85 degrees Fahrenheit maximum, but there will be cold air flushing throughout the cabin and throughout Bob and Doug's suits throughout the re-entry phase. So they really won't be breaking too much of a sweat during that re-entry period. Also something to note, the exterior of the capsule, as you may, if you followed along with our Demo 1 recovery, will, due to those extreme temperatures, we're basically in the last couple of hours of seeing Dragon in its pristine white condition. After that re-entry, it will come back with a lot of that space dust, essentially. We'll see a lot of the charring on the external sides of the capsule to the thermal protective systems that are basically built to insulate the Dragon capsule and make sure that everything stays safe during that very heated re-entry period.
Yeah, it's going to be very dynamic for them. It's going to be a new experience. I mean, they're experienced astronauts, but this is their first time coming home in a capsule. Both had previously flown on space shuttle missions, so they were used to kind of the glide down of the space shuttle onto a runway. This is going to be their first time landing in a capsule, and this is going to be the first time we've splashed down a capsule with American astronauts in over 45 years. The final Apollo mission, Apollo-Soyuz, making that splashdown back in 1975. So another historical milestone here with this mission that we're going to be taking today. Once they actually splash down in the water, though, we have a combined SpaceX and NASA team that's going to be standing by to recover them. There will be a little over 40 people on Go Navigator, and it's a mix of SpaceX personnel who are there to safe the capsule, get it rigged up to get lifted out of the water and onto the boat, and also some medical personnel, along with the NASA contingent, where both Bob and Doug's flight surgeons are with the contingent on the boat there. They are responsible for their medical care before flight, during flight, and after. And so they'll be there just to help them out of the capsule and do their initial medical check right there on the boat before they make their way back to shore.
Yeah. So earlier in the week, Bob and Doug did a couple of interviews from while they were still on station, and one of the questions asked to them was, "Are you nervous about returning?" And they said, "No, we've rehearsed this with the team many, many times, both digitally as well as in person with the recovery team, actually practicing the egress operations from the capsule." So coincidentally, they said they're not worried about it. They're more worried about the health of their family in the midst of the pandemic, more so than the return itself. When I think about the return, I can't help but to think of G-forces. The G-forces that we're expecting them to experience on the way back down is around 4 Gs. They also got around 4 Gs on the ascent portion of the mission, so this really shouldn't be anything that they haven't experienced previously. That is, if you think of roller coasters, that's about what I would say higher level roller coaster would deliver, is about 4 Gs. I tend to avoid roller coasters at all costs, so you probably won't find me in a crew capsule anytime soon. That being said, Bob and Doug, like we said before, I've rehearsed this many times with the recovery team, with the mission control operators, and they're excited to come home, and we're looking forward to having them back on Earth.
Yeah, there's not a ton for them to do between now and then. Just a couple of the activities that Bob and Doug will be doing inside of Dragon. They're obviously going to be monitoring throughout the deorbit burn. Prior to that, though, they're going to be getting suited back up. They're wearing those launch and entry suits for all the dynamic phases, obviously for launch. And then they wore them during all the proximity operations around the space station, and they'll be in the suits once more for the actual splashdown itself. And again, those suits are there as just another line of protection for the crew members. Obviously, the capsule keeping them safe in a very hazardous environment of outer space, or burning up on re-entry with all of that heat. And then the suits are just another line of defense. So they'll have those worn. They'll be wearing those during their reentry. They'll actually do what's called a suit flush just before they reenter, where they just inject some cooled down nitrox into the suits just to help with kind of that conditioning inside of the capsule. And before they get suited up, they'll be doing what's known as fluid loading. That's very common for returning crew members. You can end up getting very dehydrated, and the fluid loading can help kind of minimize the unpleasant effects of re-entering a gravity environment. It's very common for returning crew members from long-duration missions to have some orthostatic intolerance, to have their vestibular system, which is responsible for just maintaining your balance, your motion, to just really be all out of whack. It's the same when you first get on board the space station and you're in microgravity and your inner ear is trying to tell you which way is up, which way is down. It doesn't really exist anymore. And the human body adapts to that when you're up there for several months at a time. And so when you get back down to Earth, it can be a little bit jarring. But that's why we have a lot of trained personnel there on site, ready to help them out of the capsule and for their journey home.
Ground, Jay, if you're ready, we are ready for the systems brief.
Copy. As stated, Dragon's in a healthy state. We are proceeding toward the primary landing site. And your timeline is current to Pensacola. The weather's looking great. Forecasted winds are at 1 knot, and seas are very calm. We are working an issue with the generator on the recovery ship that has eliminated power redundancy, but we're working a plan to get a backup generator. Even without this resolved, we do expect the ship to be at the designated landing site and no impact to your egress timeline. And that is all we have to report.
Okay, we copy all. That's news about the weather, and I'm sure the folks on the ship will get something sorted out with that generator. Thanks for the update.
Yeah, good readback, and we'll keep you posted as we proceed on the timeline.
All right, so a quick rundown of where we stand right now for Bob and Doug. That was from the core, Jay Aranha, in the mission control room just behind us. The core, just as a reminder, it's kind of like Capcom. If you followed our missions throughout our history, that is really the sole person who's there to talk to Bob and Doug and be their advocate down here on the ground. So as he said, we are still on track for a splashdown today in Pensacola. He gave a couple of those weather details. We're looking at wind speeds of about 1 knot, so just around 1.5 miles per hour, and very calm seas out there. Weather was the thing we were really looking for. And if you checked out some of the information we had online, we were looking for wind speeds less than about 10 miles an hour, so we're well under that for this splashdown today. We ended up getting pretty spectacular weather conditions for this. Obviously, some pretty nasty weather around Florida right now that a lot of people are having to deal with. And 3 of our potential landing zones were actually in the path of that storm.
Yeah, as you've heard us mention before, tropical storm, or hurricane as it was previously referred to before it got downgraded, Isaiah was creating a little bit of problem for us on the east coast of Florida, as like we mentioned before, 3 of our potential landing sites were there on the east coast, ruled out due to unfavorable weather due to that tropical storm. But like we just mentioned, the Gulf of Mexico is looking really good. 1 mile an hour wind, that's like nothing. And with really small waves, Bob and Doug will be very comfortable and safe whenever they do reach the Atlantic Ocean, the Gulf of Mexico. The other thing you heard called out there was a generator problem that we're having on the recovery vessel. Basically, there are 2 generators and one of them is down currently, so the team is working on a backup generator so that there is no single point failure on from the generator aspect on the recovery ship. So working that in line, but all good news that everything will be in place on time for Bob and Doug's splashdown, which we're anticipating to be around 11:30 a.m. Pacific. Seems hard to believe that that's still so soon and yet so far away from right now.
Still have a couple of hours, but weather's going to continue to hold, it looks like. The system being on the east side, or the eastern coast of Florida, has created some pretty favorable conditions for us in the Gulf. Just to remind you, we do undock only when we had both a prime and an alternate, so we were able to get good weather. We have several pairings. Since there are 7 different landing zones, you have multiple pairings that you can have. So you could have Pensacola as a prime and Panama City as a prime, or Tampa as your alternate. So you have a bunch of these different options, and we had several pairs that were go at that final go-no-go meeting just about 6 hours before undocking yesterday. The ones that we were able to select was Pensacola for our prime and Panama City for our alternate. If for some reason we did have to wave off today, Panama City would likely be our alternate. We still have about an hour, a little less than an hour, where Dragon has the capability to change that alternate mid-flight if for some reason weather moved in on Panama City and took it out of the equation. But weather's still looking good at both sites. Most importantly, still looking good at our prime site today.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, all of these sites are determined based on the fact that they have to be accessible, so relatively close to shore by the recovery vessel, and also close to medical facilities, so that whenever Bob and Doug are taken off the vessel, that they're able to be close to a hospital and medical treatment if necessary. But like we said before, there were 7 potential sites. 3 of them ruled out thanks to weather on the East Coast, and we are now targeting the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, as our primary landing site.
And once Bob and Doug splash down, a lot of things are going to happen in really quick succession. Just to make sure that we can get the capsule out of the water and get them out of the capsule just as rapidly as possible. Within minutes, actually, the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne will actually do a check on the vehicle systems following splashdown, and they'll give the go to the recovery teams to proceed. We expect that to be just within a minute or 2 of that splashdown. The SpaceX recovery personnel will put 2 fast boats, so smaller boats, off of the prime recovery vessel, which itself is about 3 nautical miles away or so from the splashdown point, which is about a 30-minute journey for the boat at the speed it travels. But those 2 fast boats will hit the water and move in quickly on the capsule once they get the go. One of the first jobs that they'll have is to go in and actually kind of sniff around the capsule itself, where they're looking for any trace signatures, vapors of what's known as hypergolic fuels. So Dragon uses hypergolic fuels. These are fuels that you don't need an ignition source to make them ignite. Basically, just throwing them together will create an explosion, which is what a rocket engine firing really is that controlled explosion. So they'll sniff around the capsule for any hypergolics. As long as that comes back a negative, they can move in and start rigging the capsule itself to get lifted up. And I know that's going to be a pretty exciting operation to see.
Yeah, there were actually somebody climbing on top of the capsule itself to perform that rigging. That individual is highly specialized and trained for that operation because, as you can imagine, climbing on top of an oddly shaped capsule in the ocean makes it wet, and so having to get on top of there and secure the rigging in preparation for lifting onto the deck of the recovery ship, that's quite a specific job, and that person has undergone hours and hours of training in order to perform those operations safely. So once that is all done, the capsule will then be hoisted up onto the deck of the recovery ship, and then they will be placed back down. We'll open the side hatch. So for International Space Station operations, we use the forward hatch, or the hatch on top of the capsule, in order to ingress and egress. For this particular operation of recovery, they will actually be coming out of the side hatch. Once that side hatch is opened, our flight surgeon will pop his head in and make sure everything is good and that they're both feeling good. And then we'll pull Bob and Doug out and have them proceed to the medical tent. So something about these recovery ships, they're actually fully equipped medical facilities. Bob and Doug will both go through a little bit of a screening once they're on deck, and then after that, they'll actually hop on an airplane and get sent back to Texas.
Yeah, for most of our splashdown locations, the crew gets taken off the boat in a helicopter. There is one specific landing zone, and it's the one off Cape Canaveral, which we were at kind of a further one for Demo 1. Demo 1, we splashed down a little over 200 miles offshore. There's a closer one for crewed landings, only about 24 miles offshore. But for all of our other landing zones, it takes probably several hours for the boat to get back into port. So SpaceX does have the option to land a helicopter on the recovery vessel itself to then move the crew members back for a much quicker return to dry land, loading onto that NASA plane and returning to Houston. We get a lot of questions about how we're keeping the crew safe, how we're keeping the crew healthy. We have a lot of very strict protocols in place anytime we send people into space and anytime we bring them home. As spaceflight can be pretty harsh on the body, even with all of the countermeasures that we have developed, a lot of astronauts will come back immunocompromised, and so we really just have to make sure we're taking very good care of them. Especially in our current climate with coronavirus, we've made some additional restrictions and requirements in place for all of our recovery personnel that are going to be on the boat. All have gone through some isolation and testing for coronavirus before heading out to sea. And we're doing this. Anybody that's going to be in close contact with the crew, we're making sure that we have countermeasures in place to make sure that they are screened and that the crew is being kept healthy. Once they get back to Houston, they'll be able to reunite with families and then eventually go home or go to crew quarters there in Houston.
Yeah, so they're certainly looking forward to having their family reunion today. Hopefully you caught their wake-up message earlier this morning, messages from both of their sons, having them wake up. It sounds like there is a puppy in the future for one of our astronaut families, so good luck with that. But something else to note about the recovery process is that all of this is going to take about an hour to do. We want to make sure that we get the capsule out of the water as quickly as possible, but safely, as well as opening the hatch and having Bob and Doug come out and wheeled into the medical tents there. So all in all, it'll take about 60 minutes or so, and we're certainly looking forward to seeing all of that happen live. But backing up a little bit to the events that we have coming up sooner, we will be performing a couple of maneuvers in order to get the vehicle in place and ready for its deorbit burn. That will take place, and then we will close the nose cone in order to protect that top hatch. And then shortly after that, the vehicle will begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and then we will have parachute deployment. So all of that is going to be happening around 11:30 a.m. Pacific. So be sure to stick around as we prepare to step into the really exciting events of Splashdown Day.
And throughout the morning, and Leah and Shiva were doing a great job of it overnight. We're going to be taking your questions on social media. If you have a question for us, jump on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll try to get through as many as we can today. We do have a couple of hours until we really start picking up the operations, so we should have a chance to get through quite a few. We'll take one right now. This one comes from Mogster, who wants to know roughly what speed are Bob and Doug going at splashdown. And it's quite a slowdown.
Yeah, it certainly is. At the point of splashdown, they'll be going about 15 or 16 miles per hour. So that's about the speed that you go in your car whenever you're driving through a school zone. So that slow is how slow that is the speed that they'll be landing in the Gulf of Mexico. A slowdown from 350 miles per hour as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and that's a slowdown from 17,500 miles per hour that they were traveling whenever they were orbiting Earth with the International Space Station. So they
Pretty
are,
drastic.
Yeah, very, very drastic indeed. We have another Twitter question coming to us. It says, I saw a video that Bob and Doug's suits were being pressurized in Dragon. Will it be pressurized during reentry? That's a great question. The pressurization that you saw would have been during a leak check. That is the only point in which the spacesuits are pressurized, is whenever we're doing a leak check. We do those leak checks right after the crew puts their spacesuits on, just to make sure that everything is zipped up properly, because those zippers are very specialized in order to maintain that pressurization. So if you got to make sure that everything is on right and everything is zipped up, and we apply that pressurization in order to make sure that everything is fitting properly. We then depressurize, and they're able to lift the visors on their helmets once again. And at that point, the suit is at the same pressure as the atmosphere within the cabin itself.
Yeah, we'll only pressurize those suits, as Kate said, either when we're testing it or if we are in a situation where the cabin loses pressure. So you can kind of think on airlines, they have procedures if the cabin loses pressure where they give you oxygen. Space, a much more extreme environment where not only do we need to provide them oxygen, but we need to give them a pressurized environment, and the suit's able to do that. So they just leave one of the zippers open during the re-entry phase, and if they were in a situation where they're at a depress, they can pressurize it up. All right, we'll do one more. We got one from Mulvey Marathon, who wants to know, as someone who needs my morning caffeine, wondering if Bob and Doug can start their day with a hot pouch of coffee.
That is also a good question. I am the same. I like my morning coffee. Unfortunately, there is no ability for Bob and Doug to heat their food or beverage in the Dragon capsule. So if coffee is part of the packaging, the packaged food that they have, because everything is pre-packaged, it is vacuum sealed so that it's easy to stow and easy to consume. The coffee that they would have would be at room temperature coffee, so might not be the ideal type of coffee, but it's safe to say that they'll be able to get their hot coffee in less than 24 hours.
All right. So, again, keep sending in those questions using the hashtag AskNASA. We'll continue to get them throughout our show this morning. We do need to take a moment, though, for those of you watching on YouTube, take a look at the comment section down below. We're going to be switching over our links. We need to stop the broadcast momentarily on YouTube and start a new one just to make sure it gets archived correctly. So we'll be back live at that new location very shortly. If you're watching on NASA TV, no changes needed. Coverage stays interrupted all the way through splashdown today. You won't notice a thing.
Hello and welcome to our live coverage of SpaceX Demo 2 mission. We are excited to be bringing you live coverage here from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. My name is Kate Tice, a senior certification engineer, and it has been an exciting 24 hours. Backtracking a little bit, Bob and Doug launched to the International Space Station just 2 months ago, and earlier today departed from the International Space Station and began their journey home. They've completed all of the departure burns, and they are now awake and ready to begin the day. So a couple of events that we have upcoming. At 10:48 a.m. Pacific time, we will do what's known as slew to trunk jettison attitude, and that's basically positioning the vehicle in its proper place in order to jettison that trunk. We want to expose the heat shield in preparation for capsule reentry. So we will separate from the trunk, and that will be occurring at 10:51 a.m. Pacific time. We will then slew or maneuver to deorbit burn attitude, and that deorbit burn is what is going to really place Dragon on its final trajectory back to Earth.
Yeah, once the engines fire on that deorbit burn, Dragon is committed to returning home, and that's what really adjusts their orbit to line them up straight with that splashdown zone right off the coast of Pensacola. And so we are expecting that deorbit burn. Times have stayed pretty much solid throughout all the different burns that Dragon has done since it's left the International Space Station. We're expecting that burn at about 10:56 a.m. Pacific, 17:56 GMT. We'll try to give you guys a couple of split times here. That deorbit burn is expected to last 11 minutes and 22 seconds. It's executed primarily using the forward bulkhead thrusters on the very top of Dragon. There are 4 of them, and it'll alternate between a couple of them during that deorbit burn. Also using a number of the 12 service section Dracos just to maintain the proper attitude while those engines are firing. It's the longest burn of Dragon's trip home, and again, that's what really commits them. Once that deorbit burn is complete, they are re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. So after the completion of that deorbit burn, Dragon will look to close its nose cone. That's targeted to come at about 11 a.m. Pacific time, or 18:11 GMT. And closing up that nose cone is just done to protect the very top of Dragon, where you have the docking ring, some guidance, navigation, and control sensors, and those 4 forward bulkhead thrusters from the heat of reentry. This just helps to aid in Dragon's reusability. This capsule in particular, already slated for another mission. It's going to be flying the Crew 2 crew next year. After we really start to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, things will start heating up. The Dragon capsule experiencing up to 3,500 degrees during this re-entry, and that'll build up a plasma around the spacecraft, and that'll result in what we call a comms blackout. There will be about 6 minutes where we can't talk to the crew on board Dragon, and we can't get any telemetry or data from the vehicle, and we can't send any commands from the ground. This is expected, and this is something that's common in spacecraft. When you're generating that much heat, it tends to interfere with those sensitive radio systems. So we're expecting that to last about 6 minutes. Dragon will continue flying itself using its 3 flight computers and the Draco thrusters on the service section to maintain a very precise attitude as it continues towards its splashdown point off the coast of Pensacola. In the middle of that comms blackout, we'll have something called entry interface. That's when Dragon's low enough in the atmosphere now that it's experiencing aerodynamic effects now. When you're flying around in the gravity of space, you don't experience lift, drag, things like that you now have to worry about once you're re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And once they get low enough, it's time for parachutes.
Yeah, so first we're going to deploy our drogue parachutes. These are intended to initially slow the vehicle down, but also stabilize it so that just 1 minute after those drogue chutes deploy, we'll then release the main parachutes. So we'll have 4 beautiful orange and white parachutes, and those will also continue to slow the capsule down significantly, actually just to a mere 15 or 16 miles per hour as it splashes down in the Gulf of Mexico. That splashdown will occur at 11:48 a.m. Pacific or 18:48 UTC, and we're coming up to that here in a few hours, so be sure to stick with us as we will be bringing you coverage all the way through that splashdown, in addition to the recovery operations, which, if for our longtime SpaceX fans, the recovery team is really one that we haven't had a chance to showcase really since the last Demo 1 mission, and so it's really great to see this new team in action and being able to perform live all of the stuff that they've been rehearsing with Bob and Doug for the last couple of years.
Yeah, we basically did a test run of this flight a little over a year ago at Demo 1. And Kate and I were here to do the splashdown for that one.
Another early morning.
Another very early morning. Things looked a little bit different. SpaceX actually had both of its recovery ships out in the landing zone for DM1, both the Go Navigator and the Go Searcher. For actual operations, though, those boats are split up. The Go Navigator stays in the Gulf of Mexico, at least for right now, and it's responsible for any splashdowns at the 4 sites in the Gulf. Those are Pensacola, Panama City, Tallahassee, and Tampa. And then the Go Searcher stays over on the Atlantic side for anything in the Cape, Jacksonville, and the one that I'm forgetting. I'll look it up. But those 2 boats are split up. At any time, one of them will be primed for the recovery operations. And there are about a little over 40 people on that ship to actually recover the Dragon spacecraft and Bob and Doug. And it's a SpaceX and NASA joint team with a lot of different personnel on board. You have people that are experts in the Dragon capsule itself. You have the ship's crew. You have a number of people from the medical community, doctors from both SpaceX and flight surgeons from NASA, nurses, and then you also have cargo specialists on board as Dragon's bringing some cargo home.
Yeah. So if you followed our missions to the International Space Station previously, you might hear us refer to as the maneuvering of Dragon around the station as a carefully choreographed dance. The recovery operations are just like that as well. Whenever it comes to recovering the crew, safety is the #1 priority for not only the astronauts, but the recovery team and all individuals on board that recovery ship as well. So while there are 40 or so people on board, there definitely won't be 40 people on deck. It'll be a strict limitation to the personnel that are in the active recovery operations that will be on the deck, on the recovery deck of the ship as the Dragon capsule is being lifted out of the water and into the nest. So I'm really excited to be able to see that firsthand. We will be, like I said before, we'll be bringing you that coverage all the way through. And after Bob and Doug are brought out of the Dragon capsule, so once the Dragon capsule is placed onto the recovery vessel in that nest, our flight surgeon will pop his head in and make sure that everything is looking and feeling good with our astronauts, our space dads, and we will then have them exit the capsule through that side hatch. We will wheel them into the medical tents, and they'll then get their in-depth medical review with the medical team, and at which point they will then hop on a helicopter and head back to Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, all of that is supposed to unfold in just about an hour following splashdown. Within minutes of Dragon hitting down in the water, a lot of things will happen simultaneously. The Dragon capsule itself takes a number of automatic steps as soon as it detects that it's splashed down. One of the first things that it does will be to detach the parachutes. As once you're splashed down, you don't need them to slow you down anymore, obviously, and you don't want them dragging you through the water. So Dragon will automatically cut those main parachutes, and they'll be sitting there floating in the water. That's also one of the actions the crew can take. If they realize that the parachutes haven't detached, they have a hardwired button right there on their control panel to release those parachutes. Within the first 2 minutes of splashdown, the teams will get the go to proceed in closer. The main recovery ship will be about 3 nautical miles away or so, and it'll deploy 2 fast boats that'll get to the capsule much quicker within just those 2 minutes after getting the go. The first boat will move in and do a sniff check around the Dragon capsule, checking for any vapors of hypergolic fuels used to power the Draco thrusters on board the vehicle. Once they can verify that it's safe to approach, they can move in. As Kate was talking about, someone will climb up on the Dragon and get it rigged. The second fast boat is basically a backup for everything that the first boat's doing, and they're also responsible for gathering those parachutes up out of the water. And then it'll take about 30 minutes until the main recovery vessel gets there, and then it's time to lift it up out of the water.
Yeah, so at that point, the capsule will be set onto the platform of the recovery ship, and then we'll, like I said before, our flight surgeon will do those initial checkouts. We'll pull Bob and Doug out, and then they will go into the medical tent. So like I said, that's all going to happen within about 60 minutes is our designated timeline for those operations, and we're really excited to see all of that unfold. It has been a very long morning, night so far. We've been broadcasting for a few hours now, and I don't know about you, but I'm starting, the more that we talk about the parachute deployment and just recalling what that looked and felt like for the Demo 1 broadcast, I'm getting really rejuvenated and really excited to see that with our space dads on board.
And we should be able to show you a lot of the same things you saw for Demo 1. Again, it's a little bit different, as for Demo 1 we had 2 ships out there in the same recovery zone. So we were able to have some of our camera assets, things like that, on the other ship. Now it's all on one. But one of the first views we should be able to see will be from a NASA high-altitude research plane, the WB-57. It's going to be, once again, flying in the area of splashdown. For Demo 1, it was able to get us an infrared view of the capsule actually during that re-entry period, so when it was still glowing very brightly on the infrared as it was still generating and dissipating a lot of the heat of re-entry. Able to see the drogue chute deploys and then the main deploys, and then we'll have some cameras actually down on the boat on the water, hopefully getting us some great views of Dragon as it descends under those parachutes. So we are looking forward to that. Again, we have about 6 hours or so until the actual splashdown. We're targeting that at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, and I want to make sure 18:48 GMT.
Yeah. So if you're just joining us, Bob and Doug have completed their 8-hour sleep shift. They woke up about an hour ago, an hour and 20 minutes or so. They had a really nice greeting from their sons telling them to wake up, wake up, wake up. And they're now in their post-sleep phase where they're having their breakfast. They received their, basically their informational update from the core here at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. And so far, everything is looking great, or green, as we say, for today's recovery operations.
Yeah. And so as we continue to monitor the operations today, we do want to keep taking your questions on social media. So we've got a couple that we're going to get through right now. Remember, if you want to ask us a question, get on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA. First one comes from Jeff, who wants to know, is Dragon naturally buoyant, or would the ship sink if they open the capsule in the water? It would not. Dragon is designed to stay afloat for at least 24 hours. If not beyond that, but the requirement was just to make sure for 24 hours. It has a ballast system to make sure it's upright in the water following the splashdown. And if the crew had to get out of the capsule before they get on the boat, they have practiced those operations as well. One of the things that we do so often with spaceflight is practice for when things don't go according to plan. We do it through simulations, through practices in the field, through test flights like we did last year. So Dragon capable of getting the crew out of the water, but that's not our nominal plan. The plan is to get them out of the capsule once it's already on the ship. Much more stable environment, a lot easier. You're not bobbing around in the ocean by that point.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next question coming to us from tardigrads. The question is, how fast will the capsule initially enter our atmosphere? Well, the capsule, whenever it departs the International Space Station, initially is going 17,500 miles per hour, thereabouts. Whenever it is re-entering our atmosphere, it will actually be slowing down to about 350 miles per hour, partially due to the atmosphere itself. That friction building up on the exterior of the capsule will bring the exterior temperature to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is an indication that the atmosphere and the oxygen is actually impacting the capsule and slowing it down. We also have, like we mentioned before, the parachutes that will also further decelerate the vehicle from 350 miles per hour to a mere 15, 16 miles per hour whenever it touches down on the ocean floor.
All right, our next question comes from Arash, who wanted to know, is Crew Dragon Endeavour reusable? It is, and in fact, it's already got a mission signed up in its future. It's going to be flying the Crew 2 crew, which we're targeting for sometime next year. It'll be another international contingent heading up to the International Space Station. We'll have 2 NASA astronauts on board, Shane Kimbrough, who's going to be making another long-duration stay on board the International Space Station, and Megan MacArthur, who had previously flown on STS-125, where she did all of the robotics the last time we repaired the Hubble Space Telescope. And they're going to be joined by 2 international crew members as well.
Indeed. So our next question comes to...
I was going to say, I can say who they are real quick.
Go for it.
It'll be European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet and Japanese astronaut Aki Hoshide. So another international crew heading up on a Dragon. Our first international crew is actually slated to launch no later than this September.
This September. Mm-hmm. Yes. So again, we are taking your questions through the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Our next question comes to us from Suraj. The question is, why is the nose cone hatch still open? Great question, also very observant. That nose cone is currently still open because underneath it rest the 4 forward bulkhead thrusters, basically meaning those Draco engines that sit at the top of the Dragon capsule. We will be utilizing those to perform the deorbit burn in order to place Dragon on its final trajectory back to Earth. So we can't close the nose cone until we're done using those Draco thrusters because we don't want to damage the nose cone. So we'll wait until that, we'll wait until the deorbit burn is performed, and then we will close and lock the nose cone in preparation for reentry.
All right, our next question comes from that girl, and already calling for a graphic. The next time you show the orbit map, can you explain what and where things are, especially the lines and the Dragon? So if we can pull up the ground track real quick, what you'll see is pretty much 2 lines, and Dragon itself is on that dot right in the middle of your screen. So it looks like it just passed over Greece and is heading towards the northeast, about to head out over Eastern Europe, Central Russia, and eventually right over Central China. Those lines are Dragon's current orbit. So if you trace the line from the right of Dragon and continue, you'll see it eventually meets up on the other side of the Earth, and then it stops. If you watch the point where it stops, that'll continue to fill in as their orbit continues to go. So this is essentially showing about 2 orbits of planet Earth. And your next question might be, why is it a wavy line? Is Dragon kind of flying all over the place? And that's because the map is spread flat. If you were to actually look at Dragon's orbit on a globe of Earth, it would look like a straight line, but the Earth continues to revolve underneath Dragon. So every time it completes an orbit of the Earth, the Earth is still turning, so its orbit moves slightly to the left, and it continues to move slightly to the left every single time it completes an orbit of planet Earth. This is actually how we figure out where we're going to be coming home and what orbit we need to get Dragon into specifically. So by the time that it's in the right orbit, it'll line itself up perfectly with Pensacola, which is where we're coming home today.
Exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, you might also notice that the lines are yellow and red. The yellow lines indicate where the capsule is exposed to sunlight, and the red lines would indicate where it would be not in the sunlight or in eclipse, as we would refer to it as. So really great question. Thanks for asking that one. Our next question comes from Jeff. Will there be any live views from inside the capsule before and during re-entry and splashdown? Also another great question. Yes, we will be bringing you views from the capsule where we can. Like we mentioned before, there is an expected loss of signal or a blackout period where we are unable to communicate or receive telemetry or video from the capsule. We expect that to last for about 6 minutes. But here and there, we will be able to bring you footage from the capsule as we're able to receive it. So excited to see Bob and Doug along for the ride.
All right, our next question comes from AJ Nico, who wants to know, is the hatch opening automatic or manual? What kind of system makes sure the hatch opens safely and properly? It is a manual hatch opening. You can open the hatch on either side of the capsule itself, and it's got a number of different locks and mechanisms in place to make sure you're not accidentally opening up the hatch. You can kind of think of it like the escape doors on an airplane, where you have to go through several steps before you can actually, there's not just a handle to turn and open it. You have to go through several steps to physically open the hatch. And there are a number of different configurations in the vehicle you can do to make hatch opening easier. Like one thing they can do following splashdown is actually increase the pressure inside of Dragon's cabin. So it's at a higher pressure than what is outside of the capsule, and that makes the crew's job of opening the capsule hatch outward much easier. So it's kind of, there's some little things that you don't necessarily think about, but it is always a manual process.
Next question comes to us from Klaus. Question is, what is the difference between the capsule suits and the ones used for EVA or extravehicular activity? Yeah, so those EVA suits used on the International Space Station are famously used for spacewalks. Personally, one of my favorite things to watch on NASA TV are those spacewalks. Those suits are designed to operate in the vacuum of space, whereas our flight suits for inside Crew Dragon are not. So we won't be performing any EVA suits in these ones. However, they are designed to protect the crew in the event of a depressurization event. The face shields are able to come down and lock, and we are able to pressurize the suits themselves in order to protect the crew in the unlikely event of a depressurization. That being said, that's the primary difference why, while they're both white and they're both pretty good looking in their own ways, one is much bulkier, and that is because, you know, those EVA suits are designed to essentially do that hard exterior work on the ISS external in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, they're also kind of carrying their atmosphere with them.
Yeah.
With the Dragon suit, you have an umbilical to plug it into the seats. And we have a great video that we've showed a couple of times tonight where a SpaceX suit engineer describes it as kind of a suit-seat system, where the suit's able to plug in and draw all of that breathing gas and cooling air, whereas those big, bulky EMUs, it's all in their backpack, where they bring out all of their breathing gas, their water, which is not only used for drinking for the astronauts, but also for keeping them cool while they're working outside in space. Our next question comes from Max, who wanted to know, do they control the landing location of the ship in any way? If so, how? The astronauts themselves are not, as again, Dragon is flying autonomously, but what we're able to do is actually calculate where Dragon will have an opportunity to splash down, and then we're able to give those calculations to the flight computer so it can then build out what's called a burn plan. You've heard us talk about burns quite a bit, departure burns and phasing burns and the deorbit burn, where the vehicle will itself calculate when I need to fire these engines and how long I need to fire them for to line myself up exactly where I want to splash down. It's incredibly complicated, and only people like Kate are able to do stuff like that. But the crew is largely out of the loop for those. It's mostly done with a lot of support here down on the ground and the Dragon spacecraft itself.
Exactly. Yeah, Bob and Doug's primary role during the re-entry phase will simply to be monitoring the status and the telemetry that is being displayed on their heads-up display there, which I love that view that we get inside of the capsule where we can actually see the screens that they're looking at. Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. Those screens are touch screen, and kind of going back to the question of the suits, our flight suits for inside Crew Dragon are capable of interacting with that touch screen. They are capacitive, so Bob and Doug are able to utilize a really high-tech and easy-to-use screen, as opposed to, if you think back to if you've ever seen like the flight deck of an airplane, or if you think back to the flight deck, the control panels in the space shuttle, where there were a lot of buttons and switches. Now that screen is flat, and we're also able to simply rotate the data that's being displayed depending on what phase of the mission that we're in. So it also cuts down on the bulkiness, the bulkiness of the display itself, because we're able to configure and specialize exactly what's being shown depending on what's going on.
Yeah. All right, we'll get to a couple more questions in just a second. If you're just tuning in, though, welcome. We're about to bring Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley home from their stay on board the International Space Station. They're flying in Crew Dragon Endeavour. They've woken up on board the spacecraft. They're just finishing up their post-sleep, and they'll not have a whole lot to do over the next couple of hours until we really start getting into the meat of the operations. And that's going to start when we get ready to separate the trunk from the Dragon spacecraft.
Yeah, and that's coming up in almost 5 hours exactly. So,
yeah.
Little bit of ways to go.
So we've got some time. That trunk separation is immediately preceded by something called the claw separation, and that's just the attachment fixture between the trunk and the capsule itself. And just to run down some quick times for you again real quick, we're expecting that claw separation at about 10:51 a.m. Pacific or 17:51 GMT, and then just less than 50 seconds later at 10:51 and 54 seconds, the trunk itself will separate from Dragon, and that trunk eventually burns up in the Earth's atmosphere. And then after that, it's on to deorbit burn.
Yeah, so we'll perform the deorbit burn. That'll last about 11 and a half minutes. That burn is what is going to place Dragon on its final trajectory to the landing zone off of the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Like we said before, they're splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico today. Once we perform the deorbit burn, we will then close and lock the nose cone, as we no longer need to expose those forward Dracos that are used in order to perform the deorbit burn. After that, we will have re-entry of the capsule back into the Earth's atmosphere. At that point, plasma will be building up on the exterior of the capsule. It will be reaching an external temperature of about 3,500 degrees. Bob and Doug will stay very comfortable with a temperate climate inside of the capsule. We have a system that flushes cold nitrox air both into their suits as well as the cabin environment. Nitrox, of course, is just nitrogen and oxygen. It is the air that we breathe. It's also, if you've ever been scuba diving, that's what's in your scuba tank. So Bob and Doug will be getting a lot of this cold nitrox in order to keep them comfortable during that re-entry phase. The capsule will be slowing down from a speed of 17,500 miles per hour to about 350 miles per hour when we begin to deploy those parachutes.
Yeah, first out will be the drogue chutes. There will be 2 of those, and they'll do some initial slowing inside the Earth's atmosphere and really stabilization of the Dragon capsule. They'll deploy, they'll reef just once after they come out, and we'll be under those drogues for a little bit less than a minute, and then immediately following their detachment, the main parachutes will deploy. And there'll be 4 much larger parachutes that'll reef in 2 different stages, and they'll do all of the final slowing. Those drogue parachutes will come out at about 350 miles an hour of vehicle speed when they're about 18,000 feet in altitude. And then by the time the mains come out, they've already slowed down to 119 miles an hour, with those coming out at about 6,500 feet in altitude. They'll then be under the main parachutes, which we expect to deploy at about 11:45 a.m. Pacific time, 18:45 GMT. And they'll be under those chutes for a little more than 3 minutes before they splash down at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 GMT.
Yeah, they'll be going only 15, 16 miles per hour when they do make that splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. As I've mentioned before, this re-entry phase will get them about 4 Gs. They'll be experiencing about 4 Gs while they're sitting in their seat. They also experienced about 4 Gs on the ascent phase or during the launch phase of the mission. So really nothing that they haven't already experienced. Also, they've gone through, both of them being test pilots and having flown on shuttle missions, have gone through extensive physical training as well. So they're pretty well equipped to ride what is basically a pretty moderate roller coaster. So yeah, they'll be making that splashdown. Let me just check my timing here. Yeah, at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time or 18:48 UTC. So we are expecting that to all happen here in less than 6 hours.
Yeah, and they are awake. They did get an initial kind of systems rundown from Jay Aranha, the core inside of Mission Control Hawthorne, right behind us. And as he said, we're not tracking any issues on Dragon. Dragon's been healthy from before undock all the way through its flight. and continues to be healthy for that deorbit burn a little bit later this morning. The only item of note that we had was with the recovery ship with the generator, but we're already hearing that that backup generator is on dock and being loaded on, so everything looking good for Go Navigator to make its way out to that splashdown zone this morning.
Yeah, so all really good stuff happening so far, and we're looking forward to a really exciting few hours here coming up. Again, we are continuing to take your questions through the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. So we'll go to our next question. Comes from Christina. How long will it take for Bob and Doug to be able to walk normally after floating for so long in space?
It definitely varies from astronaut to astronaut. Everybody is different, and everybody tends to react to coming home from space a little bit different. And you can even have differences from if you flew a short duration shuttle mission and then you fly a longer duration, your body could react differently. And it can be pretty difficult to walk once you get on back into a gravity environment. Your vestibular system, which controls your balance and your range of motion and everything like that, can really take a hit when you're going from a zero or a microgravity environment back to a gravity. So some crew members able to walk immediately out of the capsule. Some takes a couple hours until they really get their feet steady beneath them. So it really does vary. But again, we're extremely safety conscious when it comes to bringing these crew members home. So we always make sure we have plenty of personnel, trained medical officials there with them just to make sure they're safe with their return from space.
Absolutely. Something else to note, the astronauts, while on board the International Space Station, in addition to doing spacewalks and lots of science experiments and eating and sleeping, they also do a significant amount of exercise in order to keep their bodies in tip-top shape while they are experiencing a microgravity environment. As Dan just said, everybody is affected differently, but one thing is for sure, lots of exercise while in space is able to counteract those effects. So even though it might seem like they're going to the International Space Station and having a leisurely time hanging out in the cupola and taking pictures of planet Earth rotating below, they actually have action-packed schedules and exercises as a really big piece of that. Going to our next question coming from Twitter, comes to us from Ridge Runner. Has the tropical storm influenced the landing site? Yes, absolutely. So tropical storm or Hurricane Isaiah, it was recently downgraded back to a tropical storm, but it has definitely impacted our choices for landing site. Dragon capsule is capable of landing on either the west coast or the east coast of Florida. We have two identical recovery ships on either coast that is ready and able to support. The decision on where to land actually isn't made until just a few hours prior to departure from the ISS. So it's important that both coasts have the ability to be able to support, but the opportunity that we had for this particular mission, we had 7 potential landing zones picked out, and due to that tropical storm, it ruled out all 3 located on the eastern coast of Florida. So that made decision-making pretty clear that we were going to select from our Gulf Coast sites. And after a couple days of evaluation, not only of wind speeds, but also thunder and lightning storms, in addition to wave slope degrees, as whenever you land in the ocean, you're subjected to, of course, the wind as well as the condition of the seas itself. All of those things taken into consideration to make sure that landing is safe and as comfortable as possible for Bob and Doug. So yeah, I would say that tropical storm certainly had a major impact, but fortunately, today's anticipated conditions for splashdown are going to be very mild, if not picture perfect, with a very low degrees slope of those waves and just barely 1 mile per hour wind.
Yeah, we got extremely lucky. We've had to kind of dodge around weather a bunch with this mission. For those that remember the launch, we got all the way down to just kind of the final minutes before launch and had to scrub just because of some storms in the area. And things were not looking great earlier this week. And then we just kind of hit that lucky window. That's why the teams will continue to go down all the way to just the final hours before we undock to try and preserve these opportunities, because weather around Florida, very dynamic. You just really never know. Our next question comes from Jasmine, who wants to know which is more stressful, launch day or splashdown day. That's kind of a personal question. I don't really know which one I'm usually more stressed about. I think splashdown day kind of feels like it lasts longer. Launch is something that's over so quick. You either you did it or you didn't.
Exactly.
Splashdown day, we have a little bit more time. Things take a little bit longer. I don't have a good answer for it.
Yeah, it's something I noticed in the interviews that Bob and Doug have been performing on station for the last couple of weeks. They're not stressed about anything.
Yeah.
You know, they're cool cats up there. You know, and that's partially attributed to not only their personalities, but also the fact that they have done extensive training with the NASA and SpaceX teams in preparation for every element of this mission. Everything from the phases that you go through prior to launch itself, to ascent, docking, all of the mission operations while actually on station and completing the mission objectives for this demonstration mission, and then of course undocking and reentry. They've done it all. They're not. It doesn't. I never got the impression that they were stressed about anything. My personal response would be, I think it's similar. Splashdown has a little bit more dynamic in terms of to the total timeline. Also, it's just it's just so exciting that knowing that we're bringing our space dads home today.
All right. Our next question comes from Megan, who wants to know what the difference is between zero gravity and microgravity. It's a good thing to pick up on because it's something that gets kind of confused between the two very easily.
For sure.
On board the International Space Station, and Bob and Doug right now, what they're experiencing is microgravity. So they are actually subject to the Earth's gravity right now, almost the exact amount that we are. When you're on the International Space Station, you're subject to more than 90% of the Earth's gravity. The reason it seems like everything floats for them is because they are in microgravity, and that's because they're in a constant state of free fall. You can actually mimic the exact environment that they have just on an airplane if you fly in a parabola that has an exact deceleration rate as the rate of gravity going down. And one of the easiest ways to kind of visualize it is if you were to stand on a hill and throw a ball as hard as you could. That ball would eventually go out, and then it would come back down to Earth. And the harder you threw that ball, the further it would go. Now, if you could throw that ball so fast that it was able to just keep going and going and going, that's essentially what they're doing. They're moving at a speed so fast that even though they're falling, they're moving forward too fast to ever hit the ground. So you're in a constant state of free fall, and that's why they experience microgravity. Zero gravity would be the actual absence of gravity. So you would have to be much further away from something like planet Earth, which has a very big gravitational pull, as it is a very large object.
Yeah, great question. Good ears picking up on the difference there. Next question comes from Jason. Will the plasma trail be visible in daylight? Ooh, that's a great question. So what Jason is referring to there is the plasma that will be building up on the exterior of the capsule as it is re-entering Earth's atmosphere. I'm actually not sure if it will be visible to the naked eye because it will be some distance away from the coast of Florida, so I'm not sure if folks on land will be able to see it. That being said, we will certainly we'll be able to provide visual of that. We will have a thermal camera mounted on our WB-57 plane, which will be bringing us live views as it is re-entering. So we will certainly be seeing that plasma tail for sure. But in terms of being able to see it with the naked eye, I don't believe so because, like mentioned, it will be occurring in the daylight.
All right, so we're going to continue taking those questions throughout. Again, just keep using the hashtag AskNASA. If you're just now tuning in, things haven't quite picked up yet, but Bob and Doug are awake on board Dragon ship Endeavour and awaiting really just all of the activities that are coming up in a couple of hours. And we'll run down a couple of key times for you just to know when it's really time to pay attention when things are heating up. So we're going to start off the operations a little bit later today with our trunk separation. And this is when we'll essentially split Dragon into two different pieces. The trunk will detach from the capsule. The trunk burns up in the Earth's atmosphere, exposing the capsule's heat shield. for its eventual reentry. Before the trunk can separate, we need to get Dragon in the appropriate attitude and do something called a slew, which is just a maneuver to correctly orient Dragon for that trunk separation. That's scheduled to take place at 10:48 a.m. Pacific, 17:48 GMT, just a little under 5 hours from now. Then the claw will separate. This is what actually connects the trunk, and through a number of fluid and other quick disconnects to the Dragon capsule itself, that claw will separate, followed shortly after by the trunk itself, and we're looking for that trunk separation at 10:51 a.m. Pacific, 17:51 GMT.
Yeah, so after we get that separation, we will then position the vehicle into the appropriate attitude to begin that deorbit burn. Excuse me. The deorbit burn will last about 11.5 minutes, and that deorbit burn is what will be placing Dragon on its final trajectory, really pointing it home to its landing spot off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico. So once that deorbit burn is completed, we will then note that that's not actually the reentry phase. That's just the trajectory positioning. The nose cone will be closing at 11:11 a.m. The forward bulkhead thrusters, the forward Dracos, are what will be used to perform that previous deorbit burn. So once those are no longer needed, they'll be safed, and we'll lock the nose cone and make sure that that forward hatch located there is well protected for the reentry. The capsule will then begin to re-enter Earth's atmosphere, and at 11:36 a.m. Pacific or 1836 Universal, we will have an expected communications blackout. Like I said, there will be plasma building up on the exterior of the vehicle as it will be reaching temperatures towards 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So we will have a communications blackout period or loss of signal, and that will last about 6 minutes. During that time, we won't be able to command the vehicle or receive telemetry. That being said, Dragon is designed to be fully autonomous, so it's driving itself anyway. At 11:36 a.m. in the middle of that communications blackout, we will have entry interface. This is when the capsule is essentially beginning to feel the aerodynamic forces of the Earth's atmosphere. We'll get those communications back at 11:42 a.m. Pacific or 18:42 Universal. We'll get those communications back, and we'll do a comms check with Bob and Doug, make sure that they're doing good and feeling okay. And then at 11:44 a.m. Pacific, we will begin the parachute deployment. So we'll deploy the drogue parachutes, those 3 parachutes that are designed to initially continue to slow the vehicle down. They will also stabilize the vehicle so that we are prepared for the main parachute deploy. Those main chutes will come out at 11:45 a.m. Pacific on the dot, or 18:45 Universal. Those main parachutes will further decelerate the vehicle down to about 15 or 16 miles per hour, and at that point we'll have splashdown, and we'll be looking to confirm that at 11:48 a.m. Pacific. So once splashdown occurs, the recovery team will move into place and really have the moment where we get to pull our space dads and welcome them back to Earth.
Yeah, it's only expected to take about an hour from the moment of splashdown until we have them out of the capsule on the boat. A number of things have to happen before that takes place. Within about the first minute and a half to 2 minutes, Mission Control Hawthorne, so the flight controllers right behind us, will give the recovery teams the go to proceed. As they're still getting telemetry or data from the spacecraft even after it splashes down, they're able to make sure that we don't have any fuel leaks or anything like that, and just make sure things are as safe as possible before additional personnel approach the capsule. There will be 2 boats that go in, 2 fast approach boats. The first one will get there and do a sniff around the capsule for what's called hypergolic fuel that's used to power the Draco thrusters around the Dragon spacecraft. After they're done with that sniffing, the second boat will be able to move in. It acts as a redundant boat for that first fast approach boat and is also responsible for getting the parachutes out of the water. Following all of that work, they'll give the go for the main recovery vessel to move in. It'll be waiting just about 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown point. It'll take about 30 minutes for it to arrive at the capsule. Then it'll be time for the hoisting maneuvers. So while the boat is approaching, A SpaceX professional will climb on top of Dragon and affix some rigging structure to the very top of the capsule, which is going to be grappled by a crane, a hydraulic crane on the very back of the recovery ship Go Navigator, to lift Dragon out of the water and put it in the nest. And then it's time to move the nest underneath the helipad and get the crew out.
Yeah, so a number of individuals will be helping to position the Dragon capsule, and we'll open the side hatch. Our flight surgeon will check in with Bob and Doug before they even unstrap or anything like that, make sure they're feeling all right. And then we will have Bob and Doug egress from the capsule, and then we will cart them into the medical tent. So it's going to be a really exciting morning. Just a quick note about what you saw on your screen there a couple minutes ago. We just had a shift handover here at Mission Control Headquarters in Hawthorne, California. So our phasing shift team is now allowed to go home, rest. They deserve it, that's for sure. And now our entry team is in position and ready to support the reentry and splashdown phase here from Mission Control.
And we've still got a couple of hours until we get into all of that. Right now, though, Bob and Doug are awake on board Crew Dragon Endeavour. They were woken up at 4:40 a.m. Pacific time from a really special message from their young boys, who I know are excited to get them back. And they'll be reunited with them once they make their way back to Ellington Airfield in Houston following a successful splashdown today. There's been quite a bit of activity down here on the ground, though. I know we just had some teams changing out inside of Mission Control Hawthorne behind us, which is why you can see a few more people in there. Just like control rooms around the world, the teams here operate in these different shifts, as when you have crew members in outer space, you're responsible for watching over them and the systems of your spacecraft 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so they're going to be operating in 3 different shifts, typically about 8.5 to 9 hours each. So you have a bit of overlap where you're doing what we call handover, where you're just kind of going over what occurred in the shift before you, what you need to really be looking out for, what's coming up, what is on your schedule as I hand you my console and it's your turn to take over.
Exactly. Like we mentioned before, in terms of scheduling operations, in particular for the crew, sleep is really important for more dynamic aspects of the mission, like splashdown and recovery. We want them to be really alert and awake. So scheduling sleep is really important for the crew schedule, equally as important for our Dragon controllers and operators here in Mission Controls. So that's what you just saw on your screen there, was the handing of the baton, if you will, as the 2 different shifts now are getting into place and working to get ready to support the rest of the events for today.
And we'll have plenty to come up for us in a couple of hours. Again, we're just really counting down until we get to deorbit burn. There will be a couple of steps before that with trunk jettison and everything like that. But for now, Dragon continuing to fly in orbit over planet Earth. We are just a little over 5 hours away, 5.5 hours away from our anticipated splashdown.
Yeah, that first event that we have coming up will be claw separation. That is in preparation to jettison the trunk, and we are 4 hours and 38 minutes away from that. So we hope you stick with us as we continue to bring coverage of everything going on so far. Like Dan said, Bob and Doug are awake, and they are completing their post-sleep phase, although I guess they're probably out of it by now since it's been more than an hour since they've been woken up. But yeah, so they are getting ready to come on home, and we're looking forward to having them.
All right, and we are continuing to take your questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA. I think we can get through a couple more real quick right now. This one comes from Ganga Prabha, who wants to know, will Dragon take more than 2 astronauts in the future? It absolutely will, in fact, in the very near future. We're already counting down the days once this mission is complete to Crew 1. That'll be the first operational flight in a Crew Dragon spacecraft, and there will be 4 crew members on board. And it'll be our first multinational crew to fly on this new capable vehicle. We'll have to do some work between the end of Demo 2 and that flight just to get everything certified and ready to go. But that crew has already been in training for several months, even years now for a couple of them. and we're looking forward to them flying as early as late September.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You know, I've been at SpaceX for 5.5 years now, and to be able to say that we're coming up to our first fully operational mission is incredible. My job is to work the certification element of our human spaceflight with NASA, and it's just mind-boggling, and that we're at the point where for so many years we've been getting ready for things like Demo 1 and Demo 2, and the fact that Crew 1 is knocking on our doorstep already is amazing. It's a really exciting time.
All right, our next one comes from Annie, who wants to know, is the Crew Dragon trunk reusable?
That's a good question. Right now, it is not. It would be amazing to have a 100% reusable vehicle. Of course, the first stage and the inner stage, we have a number of flight-proven missions for our first stage and inner stage. Unfortunately, the trunk is not something that we are able to reuse. We will be reusing the Dragon capsules themselves, but after Dragon capsule separates from the International Space Station, as it prepares for re-entry, we will jettison that trunk, and it will disintegrate in the Earth's atmosphere as it re-enters. We do this because we need to expose the heat shield at the bottom of the Dragon capsule in order to, have a safe landing. Also, the trunk is responsible for carrying the solar panels, which provide power to the Dragon capsule throughout flight. So, since we will be coming home soon, and even in the event of a wave-off scenario where we have to delay after departure from the International Space Station, and we have to delay for whatever reason, that trunk would still be able to provide the necessary power through those solar panels. But yeah, so the short answer is the Dragon trunk is not reusable at this point, although that would be nice because we wouldn't have to build it.
Dragon for inventory.
Go ahead, Dragon, with the inventory.
Hey, Solo, good to hear your voice this morning. Let's start with location 9. So from bag 204, we consumed 2 additional waters, so bag 204 is now empty. From location 10, we consumed 2 more waters from 208, so bag 208 is now empty, and then 1 additional from 207. So 207 has 2 water bottles remaining.
Okay, SpaceX copies. Bag 204 took away 2 waters, which is now empty. Bag 208, 2 waters down, now empty. And bag 207, 1 water down and 2 remaining.
Good read back. For location 12, from bag 315, 1 breakfast. I'm sorry, from location 11, bag 315, 1 breakfast. And then from location 12, bag 319, 1 breakfast.
Okay, Bob, we copy 1 breakfast down from bag 315 and 1 breakfast down from bag 319. It is also great to hear you guys as well, and a request to come back aboard when you're able.
Okay, so we'll give you a call here in just a couple minutes to come back on board.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Bob.
All right, so that exchange right there real quick was really just an inventory. Believe it or not, one of the hardest things about spaceflight is just keeping track of everything. Things tend to float around and get lost in microgravity pretty easily. There's a couple of stories of wanted posters for items on board the International Space Station when they go missing. And even on the station, which much bigger than just the Crew Dragon itself, they have very intricate system to track everything through RFID and very meticulous ground annotations like we were just hearing read off. So if a crew member ever gets in a situation where they need to find something, you have people dedicated here on the ground who will know exactly where that is. It always kind of blows me away when you can give them an item and they can tell you it's in this rack, in this bag, this is also in that bag. This is exactly where you will find it.
Yeah, that would be a very extensive list, especially for the items on board the International Space Station. What they were reporting there was essentially what they've consumed, both liquid and food, over the last couple of hours, just documenting their fluid intake and the meal consumption. Also, that to translate that request to come back on board, that is requesting permission to let the cameras turn back on, of course, for privacy reasons during the sleep phase and their wake up, the post-sleep phase, as they're waking up and stretching their legs. The cameras are turned off for the crew privacy. So that was just our core here in Mission Control requesting to have those cameras turned back on.
So hopefully we get some views over their shoulder or just inside the cabin in just a little bit. But again, for Bob and Doug, they're finishing up that post-sleep period. And so they're really just going to be kind of getting their house in order, really getting Dragon ready for that reentry. They'll have some steps just to get suited up and get positioned into the Dragon space, inside Dragon itself, where they're going to be monitoring the deorbit burn, all the different events on their touchscreen displays. They're going to be able to see changes in orbit, changes in velocity, all just the really critical bits of data to tell them how the performance of these burns and these different activities are going. They're going to be able to tell exactly what orbit they're on and see when it lines up with the coast or with the ocean just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, a little bit later. They'll largely be in a monitor mode, as Dragon is designed to fly autonomously and kind of guide itself back, but they are in the loop, essentially, where they could jump in and be that backup capability if required.
Yeah, as Dan said, that they'll be putting their suits back on here shortly. We only have them wear the suits for the more dynamic phases whenever they are inside the capsule. So obviously we want them to have that on as they re-enter the atmosphere. So they'll put it on well before we begin those deorbit sequences. That being said, they were able to sleep. Therefore, they were able to sleep not in their suits and comfortably in their chairs with a little bit more wiggle room there. Something else to note that we have coming up, hopefully, like Dan said, we'll get some of those camera views coming from inside the cabin. And we'll, like I mentioned before, something that I really like being able to see is the shot between the two of them looking at the actual display panels themselves. We'll actually be able to see what they're seeing on their screens as they are monitoring all the telemetry and data and attitude information as the capsule is re-entering the atmosphere. So we are going to continue to take your questions through hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Our next question comes from Christian. What ensures that the capsule does not melt upon re-entry? Please explain the thermal protection. Yeah, that's a great question. One of my personal favorite pieces of hardware on our Dragon capsules is the heat shield. Part of my job is to work with NASA to certify the heat shield, and so I am very lucky that I get to work.
SpaceX Dragon, you're cleared to come aboard anytime.
All right.
All right.
Okay, Doug, copy welcome aboard. We should get that in work shortly. In addition, as able, when you're ready, request your game plan for fluid loading water. This corresponds to section 3 of 4.700.
So that call out that we heard there was inviting us to turn the cameras back on inside the capsule.
Okay, I think our plan is as prescribed. And then I will be drinking water out of the other corresponding, probably all 3 of those bottles, and Bob's probably going to have to break into his corresponding bag as well as potentially one more in volume 10.
Okay, copy, Doug. So basically, we were saying the bottles you expect to remove are the ones you just spoke about during breakfast, as well as one additional one from volume 10. Is that an accurate statement?
negative. I think it's going to be one more bag full from each side.
Okay, copy. We'll probably tag up with you after fluid loading complete just to verify. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds good, Mike. I think that's probably best because it might be somewhat variable, but I think it's pretty accurate.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
So that conversation there about fluid loading, the official space way of saying drink your water, making sure that Bob and Doug will remain hydrated throughout the re-entry period. If you fly on airplanes, if you do your research, it's important to stay hydrated while you're flying on airplanes due to the different pressures. Your body tends to lose a little bit more water, and so it's important to continue to drink water to stay hydrated. Same here for Bob and Doug. You heard them mention as surprise. Oh, there we can see them in their capsule. There is Doug Hurley like there reading his instructions. Looks like Bob is there to your right. Looks like he's wearing a blue sweatshirt there, drinking some water. Yeah, so they're just checking to make sure. There's the back of Doug's head, just to make sure that they are drinking enough water. You heard them mention as prescribed. That means that our flight surgeon is prescribing them how much water they should be drinking, whether or not they should be taking salt tablets to help them retain that water as they are making their journey back home. So
here's that view we've talked about a couple of times, looking directly over their shoulders. And so you have those three main touchscreen displays, and they can configure them in a number of different modes. It looks like the one they have in the middle is giving them their trajectory. They had one on the right that was looking at a lot of the different control systems, and they get everything from current velocity, altitude. They can get deep insight into their life support system, all of the pyrotechnics on board, all of the different things of the Dragon spacecraft. Those displays are really their window into it. You'll also notice a couple of illuminated buttons underneath the touchscreens. Some of the really critical functions that require immediate action get a button dedicated to them. For example, they have buttons for a number of the pyro events on board the Dragon spacecraft, like parachute deploy, or the ability to cut those parachutes once they splash down in the water. And so they're going to get these configured, and this is going to be how they track the progress of their flight home today.
Yeah, if we get that view back between their heads, on the left-hand side of the screen, there we go. The left-hand side of your screen there is actually the control display that they'll be using for the re-entry, for the deorbit burn. There's a bunch of information that'll be displayed there, like trajectory details, such as entry angle and capsule perigee, and how much distance is remaining between the current time and whenever that deorbit burn is terminated. So yeah, a lot of really important information there for them. They'll also be able to see which of the four Draco thrusters are firing at any given time during that deorbit burn. So that's we'll probably see that particular screen on both of their screens during that phase of the mission. So going back to the previous question that we had from #AskNASA, came to us from Christian. He asked, what ensures that the capsule does not melt upon re-entry? Please explain thermal protection. I was just saying that my job here as a SpaceX engineer, I have the awesome opportunity to work with our heat shield experts, both on the SpaceX side and NASA's heat shield experts, and really get the stamp of approval to use the hardware for flight. It is, you can think of it kind of like a pizza. There is the base of the heat shield, or the shape, the structure, and that's made out of carbon fiber. And that you can think of that as the crust. We then apply a coating to it that allows the individual heat shields, the individual tiles of the heat shield themselves, to stick to the structure itself. So what we use to adhere it, you can think of as the sauce, and you can think of those tiles as the pepperoni pieces on your pizza. So it's kind of a different way to explain it, but that's how I like to think of it. The heat shield, again, is responsible for really really protecting the capsule. Those temperatures will get up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, so pretty toasty. We will, I'm sure, have a great shot of our toasted marshmallow back on the recovery vessel once it splashes down. But yeah, so that heat shield does the bulk of the thermal protective work. There are, of course, panels on the exterior of the Dragon capsule. I mentioned toasted marshmallow. Those white panels that are on the exterior will also become brown as it re-enters the atmosphere and begins to char due to all of the heat and the plasma buildup. So really good question. Of course, with all those external temperatures getting so hot, it is important to keep Bob and Doug comfortable in their return. There will be cool nitrox purging through the cabin of the capsule itself, as well as through their suits. Anytime the telemetry, anytime the suits detect that the internal suit temperature is getting too high, I think the threshold is 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It'll purge the suit with some cold air, so Bob and Doug will remain comfortable throughout their journey back through the Earth's atmosphere.
Pizza and marshmallows. Now I'm hungry. Thank you, Kate. All right, our next question comes from Kevin, who wanted to know, when does Dragon start its deorbit burn? And we can give you the exact time down to the second of when it's targeted. Right now, it's at 10:56 and 45 seconds Pacific. And then if you convert that over to Greenwich Mean Time, 17:56 and 45 seconds. Yeah,
so we're just under 4.5 hours until we begin that deorbit burn. So, Kevin, if you're looking to take a little bit of a nap between now and deorbit, you've got a little bit of time. Our next question comes to us from W. Stelmack. The question is, can you become taller after spending a long time in space? Great question. The answer is yes. Due to the lack of strong gravity pull on the human body, we have found that astronauts actually report growing in length due to the fact that their body isn't being compressed in this direction, vertically, according to our orientation on the Earth's surface. Because there's lack of gravity compressing the body, we do see reports of the astronauts saying that they got a little taller in space.
Yeah, you can kind of think about it where you've been told you're the tallest when you first wake up because you've been horizontal the whole time. And it is a temporary getting taller. Once they return back to Earth, they shrink back down pretty quick. But keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. As Kate just said, we still have a few more hours until we get to the deorbit burn, which is when things really start to pick up. Just to run down a couple of those milestones again for you. Prior to the deorbit burn, we have to get rid of Dragon's trunk. And so what we'll be doing is first doing a slew or a maneuver to alter Dragon's attitude and then just get it ready for this trunk separation. That's scheduled to happen right at about 10:48 a.m. Pacific, 17:48 GMT. After Dragon's in the correct attitude, it'll first separate the claw, which is the connecting point between the trunk and the capsule itself, followed shortly after by the trunk. The trunk's scheduled to separate at 10:51 a.m. Pacific, 17:51 GMT. And then after the trunk has been separated, we get into the proper deorbit burn for that final burn that's going to be sending them on home.
Yeah, that burn will last about 11.5 minutes, and we'll be using the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Once the deorbit burn completes, we'll no longer need to utilize or fire those particular thrusters, so we will close the nose cone, protecting them as well as the forward hatch from reentry conditions. About 20 minutes after that, the fun stuff begins. At 11:36 a.m. Pacific or 18:36 Universal Time, we will have an expected loss of signal, communications blackout. That will last about 6 minutes. During that time, we won't be able to command Dragon or receive telemetry or communicate with the crew. That being said, Dragon is designed to be completely autonomous. It is steering itself at that point anyway. That blackout will last, like I said, for 6 minutes. In the middle of there, or just a couple minutes after that blackout period begins, we will have what's known as entry interface. This is when the capsule is really beginning to enter the Earth's atmosphere, is beginning to feel the friction and the aerodynamic forces associated with hitting that atmosphere. We'll get those communications back at 11:42 a.m. Pacific or 18:42 Universal. Just 2 minutes after we get communications back, we will have the drogue chute deployment. There are 3 smaller drogue parachutes that will pop out at 11:44 a.m. Pacific. And those are designed to continue to slow the capsule down further beyond what the slowing of the capsule from the atmosphere. Those drogue chutes will continue to slow it down. Those drogue chutes will release about a minute later, and we will see those main parachutes deploy. 4 orange and white big old parachutes will come out and continue to further decelerate the vehicle. At that point, it will be going from 350 miles per hour. So originally, the velocity during the deorbit phase, while on station, is 17,500 miles per hour. As it continues to rotate around Earth, still going that fast, will come down to 350 miles per hour. As it re-enters the atmosphere, the parachutes will further decelerate it to a mere 15 or 16 miles per hour as it touches down into the Atlantic Ocean. We are anticipating that splashdown to occur at 11:48 a.m. Pacific or 18:48 Universal. And at that point in time, our recovery operations will begin. And that is something that we are all very excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, the clock starts ticking almost from the moment they hit the water, and the teams move to work extremely quickly, but also keeping safety kind of at the forefront of everything that they're doing. This is the first time we've returned a crew to a splashdown since Apollo, since the very last Apollo mission, the Apollo-Soyuz test project back in July of 1975. So it's something we haven't done in a long time, but it's something that we've definitely rehearsed many times for this moment, including on our demonstration flight just last year. So the teams are going to move in extremely quickly within the first couple of minutes of splashdown just to get the capsule itself safe and ready to get lifted up onto the recovery vessel. The GO Navigator has left the port at this point and is currently making its way out to that splashdown zone at Pensacola. So it'll be there ready and waiting, about 40-plus people on board standing by to help bring Dragon onto the boat itself and get the crew out of the capsule.
Yeah. It's an exciting day. Like I said, we're about 4.5 hours away from those events, that deorbit burn from occurring, so we have a little bit of time. We will continue
SpaceX for heat exchanger bypass.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Okay, in preparation for entry, we'll be commanding the heat exchanger bypass close, so this will mean that manual control of cabin temperature will be disallowed. That commanding should come in shortly.
Okay, copy that. Thanks, Mike.
No problem. In addition, we do not expect to need to elevate the loop speed for pre-chill.
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
And so right there, they're just doing a couple of housekeeping steps as, again, they're going to be conditioning the inside of the cabin and Doug and Bob's suits for that actual reentry. They're going to be cooling down the inside of the cabin and doing what's known as a suit purge. So once Bob and Doug are suited up and in their seats, they'll do basically a flush with with cooler air, with cooler nitrox flowing into their suits. They're not pressurized while they're suited up. They'll just leave a zipper open a little bit. They will do suit leak checks, which will see them pressurize the suits completely, as, again, those suits designed to protect them in the event of a cabin depressurization, any contaminants in the atmosphere, things like that. But they will be wearing them for this dynamic phase, which I know we have a question here from Nick, who had wanted to know, do the seats recline to allow them to lie flat during sleep, or do they sleep upright? And the suits and the seats, kind of an integrated system. The seats themselves, as Kate described a little bit earlier, are rigid carbon fiber, so the seats do move, as we saw on launch day, where they're able to both recline and decline, but the seats themselves don't move. And really, when you're in outer space, you can't get the sensation of laying down. So the seats reclining don't really do much for you when you're in microgravity. Pretty much any surface on the Dragon spacecraft will serve as a bed. The same thing kind of true on board the International Space Station, where if we have more crew members than we have crew accommodations at times, crew members can just camp out. And if you've ever seen any of the photos from back in the shuttle days, when we would have 7 people in a relatively small enclosure, you can just essentially strap your sleeping bag to the wall, and that's your bed for the evening.
Yeah, so essentially in space, your body doesn't really have a reference to determine what is up and what is down, aside from what you can determine visually. So in the case of whenever they're sleeping, their body can't really feel laying down. They just feel being in their seat. So while, like Dan said, the seats do actuate so that they're in launch position or landing position where the entire seat is basically moving 40 degrees this way or that way, they don't necessarily recline out like a recliner chair would. So, although I'm sure that would also be very comfortable. Our next question coming to us again from Twitter using the hashtag #AskNASA. Can you talk about the recovery ship? Absolutely, Rose. Like I mentioned before, this is the second opportunity that we've had to highlight the recovery team, given the fact that our water landings and needing to retrieve a crew is very new to our company here. We're very excited to be able to highlight that team now for the second time on our webcast. The recovery team, the recovery ship is, there are actually 2 of them. We have one that is capable of assisting recoveries on the west coast of Florida, and that's the Go Navigator. That's what we will be using for today's recovery. There's also the Go Searcher, which is located on the East Coast for East Coast landings. They are identical, and they are able to be staffed, fully staffed, not only for recovery operations, but for medical as well.
SpaceX Dragon, we're putting the grab sample container collection in work.
Okay, SpaceX copies grab sample container collection in work. Good luck.
And that right there, they'll occasionally...
And so it'll be serial number 2088.
Okay, SpaceX copies serial number 2088.
That exchange right there real quick, the crew members on board Dragon, something they do on board the station as well, take occasional air samples. You heard them call it the grab sample, where they're basically taking these samples and sealing them up, and then they just get assessed back down on the ground. You're just constantly looking for what kind of atmosphere your crew members are in, as when you're in a spacecraft, it's an enclosed environment, so you have to worry about everything that gets put into that atmosphere stays there. So things like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, any other contaminants can build up in an enclosed space and eventually become hazardous. So we have to have a lot of systems to help constantly scrub or clean those things out from the atmosphere. And we'll do these grab samples just to make sure that they're basically doing their job.
Yeah. Going back to Rose's question coming to us from Twitter using the hashtag #AskNASA, asking us to talk about the recovery ship. Yes, so we have 2 identical recovery ships or vessels. Specifically to our recovery today, we are utilizing Go Navigator for our for our landing in the Gulf of Mexico. In addition to the recovery ship itself, there are also 2 fast boats. So those will be transported to the general location, about 3 nautical miles away from the landing site itself. Those fast boats will be deployed from the vessel, and they will make their way very quickly to the capsule itself. They'll wait a couple hundred feet away from the capsule as the initial sniffing tests are done. Those sniffing tests are intended to determine whether or not any toxic vapors from the hypergolic fuels on board. Hypergols are essentially propellants that whenever you put them in contact with each other, they ignite. So it is an ideal propellant used in space because you don't need an ignition source. You just combine the 2 and you have your reaction. So those fumes are toxic, and so the team will make sure that there aren't any of those floating around and make sure that it is safe to approach. Once they get that go for approach, they'll head over to the capsule and essentially someone that I'm really excited to see in action today will actually climb up on top of the capsule and attach the rigging equipment necessary to hoist the Dragon out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. So that should take about 30-35 minutes. And at that point, the recovery vessel will be in place. They'll be able to hook everything up, use the hydraulic crane to lift the capsule out of the water and onto the recovery vessel, get it settled comfortably in the nest, and at that point we'll open up the hatch and say hi to Bob and Doug.
Yeah, and they'll almost immediately move into medical quarters on board the ship, as it has pretty much everything you need to outfit and sustain a crew of a little over 40 people. And then immediately over the Dragon capsule is the helideck, where they'll be landing a helicopter following recovery today, which is what's going to actually bring Bob and Doug back to shore. Next up, our question comes from Spinach, who wants to know, why do you need a heat shield on entry but not on ascent? Speed relative to atmosphere must be roughly equal in both cases.
Yeah, so that is a really good question. The short answer is it's all about directionality. So whenever we are launching the Dragon capsule, it's pointing upwards and it is heading towards the International Space Station. So the heat shield, or rather the bottom of the capsule, is not exposed and is not encountering any thermal differences or temperatures. During that ascent phase, also, it's important to note that while the capsule is actually going through the Earth's atmosphere, which is where you have atmosphere and therefore friction as you're moving through the atmosphere, and that's what causes the charring as we see upon reentry. The amount of friction that the capsule is experiencing as it is leaving the atmosphere to go to the International Space Station is a fraction of what it will encounter as it is re-entering. Also to note, the shape of the Dragon capsule is more aerodynamic at the top, so again allowing it to cut through the atmosphere with minimal friction. So after the capsule detaches, and as we will see today comes back down, that flat end is designed to encounter the atmosphere and slow it down. So it's kind of by intention the opposite effect. Yeah. We use the atmosphere to help slow us down safely, as opposed to wanting to escape Earth's gravity as efficiently as possible. So we want to cut through it as much as possible.
All right, next up is a question from Casey, who wants to know, what will the crew be able to see out of the window upon re-entry? I think it was Bob who actually answered this a little bit earlier this week, where he recalled what he saw during his re-entries on the space shuttle, where when astronauts look out the window, they can see the ablative material of the heat shield. So the heat shield is designed so as parts really start to heat up, they actually kind of peel off, and that helps dissipate the heat, or the most intense part of the heat during re-entry. And for a crew member, it looks like just red bits of glowing material flying past your window. And for them in particular, there will be plasma building up around the spacecraft as it heats up to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And so out their window, they'll be able to see essentially some really bright orange, not quite flames, but definitely something that looks energetic. And that'll be their main view out of the window, which they'll have those windows open and uncovered during the re-entry. Our next question comes from Jeff, who wants to know, what's the longest someone has been in space? I know the cumulative record holder right now is a Russian cosmonaut, Gennady Padalka. He's got a little over 800 days in space. He's been a long-duration crew member not only on the International Space Station, but also previously on the Russian Mir space station, which was really kind of the harbinger of long-duration space flight, where you had people up there living for months and months and months at a time.
I believe the current record holder, is it still Peggy Whitson?
Peggy Whitson is the American record holder right now. All right. Our next question comes from Timothy, who wants to know, is this the first splashdown since the Apollo missions? Yes, it is. This is the first U.S. splashdown since the Apollo missions. There was one Russian Soyuz. I'd have to go back and look up exactly which mission it was, but it technically did land in a frozen lake. So it was a splashdown, although unintentional. This is the first time we've splashed down American crew members, or at the very least, this is the first time we've done an ocean-based splashdown since Apollo. The last one being Apollo Soyuz back in July of 1975.
Our next question coming to us from Krishna. What wind speed does it take for the splashdown to get scrubbed? Ooh, that is a really good question. I can't recall exactly what it is off the top of my head, but I think it is no more than 15 miles per hour. Or I might be recalling a different
It was
constraint.
about 15 feet per second, which is about 10 miles an hour, was the range that we were looking to be under for this mission, which today we've said a couple of times the weather ended up being almost perfect for the splashdown. We have winds in the splashdown area of only about 1.5 miles per second. So very gentle winds there today, but for this particular mission, our constraint was about 15 feet per second, which is about 10 miles an hour.
Our next question coming to us from Danny. Again, this is using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Keep your questions coming. Question is, great stream, guys. Learning so much. Oh, awesome. Glad to hear. Thanks for the feedback. Would it be possible for the SpaceX capsule to be used again in future missions as it is, or would it need a complete overhaul before heading back up? Awesome question. So we absolutely have been aiming to reuse Dragon capsules from the very beginning. Initially, when we started reusing our Dragon cargo capsules, figuring out how to waterproof it was quite the challenge. And once we figured that out, we were actually able to reduce the amount of overhaul or refurbishment required between usage of the capsules. So that being said, things like the heat shield and the TPS or thermal protective system panels on the exterior of the capsule, those things generally, as of right now, would not be reused, but the guts and the brains of the capsule, most definitely. We aim to, and of course this process transforms over time. The more that we do it, we understand more, we learn more from data and tests, and we're able to make the process more efficient. And so eventually we will hopefully be able to get to absolutely no refurbishment required in order to reuse a capsule.
All right, our next question comes from Texas Dog Mom. Wants to know, why is it important to know exactly what food and water is consumed during reentry? It's a good question. And it really comes down to, we have a very set amount of food. And again, Dragon, not the biggest space, so it's probably hard to lose something on Dragon. But we do meticulously track everything in microgravity, just so if we are in a situation, because remember, today was the primary landing opportunity for Bob and Doug. If for some reason we had to wave off, they would still be in space for another 48 hours. And so we're always just tracking where everything is inside that capsule for the mission, not only so it's easy to find, but at the end of the mission, if we find something is missing, you have to go and find it. That's something, if you think to how aircraft factories operate, anything that gets brought into the area has to be tracked, because if something is found and it hasn't been tracked previously, or if you know you brought something in and you can't find it, you have to generally stop what you're doing and go find it. So definitely important to track everything on board. Water and food was just the item of the day for them this morning as they were in their post-sleep, just wrapping up, getting their breakfast before they began their day.
And there you see a live shot of our Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne, California. Our Dragon operators are ready to begin our deorbit phase, which, again, that won't be happening for a couple hours still. But everyone is in place and ready to monitor Dragon as we approach the final steps of our re-entry phase. At this point, we're going to check in on Dragon, see where it is. It looks like it's about to go over Brazil down there in South America. So enjoy this live view of our ground track.
Dragon SpaceX for procedure 4.700 deorbit preparation. Dragon SpaceX for procedure 4.700 deorbit preparation.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Doug. Just want to clarify a couple things. So per the previous mention, for Section 1, the no path is applicable because we will not be elevating loop speeds. In addition, when completing step 3.4, please be sure to untether and stow the camera caps back in location 8.
Okay, copy all. And in 3.4, you want us to take all the camera caps, untether them, and put them back in location 8. And I think our suggestion would be that we'll probably just do that now, unless you guys have a reason not to.
Hey, we agree with that plan, and that's a good read back. Appreciate it.
All right, well, we are still following along with Bob and Doug's journey back home today. Everything continuing to proceed smoothly with the departure of Dragon from the space station yesterday. They have been awake for a couple of hours now after getting their 8 hours of rest on board the Dragon capsule, and everything's really focused on the events coming up in just about 3 hours from now.
Yeah, so we have a number of things that will be happening. As Dan said, we're actually looking for our events to begin in 3 hours and 42 minutes. First, we will have claw separation, so that is deactivating or separating the trunk. The claw is the piece of hardware that delivers power and telemetry and fluids between the trunk and the Dragon capsule. In order to expose the heat shield in preparation for re-entry, we will jettison the trunk. It will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and disintegrate during that process. But once we do that, Dragon capsule will be in its final physical form prior to re-entry. We'll then initiate a deorbit burn. It'll last about 11.5 minutes, and that burn is intended to place Dragon on its final trajectory for its landing site, which is just off the coast of Florida near Pensacola. So once that deorbit burn happens, Bob and Doug will then sit back and continue to monitor all the telemetry and data that they have on their screens. That's their primary mission for today, is to just keep a tab on things. There you can see on your screen that they're now not in their suits yet. We'll wait a little bit longer before they have to don their suits, but they're there doing some checkouts and moving about the interior of Crew Dragon. Like I said, we will perform that deorbit burn, lining up the capsule for that final reentry and splashdown off the coast of Florida. And after we do the deorbit burn, we will close that nose cone. So the deorbit burn will utilize the 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. We will not need to use them, and we want to, for the remainder of the mission, and we want to protect that forward hatch there. That's the hatch that is used for ingress and egress, or entering and exiting the space station. And as these capsules are designed to be reusable, we definitely want to protect that hatch. So we close and lock that nose cone. And then after the nose cone is in place and we confirm that it is locked up, we then maneuver to that deorbit burn attitude. Let me rephrase that. We are performing the deorbit burn. The nose cone will close, and we will then begin the process of re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. We just saw Bob kind of re-stowing his spacesuit. They keep their spacesuits, at least for this mission, in the seats on either side of them, as Bob and Doug are right there in the middle, in the commander and the pilot seat. But after they're able to successfully re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, we'll get out of that comms blackout and we'll get to the actual parachute deploys. So first we'll have 2 drogue chutes come out. Those will do the initial slowing and stabilization of the vehicle, followed shortly after by the 4 main parachutes, which are scheduled to deploy right around 11:45 a.m. Pacific. All of that sets us up for splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Florida, just a few miles away from Pensacola. That splashdown time targeted for 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 GMT or Universal Time. There to meet them is going to be the crew of the Go Navigator, which has left its port. These actually some live views from the boat itself as it continues to make its way out to the recovery zone. It was able to leave the port right at around 9:20 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. As we talked about a little bit earlier, they were tracking an issue with one of the backup generators on board the Go Navigator. They were working to try and get a replacement for that, but weren't able to get it on board quite in time. But Go Navigator still has a fully functional prime generator on board, and not having that backup is not any constraint on normal recovery options this morning. So Go Navigator steaming full speed ahead, heading to that recovery zone, and they're going to be there several hours before splashdown. They'll maintain a distance of about 3 nautical miles from the anticipated splashdown point and just be ready and on standby for when Bob and Doug are in the water.
Yeah, as you may have heard us mention before, it has been, at least over the last week, the recovery team has been really busy with trying to determine where exactly we were going to point Dragon for its return home. In order to allow for multiple departure times from the International Space Station. So again, this is just trying to line up things like crew sleep schedules and weather and just physical location as it is orbiting Earth. We identified 7 potential splashdown locations. 4 on the west coast of Florida and 3 on the east coast. And it has been priority number 1 for the last week for the recovery team to determine which of those 7 locations Bob and Doug would be splashing down at. The weather around Florida is ever-changing, especially when you have something like, as we currently have, a tropical storm rolling through the area. Having that storm roll up the east coast of Florida had prevented us from obviously being able to land at any of those. So selection was then narrowed down to the 4 in the Gulf of Mexico on the west coast of Florida. And we continue to evaluate the weather at designated intervals, and we were able to determine that the best location for recovery would be off the coast of Pensacola. Requirements for these landing zones are essentially that they can't be in the middle of the body of water, because the landing zone has to be close to a medical facility, and it has to be close to a port so that the recovery vessel can actually get to and from the landing site.
Yeah, and we've continued to watch the weather. We got pretty lucky with the weather that we're looking at today. We had some weather criteria that we're looking for. We have to meet those criteria in order to get basically a go condition to splash down. One of the main things we were looking at was wind speeds, which we were looking to not exceed 10 miles an hour, and winds in the splashdown zone right now just barely over 1 mile an hour. So getting extremely calm winds and very calm seas for what should be a very stable operation for this recovery today. We actually just locked in Panama City a few hours ago. Our kind of last chance to lock in an alternate site was just a little over an hour and a half ago at about 5:48 a.m. Pacific. Dragon has the capability to change alternate sites once it's in free flight, and we do have, again, 7 different splashdown locations. Just based off of the weather and everything else that we looked at, Panama City was chosen as the alternate for this opportunity. That was already looking like our best one just based off the weather, and they just locked that in a few hours ago. But everything continuing on track for this Pensacola splashdown. Go Navigator is well on its way to the splashdown location, and Bob and Doug are just a couple of hours away from that deorbit burn.
We are taking your questions this morning from Twitter. Be sure to use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll try to cycle through as many of them as we can get to. This question comes from Tim. What's the current distance to the ISS? Good question. Something that I find that people often assume is that the International Space Station is really, really far away, and it's actually not. It is about 250 to 300 miles above the Earth. I think when I saw a report earlier, or maybe it was actually Leah who mentioned it in the earlier broadcast, I think it's about 263 miles above the Earth's surface right now. So depending on where it is in its orbit, it might be a little higher, it might be a little lower. So it's actually not that far away. It's basically the distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco, as the crow flies, just above us. So it's really not as far as many people think. Again, this is using the hashtag AskNASA. This next question comes to us from Nicholas. How far off the coast will the capsule land? Will it be possible to see any of the action from the coastline?
Trying to find our exact distances. It varies depending on which coast that we're going to. We do stay far enough away that you wouldn't really be able to see it from the coast. Obviously, you do want to still be coming down in an area pretty far away from land to make sure you're hitting a splashdown zone, and just so you're not near any major air traffic areas, things like that, is you do have to clear air zones. We have to make sure that we have notices going out to ships not to go into a certain area. But they're just several kilometers, obviously, or several miles offshore. The Cape is the closest one. That one's typically only about 24 miles offshore. The other ones range anywhere from about 50 miles all the way up to a few hundred, just about 200 or so. When we landed Demo 1 last year, it was about 240 miles off of the Cape. So it is different depending on where you're going, but one of the things that we have in our recovery arsenal are helicopters, where Bob and Doug will get recovered by that main recovery vessel, the Go Navigator, and after they're out of the capsule and into the medical facility, a helicopter will come and land on the deck, and then it's only about a 10-minute helicopter ride from the Go Navigator back to Pensacola, where they'll be moving on to a NASA plane ready to take them over to Houston.
Yeah, so one thing to note, the capsule will be re-entering Earth's atmosphere, and we will have parachute deployment starting at about 18,000 feet above the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. Those drogue parachutes and the capsule itself.
Dragon SpaceX for timeline and recovery status update.
Should be getting an update up to the crew now.
Go ahead.
Okay, first off, for timeline update, we are now within 4.5 hours of splashdown for contingency planning purposes. How copy?
For splashdown, copy all.
Okay, for recovery forces, I believe Jay told you that we were working a backup generator on the recovery vessel. Unfortunately, we're unable to get that generator aboard before Go Navigator had to depart due to timing constraints. However, Go Navigator has departed and is expected to be on site at approximately 1700 UTC.
Okay, Go Navigator will be on site in time for splashdown.
Yep, good readback. And as Jay mentioned before, we're down to one generator due to the loss of the other one.
Yep, we copy.
So that was just a real quick update, giving the crew on board Dragon the latest. As you just heard, Go Navigator on its way. It's expected to be in the splashdown zone on time for their descent. Again, we're targeting a splashdown at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 GMT or Universal Time. And they talked through the generator issue. The Go Navigator still fully equipped to safely recover the crew this afternoon or this morning, but they are down one of the generators on board. Still able to use that hydraulic lift, get Dragon up out of the water and on board. The ship itself has a full deck area where it has an A-frame on the very back of the ship, and we'll get some views from the boat throughout the operations once we get a little bit closer into the recovery zone. But that A-frame used to physically lift Dragon out of the water and onto the deck. The crew stays in their suits, in their seats the entire time they're in the water, as long as everything is following the nominal timeline, and they'll get picked up out of the water and put into the Dragon nest on the boat, eventually moved under the helideck up to a crew access platform where we'll have some people standing by to open up the hatch and assist Bob and Doug getting out.
Yeah. So just real quick, going back to the Twitter question that we had a minute ago, if action would be available to view from onshore, I just did a little bit of sleuthing, and due to the splashdown location, I do think that if you're in the Pensacola area, you might be able to spot the main parachute deployment or after they inflate. Those main parachutes are deployed around 6,000 feet whenever Dragon is descending, when it hits about 6,000 feet above the Earth's, above the surface of the ocean. Those main parachutes will deploy, and it takes about a minute or so for them to fully deploy out into their larger state, capturing all that airflow. But it is possible that I think that if you're in the Pensacola area and you have really keen eyes, you might be able to spot those orange and white parachutes off in the distance. Again, the capsule, from that distance would be pretty small, so no promises, but it might be worth a look. So if you're in Pensacola, take a look south and around 11:48 is, yeah. I've lost track of my time, 11:48 a.m. Pacific or 18:48 Universal.
Yeah, and it's on what we call an ascending approach. So if you're at Pensacola looking south, the capsule will be heading towards you from the south. It's going to be moving from southeast to southwest to northeast across the Gulf of Mexico as it makes this approach. There are also what we call descending orbits. So essentially when Dragon is traveling from the northwest down to the southeast, which would actually bring it over the U.S. before it splashed down, but we are on an ascending one today, so it's largely going to be over the Gulf the whole way in during that final descent.
Yeah. So again, we are taking your questions through Twitter this morning. Be sure to use the hashtag AskNASA, and we're going to try to get to as many of them as we can this morning. The next question comes to us from Andrew. He asks, why can't Dragon make...
Dragon for interior cameras.
Go for SpaceX.
Yeah, Mike, could you take the interior cameras down for a few minutes?
In work.
The crew just making a quick ask, having those interior cameras brought down. They work with the teams on the ground, a lot like those on space station. They have cameras in there just so they're able to get kind of rapid response to any questions that they have, any help that they need. But then obviously the astronauts getting the privacy they need when they're doing suit up or just kind of anything else where you don't need people checking in on you.
Yeah. So again, going back to this question from Andrew coming to us from the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, why can't Dragon make a straight downward descent instead of orbiting around the world? That is a great question. You have to keep in mind that when Dragon is at the International Space Station, it is at the same velocity. It is going 17,500 miles per hour, and it is orbiting the Earth. In order to have it perform a landing of straight down, you would have to have some sort of force to stop it going from that fast. And that's really not possible due to constraints like having enough fuel and size of the capsule and all that good stuff. So
Dragon SpaceX, we should be external cameras at this time.
Thanks, Mike.
So there was that confirmation from SpaceX Core that the internal cabin cameras have been shut off. So Dragon's reentry can't be straight down because you would need some sort of force in order to stop it, thanks to, I think it's Newton's second law. That being said, an orbital reentry like we do use is highly calculable. We are able to have very precise details in terms of where it's going to land and at what time. So there's no downside to doing it in the way that we do it, other than the fact that from a physics standpoint, the straight down approach isn't really possible.
All right, so our next question from Elaine, what difference is there in the route map from the red and the yellow line? I think Kate touched on this a little bit earlier. That's showing you where Dragon is essentially in sunlight or in eclipse. We don't have shades on this map, but if you look at the red parts, that's where Dragon is essentially on the dark side of the planet at that point in the orbit. And then the yellow line in the orbit is where it's in sunlight. So obviously matching up with the sunlight for all of us down on planet Earth, the sun, I think it's up here in California. There are many windows, but that's all that line is signaling. And you might wonder, why are there two lines, it kind of looks like. It's actually just one continuous line. And just to run you down real quick, again, Dragon is in kind of the top right portion of your screen right now. There's a little circle with the dragon icon. It's currently just to the north of India, flying over China. It's going to continue on this southeasterly path over Southeast Asia. It's about to head into an orbital nighttime, which means things will get dark for the spacecraft and the crew on board. And that also means it's about to cross what's known as the terminator line. That is the line between night and day on the Earth's surface. And when you're on board the International Space Station, or in this case, on board Dragon, you can get some pretty spectacular views as the Earth goes from night to almost pitch black beneath you.
Yeah, one of my favorite views that we get from the International Space Station is as they are transitioning from day to night and night to day, you get to see the sunrises and sunset from their perspective, and I just absolutely love it when we actually get to see the lightning as well. It's just such a cool phenomenon to view from above.
So we'll hang out for a few minutes here and watch Dragon's track as they continue to circle the globe. We're still about 3 hours away from things really starting to pick up when we get into trunk separation and deorbit burn, but we're going to continue to stick with it as we get ready to welcome Bob and Doug home a little bit later this morning. right, if you're just now tuning in, we're still following Bob and Doug's journey back home on the conclusion of our Demo 2 mission. Just to walk you through how we got here, everything started back on Saturday when they made their way into the Dragon spacecraft, where they had been living on board the International Space Station for about 62 days, and by the time they splashed down, they'll be just shy of 64 total days spent in space. Everything started with hatch close after Bob and Doug made their way into the Dragon spacecraft, closing up the hatch on their side. After that, they were able to get the hatch closed on the station side, closing what's known as the APAS hatch. It also had a docking target affixed to it, but that created an area between the two known as the vestibule. That vestibule gets exposed to the vacuum of space following the undocking, so we first have to depressurize it, or basically draw all of the air out. After that and some leak checks are completed, the crew gets ready for their actual departure from the International Space Station. The teams on the ground, both here in Hawthorne and in Mission Control Houston, did a go, no go. Basically, we check everything on Dragon, everything on station, and get them ready for departure. Following a successful go for undocking, it's time to actually move Dragon away, and separation takes place. A docking command was sent, and then just about 5 minutes later, Dragon fired its thrusters in 2 small bursts to separate from the International Space Station. It then begins to fly away, and did so yesterday evening, doing 4 departure burns to bring it first up and over the International Space Station, eventually passing beneath and out in front. All 4 of those departure burns done successfully. By that point, Dragon's opening rate away from the station got larger and larger and larger until it was time for it to move into its departure phasing burn. This was one several-minute-long burn, about a 6-minute-long burn, to fine-tune Dragon's path to its eventual splashdown site. That was conducted successfully last night after Bob and Doug had gone to sleep. And then once that departure phasing burn was in the book, we only had one more burn coming up down the line, and then we were going to get ready for this reentry. Bob and Doug did have about an 8-hour crew sleep period, as this is about a 19-hour trip door-to-door from space station down to the ocean off the coast of Pensacola in Florida. That crew sleep is completed. They woke up a couple of hours ago, and our more dynamic action is about to pick up soon.
Yeah, so our events coming up next will be the claw and trunk separation. This will essentially be the final, when we separate the trunk, it'll be the final physical form of Dragon prior to reentry. We will then have exposed the heat shield at the bottom of the capsule after jettisoning that trunk, allowing it to get ready for its reentry. We put a deorbit burn. We activate the deorbit burn sequence, and that puts Dragon on its final trajectory to the landing site off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico. That deorbit burn will last about 11 and a half minutes. After that deorbit burn completes, we then close the nose cone. The deorbit burn will utilize the 4 thrusters at the top of Dragon, as you can see there. We no longer need to utilize them, and we want to protect the top hatch, or the forward hatch there, so we close that nose cone and lock it up. After that, Dragon will begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and we will experience a 6-minute-long communication blackout due to the plasma building up on the exterior of cabin, due to the buildup of plasma on the exterior of Dragon. We won't be able to send commands or receive telemetry, but that's okay. Dragon is completely autonomous. It is designed to steer itself anyway. So with that blackout communication period will last for about 6 minutes or so. After that, about a couple minutes after that, after we regain those communications with the crew, we will deploy the drogue parachutes. These are designed to begin to slow the vehicle down even further, and also to stabilize the Dragon capsule. About a minute or 2 after drogues deploy, we'll fire off the main parachutes. So these will be 4 orange and white parachutes that will deploy and begin to catch even more air and create more air resistance, slowing the vehicle down even further to a mere 15 or 16 miles per hour as the capsule then splashes down in the Gulf of Mexico. we've located a designated landing location near Pensacola, Florida. Recovery operations then begin immediately after splashdown is confirmed. The main parachutes will be cut from the capsule autonomously, and the recovery crew will then begin to move into position in order to retrieve Bob and Doug. The team will actually be waiting 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown site. Whenever the splashdown approaches, they will then move closer. They will pull get the capsule ready to be lifted onto the recovery vessel. Once that is secure in the nest, they'll then get to open the hatch and have Bob and Doug egress or exit from the Dragon capsule. And at that moment, it'll be their first breath of fresh air in 2 months since they've launched back on Falcon 9 in late May. So we're really excited. All of that will be coming up shortly. Those events that we have in the future, that the deorbit burn and the jettison of the trunk, that will all be in like 3 hours exactly. So my countdown here shows that the trunk separation will be happening 3 hours from now. So we're looking forward to all of those events coming up. It's going to be a very exciting morning. Like I said, seeing Bob and Doug for the first time coming out from the capsule on that recovery vessel. Go Navigator will be the first time that they are getting, they're back down on planet Earth for the first time in 2 months. Safety is everything, and of course the human body experiences microgravity, and just to be safe, we will place them into a wheelchair or my mind is blanking. Stretcher, yeah, there we go.
Essentially, we'll be helping Bob and Doug as they get out of the capsule. Anybody who's familiar with our long-duration crew members returning to Earth, if you've ever seen a Soyuz landing, you've seen the crew members get physically lifted out of the capsule typically and immediately carried over to chairs where we're able to do quick medical checks, take things like pulse, a number of other items, and just really give them a moment to rest, as it can be pretty jarring on the body when you re-enter into a gravity environment after living in space for several months. So we're just doing everything we can possibly to keep them safe. Not only just physically once they get back, we've also had a lot of protocols put in place with the current environment with coronavirus, just to make sure every member of our recovery team has been self-isolated and tested prior to being in that close contact with Bob and Doug.
Yeah, so really awesome morning we have coming up. Now, with respect to the recovery ships themselves, I should say recovery ships, so there on your screen, we have live views coming to you from Go Navigator as it is making its way to the designated landing site off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. In the lower right-hand side of your screen, what you see there is the hydraulic lift that will be used to hoist Dragon out of the water and into the nest, which is just barely out of view there. But that nest is what the capsule will sit on and then be pulled more towards the interior of the deck, and that's where we'll open the hatch and have Bob and Doug come out. So as you can see, we got some blue skies with a couple of clouds. It's a picture-perfect day. Those seas look really calm. Earlier, the most recent weather report indicated that we were looking at about 1 mile per hour for winds, which is fantastic. So it's great to see those live views coming to us from Go Navigator as it is making its way towards the Pensacola, Florida recovery zone.
Yeah, you really couldn't have asked for better weather than we got today. Weather was the one thing we were really keeping a close eye on as we marched towards this splashdown today. We had a number of different checkpoints throughout the week where NASA and SpaceX were meeting, assessing the weather, and our conditions where we had to have not only our prime site with go weather conditions, but our alternate site, at least one alternate site as well. Dragon does have the capability to download to different alternate sites once it's in free flight. So we just passed a checkpoint a few hours ago where they locked in Panama City as the alternate site, and we have 7 different landing zones around Florida. 3 of them on the Atlantic side, Jacksonville, Daytona, and the Cape, were not in consideration for this weekend as they are still dealing with the tropical weather system. But we're able to get great weather at Pensacola, and they're set up for that splashdown today. And Go Navigator is on its way. It left the port just about an hour and a half ago, and we've been following its progress. It had one of its backup generators was failed, and they were working to replace it with another one, but weren't able to get it there in time. But that is not a constraint to do the recovery operations. Go Navigator is still perfectly capable of effectively and safely recovering the capsule and Bob and Doug from the ocean in its current state.
Yeah. So like we mentioned before, we are taking your questions this morning through Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA. Our next question comes to us from Jim. He'd like to know, what are all those people in that room doing? That's a great question. That is Mission Control Center here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. There you see all of our Dragon operators and our mission director. So those are the people that are essentially continuing to monitor Dragon. As I've mentioned before, Dragon is designed to fly itself autonomously. There are very few things that the folks in that room have to command manually. But for those things, it's a lot of data review and verifying that the conditions that need to be in place before sending said commands are achieved. But those people are essentially responsible for monitoring the health and safety and telemetry of our crew and capsule.
Yeah, mission controls are just a part of human spaceflight. This one has been in the game ever since Dragon launched. While Dragon was docked to the International Space Station, it was powered down for a lot of its time there, but they would still come in occasionally to wake Dragon up, do a bunch of checkouts, and we did a number of different tests while Dragon was docked to the International Space Station. This was just another chance to see how it integrated into the overall station system as we were passing both energy, electrical power, and data to and from Dragon while it was docked. Bob and Doug and a couple of their Expedition 63 crew members also doing a habitability study. As again, this is a test flight, so we did a bunch of demonstration flights on the way up to the station with Bob and Doug manually controlling the Dragon spacecraft. And this habitability study was something that they did while they were on board. It was largely kind of just some spatial tests where they were inside Dragon. They practiced getting in and out of their suits and doing leak checks, and they had two of their Expedition 63 crew members come and join them so they could test out sleeping arrangements. 4 people in microgravity in a Dragon capsule. So they were able to do that just, again, to give teams some real tangible, this is how we're going to do this when we're flying these full operational crews, with our first one, Crew 1, coming up as early as the end of September.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. Our next question comes to us from Ibrox Baby. How do they get the hatch open once Dragon has splashed down, and who will be doing it? That is a good question. So we won't be opening the hatch until Dragon is lifted out of the water and placed onto the recovery vessel. That hatch will be manually opened. The flight surgeon will actually be the first person to pop his head in and say hi to Bob and Doug while they're still strapped in, make sure they're feeling okay, that everything went well, and then we will have them unstrap and we'll help them exit from the vehicle, and then we'll have them go into their medical tent for full medical evaluation. So, really good question.
All right, our next one comes from For the Love of Tennis. Said, when the shuttle returned from space, you could hear a sonic boom. Will that happen with Dragon? As far as I know, no. That will not happen, I don't believe. But I'm not entirely sure. I know that nobody will likely hear it if it does happen this time, as Dragon's going to be passing over the Gulf for its entire descent through that final after deorbit burn and actually passing through the Earth's atmosphere. So if it happened, it would happen out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, where it would be very unlikely. I'm not sure, though. We'll come back to this one a little bit later and get you an answer on that. Our next one comes from Lakin, who wants to know, will Bob and Doug be able to feel splashdown or feel the capsule rocking in the water? I think the answer to this is an unequivocal yes.
Yeah.
They'll be touching down at about 16 miles an hour, which is vastly slower than that 17,500 miles an hour they're going right now into orbit, but still enough that they'll feel a bit of a jolt. Some of the Soyuz landings, which might be a little bit rougher, but those use soft landing engines, and a lot of astronauts kind of compared those to being almost like a minor car crash, because you are still strapped into a seat, and then you're kind of hitting into something. So they'll definitely feel that, and they have been talking about their expectations for rocking in the water. They've been a little graphic at times at what they think they might experience with seasickness once they get down, but as they've told us, there's only one way to find out, but they're prepared for it nonetheless.
Yeah. Given the fact that they have both flown on shuttle missions previously and they are both test pilots, Bob and Doug have gone through extensive physical training for all of their missions, including this one. I have mentioned before that the Gs that we're expecting to encounter during re-entry is around 4 Gs. We also saw about 4 Gs during the launch portion of the mission. So this really shouldn't be anything too different from what they've experienced previously. For a point of reference to those of us that haven't been to space, there are many roller coasters across the world that deliver 4 Gs or more throughout the ride or at one point or another. So it's safe to say that 4 Gs might sound like a lot for those of us that haven't been to space. It's actually just kind of a moderately intense roller coaster. So we can expect that they will feel the splashdown, and they will feel the rocking a little bit. If there are waves, the most recent weather report indicated that the waves weren't going to be too bad. So all in all, we are expecting it to be a pretty comfortable touchdown for Bob and Doug on their return home to Earth. Our next question comes from Terry and his dog. At what speed will the capsule hit the water? Great question. So we are anticipating about 15 or 16 miles per hour will be the speed when the capsule touches down in the Gulf of Mexico. Like we said before, we're targeting just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. That is where Go Navigator, our recovery ship, is en route to. And when the capsule is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, the atmosphere itself is helping to slow it down. We will deploy parachutes to help further slow it down. And by the time it hits the top of the ocean, it's only going 15 or 16 miles per hour.
All right. Our next question comes from Ezekiel, who asks one that I think a lot of people are going to be thinking about real soon. How do we get to buy tickets soon for traveling to the International Space Station? That, good timing, as that is something we're looking at in the not too distant future. NASA recently committed to supporting at least 2 private astronaut missions a year to the International Space Station. There are a number of companies, SpaceX included, that have been working to kind of develop the capability to fly private citizens, non-government astronauts into space and potentially to the International Space Station. So I would say definitely follow the industry, keep an eye out. The prices will likely be a little bit high at first, especially for most of us, but that really is a major goal right now of a lot of space travel, is to try and open it up to those who aren't necessarily just governments. Space travel for so long has just been the realm of governments who would have the budgets to do these kinds of things, and we've seen basically an explosion of commercial activity in low Earth orbit. The International Space Station's been kind of the cornerstone of enabling that entire market with a marketplace and a capability for research and transportation and a number of other things, and we work with a lot of partners in the space industry to try and just grow that even more.
Yeah. Another question comes to us from Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA. This one comes to us from Chris. How airtight is the ISS? Well, I think it's safe to say that the ISS, the International Space Station, is completely airtight. Given the fact that it is orbiting Earth in the vacuum of space, it has to be airtight in order to make sure that the crew is safe throughout their stay on station.
Yeah, it is essentially airtight. There is enough that you will get a tiny little bit of leak sometimes through seals. So it's never anything where you'll be sucked up against the side of a hatch or anything like that. But just because making something perfectly vacuum-proof is extremely hard, especially when you have so many interconnecting parts. That's why we do occasionally have to inject additional breathing gases into the space station atmosphere. We actually deliver them in these super densified spheres called NORS tanks, nitrogen and oxygen regeneration system, just to kind of top off the atmosphere inside of the International Space Station. But great question. Well, let's do one more from Andrea. Why are spacecraft usually painted white?
That is a good question. So generally speaking, a lot of it comes down to preference. All SpaceX vehicles, our operational vehicles, are black and white. Of course, Starship currently is silver. But as of right, that's still in development. But all of our operational vehicles are black or white. And in this case, it just so happens that in order to conform to that aesthetic, the paint that we use, the thermal protective paint, on top of those panels on the exterior of the capsule, we make it white.
And a lot of other things are white exactly for the reason Kate just said, is those thermal properties. When you're in outer space, the only way you can really heat up or absorb heat or reject heat is through radiation. And if you are a black surface, it's just like down here on planet Earth. If you wear a black shirt and you feel hotter, that's because your shirt is basically absorbing more of that infrared radiation. So to help keep things cooler, essentially, you can paint them white with these reflective or very low albedo coatings, and that can help maintain a better thermal. We have a lot of things we call thermal blankets, which are just essentially white fabrics that will cover up metallic areas of the space station that would otherwise get really hot in direct sunlight, that you can keep cool just with that white color. Great question, though.
Again, we are taking your questions through the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, so be sure to continue to submit those. We'll try to get to as many as we can throughout the morning.
And for now, we're just going to continue to watch Bob and Doug as they zip around planet Earth. We are a little less than 3 hours away now from things really starting to pick up. We're going to be looking for all of those events that we talked through, starting with that trunk separation coming up soon, and everything's still on track for a splashdown today at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal Time. So stay tuned.
Dragon SpaceX for 4.700.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Okay, Doug, we're just a couple minutes into the planned suit donning time. I wanted to give you guys a go for all sections of 4.700 deorbit preparation. We are standing by to support suit don.
Okay, copy that. We are through section 3, and we'll report the status of the inventory here in a few minutes, and copy go for suit donning. And just as a status for that, we are in our comfort garments and our orthostatic garments, and we have started the fluid loading protocol.
Okay, SpaceX copies. We'll listen up for that inventory in a few minutes, and you got your comfort garments, orthostatic garments, and have started fluid loading. Thank you for the update.
All right, so we just heard a call up to the crew as they're getting into some of their activities to get ready for this deorbit burn. So they're about to get suited up. We heard they're in their comfort garments, so those are essentially the black athletic clothes that they're going to wear as the base layer underneath their suits. They're also in what they called orthostatic garments, and those are essentially compression pants or compression shorts that they're wearing, and that helps to kind of squeeze or that helps to kind of increase the blood flow as they're going to be going from all of the fluids and they're being up around their head to being back in a gravity situation where your blood, everything kind of pools around your legs just due to the pull of gravity. These garments kind of squeeze the legs and force some of that blood back up, so it's not as kind of a jarring of a transition from the fluid shift happening. So they're doing that to prepare for their readaptation to gravity, also doing fluid loading, which has been just shown to help with orthostatic intolerance. So essentially they won't feel as dizzy or disoriented once they get back down. It helps by actually increasing the amount of plasma in the blood even for once they re-enter gravity. So all that going on board right now on Dragon.
Yeah, so it's exciting to hear that they are beginning to enter the last phases that they as crew members need to complete prior to re-entry. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes away from the next physical milestone in terms of the vehicle itself. We'll have what's known as claw separation, and that's where the mechanism that basically contains the umbilicals for power and telemetry and fluids between the trunk and the capsule, we will separate that in order to allow us to jettison the trunk. By doing so, the heat shield of the capsule will be exposed and allowing Dragon to be ready for re-entry. A couple minutes after we jettison the trunk away from the capsule, we will then maneuver the capsule into a position to allow for it to perform the deorbit burn. This will be the burn that places Dragon on its final trajectory. We are aiming for the Gulf of Mexico today, specifically off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, is our designated landing zone. After the deorbit burn completes, which we're expecting that to be about 11 and a half minutes, we will then close the nose cone and lock it, and then a couple minutes after that completes, we'll begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and things will start to get pretty hot.
Yeah, and everything is going to be standing by in the recovery zone once they're done with that deorbit burn, that re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere, and eventually landing under parachutes. This is a live view from the Go Navigator, which is still making its way out to the recovery zone. It left port just a few hours ago, just about 2 hours and 10 minutes ago, making its way out from Pensacola to the anticipated splashdown zone. It's going to be on station about 3 nautical miles away from the anticipated splashdown site. at which point it'll take it just around 30 minutes to close in on the capsule following the splashdown. As we did discuss earlier, that was pretty much the only issue that had come up so far today, was with a backup generator on the Go Navigator. They were not able to get a replacement one on board in time, but all the flight rules still enable us to go through with this operation. Go Navigator with its primary generator still fully capable of effecting a recovery this morning.
Yeah, so that recovery time, we're looking at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal. So if you want to take a nap, you have a couple of hours before the action really kicks in. But we will continue to be bringing you coverage throughout the entire mission. Hopefully we'll have some more great views from Go Navigator, our recovery ship making its way to the splashdown location. Like we said before, the recovery vessel is currently carrying about 40 people. They all have, it's actually a combination of SpaceX and NASA people. They all have specific jobs, and whenever we are actually performing the recovery operations, you only see a small handful of those individuals on board, because safety is the top priority, not only for Bob and Doug, but also for the personnel on board. So we'll make sure that unnecessary personnel will be away and in one of the back rooms, whereas the operational deck during active recovery mission or during active recovery operations will have those key personnel involved. And we will be able to see the descent all the way through splashdown, as well as the fast boat approach. So those are the two smaller boats that make their way to Dragon after it splashes down. They're the ones that are doing the initial preparation of the capsule, preparing it to be lifted out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. So we have quite a bit coming up, and we're looking forward to being able to show you all of that. As I've mentioned before, the recovery team is a newer one here at SpaceX, since the whole crew recovery process is newer, and it's really cool that we get to showcase them a little bit. The last time we were able to do so was about a year ago, year and a half almost, and on the Demo 1 mission. So be sure to stay tuned throughout the entire recovery process, because once the capsule is lifted up and out of the water and is secured to the deck of the ship, that will be our first opportunity to hopefully get a couple thumbs up from Bob and Doug, indicating that they're feeling good after their return.
Yeah, we expect it to take about an hour from splashdown to them getting out of the capsule. A lot of it will be those initial checks happening in the opening minutes following splashdown, and it'll take about 30 minutes for the primary vessel, the Go Navigator, to get very close to the Dragon capsule itself. And then once it's there, it'll take only a few more minutes to lift it up onto the boat and then move it on that nest towards the crew recovery platform. So it's a platform with enough space for just a couple of people underneath the helipad on board the Go Navigator, where they'll be able to open up the hatch. SpaceX's Anil Menon, one of the flight surgeons that works here, is going to be the first one through the hatch. He'll do a quick check on Bob and Doug, making sure they're ready to come out, and then we'll be assisting them out of the capsule and immediately over into a medical facility on board. They'll be on there for just a little while, and then we'll look to land a helicopter on board the ship, and then they'll catch a quick flight back to Pensacola.
Yeah, so after that, they'll also then be transplanted by airplane back to Houston after they complete those checkouts at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. And then the best part of the day, family reunions. So I'm sure Bob and Doug are looking forward to being able to give their family hugs again in less than 24 hours. If you were tuned in earlier in the webcast, you may have caught the special wake-up message sent to Bob and Doug to bring them out of their sleep phase. It was nothing short of precious and adorable, a message from both of their sons. They each have one son, and it was a nice little audio recording saying, "Daddy, wake up, wake up, wake up." So highly encourage you to check it out, because it is certainly heartwarming and quite a special opportunity to be able to share a moment like that with their family from far away.
And they were pretty adamant. It's a good thing we have weather, because it sounds like those kids are expecting their dads home today. I think one of them's got to go get a dog. so he's excited.
That's what it sounds like.
But everything's gone extremely smoothly with Dragon's flight. It all started yesterday on Saturday when they loaded in and departed the International Space Station. Since then, we've had a series of steps, all executed flawlessly. We haven't had any issues tracked with Dragon during the departure and the setup for splashdown. Again, today, this is our prime location. This is our prime opportunity. So once we undock from station, Dragon had an identified prime and a backup, the alternate, which was several days later. If we were unable to land today, we would target a different site 48 hours later. It's actually about 47 hours from the initial splashdown target to the secondary. And that secondary was locked in a few hours ago as Panama City. But everything's looking great with the weather today. As we talked through, we had constraints of about 10 miles an hour for the wind. And our initial weather report last night, we were about a mile an hour, and we just got upgraded to about 2 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Winds have doubled, but when you go from 1 to 2 miles an hour, we're still well within the limits. So still looking forward to an on time and a good splashdown today.
Yeah, the other good news coming out of that most recent weather report is that the waves are also looking really calm. The threshold for the waves is based on how high the wave is going to get and how frequently. So waves occur in this type of pattern, and for safety reasons, we can't have high waves or waves at a certain height occurring very frequently. That makes recovery operations dangerous. And we're pleased to report that the last information that we got regarding the weather anticipated at splashdown are very small waves. I pulled up here real quick. It was something like, here we go. Just half a foot occurring every 6 seconds. So you can basically think of it as if your ocean baseline is here, every 6 seconds if your ocean baseline is here, every 6 seconds, your wave comes up a half a foot every 6 seconds. So really calm. So we're really happy to see that while unfortunately the weather in the Atlantic Ocean landing zones wasn't really cooperating, we're very happy to report that the anticipated weather for splashdown today is going to be mild, and based on the views that we were seeing from Go Navigator earlier, quite the picture-perfect day.
And weather is something that we track very closely. If you've been following the mission since May, weather was definitely in the conversation back when we launched, where we had to scrub the first attempt just due to some bad weather that moved into the area. But we're able to just kind of pinpoint right between some clouds for that second launch attempt on May 30th. And then we were watching it extremely closely today, too, or even in the lead up to where we are today. And we're going to continue to have weather checkpoints all the way up until about an hour and a half before landing. That's really the final opportunity we have to wave off. And we actually have a question from Twitter. Just a reminder, use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, and we'll try to get to your question throughout the morning. And this one from Demi wanted to know, if the splashdown were to be scrubbed, could Dragon go back to ISS, or could they be in the orbit on their own? For this mission, we don't have a plan essentially to re-rendezvous with the International Space Station. We weren't going to undock until we had good weather at a prime and alternate location. Both were go at the time that we left. So if for some reason we had to wave off within the next hour or so from Pensacola, Dragon would continue in its orbit. It would make some adjustments over the next 47 hours, and then we would target a splashdown at Panama City. We had to lock in that alternate site just a few hours ago. Up until that point, for the first about 12 hours or so, Dragon has the ability to change alternate sites, so we could have targeted one of the other Gulf sites, potentially even going back to Pensacola on the second 2 days later, but we were able to lock in Panama City. And not anticipating to need that, but Dragon does have the ability to wave off and kind of reattempt a splashdown 2 days later.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Dragon will be performing a deorbit burn. That'll last 11.5 minutes. That deorbit burn is the moment where we are sending Dragon on its final trajectory to the landing zone. That deorbit burn maneuvering is performed a little bit less than an hour prior to splashdown itself. So like Dan said, definitely continuing to monitor weather until the very last moment that we can. But there is a little bit of flexibility there in terms of if we have to wave off for 24 or 48 hours, Bob and Doug would remain in the capsule.
All right, our next question comes from Cody Bone O'Brien, who wanted to know, what were Bob and Doug doing in space? Well, they spent 62 days on board the International Space Station as crew members of Expedition 63, and they were fully fledged crew members, so they kind of did the full gamut of space station operations. They did everything from executing science, contributing more than 100 hours of their time to executing science experiments on board from pretty much every discipline we have on there, from biology to technology demonstrations, to just learning more about the human body and how it adapts to spaceflight. Bob Behnken was part of 4 spacewalks along with Chris Cassidy. The two of them both now have 10 spacewalks in their careers, ties them with Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson as the most for U.S. astronauts. So they were extremely busy while they were on the space station. I know Chris Cassidy was happy to have some help on board, as it's just been him and his 2 Russian cosmonauts for the last several months, and they're kind of back in that situation now, and that's why we're really looking forward to Crew 1 coming up this fall.
Yeah, days on the International Space Station, in addition to spacewalks and performing science experiments, you also have to eat, you have to sleep, and you have to exercise. So it's really easy to see how whenever there are only a couple of people on the International Space Station, that things that are, exercise, eating, and sleeping are absolutely essential. Exercise helps to keep the body strong and try to prevent the effects of that microgravity has on the human body. So when it comes to what might get shifted out a little bit, it's not exercise, it's not eating, it's not sleeping, and so having 2 extra hands on board to assist with things like spacewalks and being able to perform some of the science on board was definitely a help. But in addition to that, Bob and Doug were also completing mission objectives related to Demo 2 while it was docked, making sure that the battery life was as expected, making sure that the solar panels were still absorbing and generating power as expected. So I am sure that by the time that they get home, they will be pretty tired, not just from the dynamic events happening today, but just from the last 2 months as a whole. I'm getting tired just thinking about it.
Ready for a break, yeah. All right, our next question comes from Philip Hartman, who wants to know, how much training does it take to be able to operate, control all of the technology on Dragon and the things on Space Station? I can touch on the space station stuff. We typically train crew members for about 2 years. We've had a couple that kind of cram in that training a little bit shorter than that, but typically crew members get assigned about 2 years out and spend that entire time training just to do day-to-day tasks on board the space station. I mean, that's everything from just operating the basic facilities, learning how to repair all of the major pieces of hardware, like the thing that generates your oxygen or scrubs the carbon dioxide, how the water recycling system works. They get kind of crash courses in operating a bunch of different science hardware that's on board the space station. You kind of have to become a jack of all trades when you're up there, because one day you're a mechanic, the next day you're a physicist, the next day you're spacewalking, and so they get a whole bunch of training that they have to take, and it's done all over the world too.
Yeah, definitely can't call a handyman when something goes wrong.
Yeah.
You are the handyman. The next question comes to us from Abby. Again, this is the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. This may be a silly question, but is there a telescope on the ISS that the crew can use?
They don't have a telescope. They don't actually have very many windows that look up at the stars. We have a number of science experiments that are on the International Space Station that use its position outside of the Earth's atmosphere to look kind of beyond our solar system. We have some that aren't necessarily telescopes, but like the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, which is looking for signs of dark matter. And then we have one that was a Japanese payload. The name is escaping me, but it was essentially looking for pulsars throughout the universe, and was really cool. It was essentially developing a futuristic version of GPS, where it was looking to develop a system or a map where you could use pulsars, some of the brightest objects in the universe, to navigate. And obviously that's not something we need to worry about right now because we're not leaving our solar system anytime soon. But we're already learning how to do that, and we're using the International Space Station to do it. They have some big lenses for their cameras, but those are pretty much pointed back down towards Earth. Our next question wanted to know, how does the communication to Dragon work? Is it done through satellites?
Partially, yes. If you think about the International Space Station orbiting Earth, it technically is considered a satellite as well as a spaceship.
Really big one.
Yeah. And then we also have ground stations across the world that are able to provide uplinks and downlinks from the station, as well as from Dragon capsule itself. So we try to make all of those connections as direct as possible to us here in Mission Control, for trying to reduce latency and making sure that we get high quality feeds. So we try to avoid ping-ponging as much as possible. But yeah, there are a number of ways, but generally speaking, we go from capsule to ground in as short of a distance as possible.
All right, our next one comes from Juliet, who wants to know, does NASA have a full-size mock-up of the space station in a training facility? We have several, actually. We have a building called the Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where we have a full-size mock-up of every single habitable module. So that's essentially saying every single module you can actually go inside. There's a huge part of the space station itself that's just external, that isn't pressurized, and the astronauts only really see when they're spacewalking. So to familiarize them with that part, we have a full-size mock-up in the bottom of our swimming pool, the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, a 40-foot deep pool where they practice how to spacewalk. So we have several, and they're typically of kind of different fidelity is what we call them. So you'll have some that have real racks, real science hardware, real oxygen generation system built in, and then you'll have some that are just kind of representative of them. They'll be full size, but they might have like a printed poster of what's on the wall here. But you can still use things like that for emergency training. We really try to do as much training on the ground, and I know we do the same in Dragon, in something that's lifelike for what they're about to be flying on once they're in space. So by the time that they get there, a lot of your actions just feel like reflex.
So at this point, we're going to check in on Dragon. Looks like it is about to go over Eastern Europe. We're going to show our ground track here and allow you to follow along. We still have, let me check my timer here. We still have 2 hours and 1 minute until our major milestone begins. That will be the claw separation and preparation to jettison the trunk. Again, that's coming up in 2 hours and 1 minute at 10:51 a.m. Pacific or 18:51 Universal. So stay with us and enjoy watching Dragon traverse the Earth.
SpaceX Dragon for inventory after fluid loading.
Okay, SpaceX is ready to copy fluid inventory after fluid loading.
Okay, from location 10, 2 additional bottles were consumed from bag 207 and 1 from bag 206. So that leaves 208 empty, 207 empty, and 206 with 2 remaining. From location 9, 3 bottles were consumed from 203. So that leaves 203 and 204 as empties. Everything else is per the packing plan.
Okay, thanks for the update. Looks like bag 207 consumed 2 bottles, 206 consumed 1 bottle, 208, 207 are empty, and 206 has 2 remaining. And then from location 9, we copy 2 bottles from 203, I believe, and that means 203 and 204 empty, the rest per packing plan.
From location 9, 203 and 204 are empty, and everything else is per the packing plan.
Okay, copy location 9, correction, 203 and 204 empty, the rest in location 9 per the packing plan.
Good, we're back.
And just one more sanity check, Bob. Could you just tell us the total number of bottles consumed?
Let me try to do the math from my notes here. I believe since departing station, we've consumed 13 bottles.
Okay, copy. 13 bottles. We'll reconcile our records down here and let you know if we got any questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Solo. And we're about to close out locations 9 and 10 and be suited, and so it's not going to be practical to go back and re-inventory anything if there's any questions after about 3 minutes. So please let us know if you can early.
Okay, copy. And actually, we do have a question for location 10, bag 206. Can you please read back the quantity there remaining?
Okay, let me unstow that bag. It looks like I made a mistake. I thought they had 3 bottles in each one, and I just reported 1 was removed. I'll have to unstow the bag to count the quantity inside of 206.
We have a pretty good readout, Bob, that 206 started at 5 bottles. So if you know you took 2 out of there, we can call that one 3.
No, from 206, we took a single bottle out. So let me count them for you.
Okay, thanks for that double check.
And in location 206, there are 4 bottles remaining.
Okay, 4 bottles remaining in 206. That math makes better sense to us. Appreciate it.
All right, well, we are still just getting closer and closer to things really picking up as Bob and Doug get ready to hit the final phase of their flight back to Earth and the end of this Demo 2 mission. Still have a couple of milestones to go, but I mean, everything picked up when we departed the space station yesterday, and it's been a pretty smooth ride so far. So everything really kicked off back on Saturday as on their 62nd day on board the International Space Station and their 63rd day in space, Bob and Doug began to get the capsule ready for their ride home. Everything picked up when they got all of the final cargo into the Dragon capsule and then got themselves in and then closed that hatch, crawling in through the top hatch to the Dragon spacecraft, getting suited up shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, on the station side, Station Commander Chris Cassidy closed the A-Pass hatch, creating what is known as the vestibule, a space between the two hatches that would be exposed to vacuum following undocking. Then we use valves on the Dragon side to draw the air out of that vestibule in a depressurization step, bringing it down to vacuum and getting it ready for that eventual physical separation or undocking. After that was complete, the teams down here on the ground, both in MCCX right behind us in Hawthorne and in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, did a go, no go for undocking, making sure everything was good with systems on board Dragon and the health of the International Space Station. Following that go, no go, we had a successful separation with Dragon using Draco thrusters around its service section to physically separate from the International Space Station. After hooks had driven back that were holding it in place, it executed those two quick burns. Then it was on to 4 departure burns spread over a number of hours, initially taking Dragon up and over the International Space Station, which brought it behind, and then after it lowered its orbit beneath the station, eventually bringing it out in front. Following all of those successful departure burns, it was just about time for the crew to get some sleep. And actually, during their sleep period, we were able to do what's known as the departure phasing burn. It's a little off in this timeline as it actually switched in the final hours leading up, but that departure...
Dragon SpaceX, we have you loud and clear for suited comm check.
I read you the same.
Just pausing that timeline as the crew in their suit-up steps, they just did a comm check. So they have communications run through the umbilical in their seats directly into their suits where they're able to maintain that conversation with the ground. We heard a little bit of chatters a few minutes ago as they were finishing up that fluid loading. Again, that's done to help with combating orthostatic intolerance. And to put it simply, that's dizziness in most people. Fluid loading can actually help your body react to what's typically a rush of blood away from the head once you get back down in a gravity environment, which can make you extremely dizzy. So fluid loading, you can actually up the amount of plasma in your blood, and that just helps kind of minimize that. They're also wearing what's known as an orthostatic garment, essentially compression pants that's squeezing their legs and forcing some of that fluid from the legs up towards the upper part of their body. So everything's continuing to proceed. They're suited up inside Dragon for the second time in the last 24 hours as we get ready for this deorbit.
Yeah, there on your screen, you can see a shot of our Mission Control Center here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Those folks there are our Dragon operators, our technical experts that continue to monitor the data and telemetry coming down from Dragon, not only about the vehicle, but of the crew themselves, continuing to make sure that everything is going well and just making sure that we are green or go to step into the next major milestones that we have coming up. At this point, we're about an hour and a half away from that. Those milestones will begin with the claw separation, which is when we initiate the jettison of the trunk. In order to expose the heat shield underneath the capsule, we need to let the trunk go away. So we separate the two. That trunk will actually re-enter the Earth's the trunk will actually re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and it'll disintegrate upon doing so. Oh, we got our nice little animation back here, so I'll toss it back over to Dan.
Yeah, we did that departure phasing burn. That's what really kind of set us up on our pathway towards where we are today. And then the crew did have a sleep period. This was about a 19-hour phasing or a 19-hour trip from the station to the splashdown. And then as Kate was saying, we're almost up to claw and trunk separation.
Yeah, so at 10:51 a.m. Pacific or 18:51 United time or Universal time, we will have that claw and trunk separation, which, like I said before, will basically allow us to expose the heat shield and prepare us to execute the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is intended to place Dragon on its final trajectory to its landing zone, which, as we have mentioned before, it's determined to be off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. The deorbit burn will last about 11 and a half minutes. After doing so, we will close and lock the nose cone. We do this in order to protect the forward hatch located there at the top of the capsule. And we do that after the deorbit burn because the thrusters located there in the forward bulkhead are what we use to actually perform the deorbit burn. So once that nose cone is closed, we enter a 6-minute-long communication blackout. This is because we are re-entering the atmosphere. As we encounter that atmosphere and friction builds up, plasma builds up on the external sides of the capsule, creating a barrier, essentially, where we can't command the capsule or receive telemetry. However, Dragon is completely autonomous, so totally fine. It's driving itself at that point anyway. So we will then, like I said, that blackout period lasts for 6 minutes. A couple minutes after that, we will deploy the drogue parachutes. Drogue parachutes are used for a couple of reasons. One, to help slow the vehicle down further before we deploy the main parachutes, as well as to stabilize the vehicle. About a minute after the drogue parachute deployment, we will deploy the 4 main parachutes. If you watched our Demo 1 splashdown, those are big, beautiful orange and white parachutes, and those further decelerate the vehicle down to a mere 15 or 16 miles per hour. That's the speed that they'll be going when they splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. Again, we're targeting just off the east coast of Florida near Pensacola. Once splashdown is confirmed and we cut the main parachutes away so they don't pull the capsule, recovery operations begin immediately. So that entails essentially getting the capsule out of the water and lifting it onto the recovery vessel. And once that is all secure, we open the hatch and we get our first glimpse of Bob and Doug back here on planet Earth for the first time since they launched on Falcon 9 back in late May. So that particular moment will be the first time they get to breathe fresh air, and we're looking forward to getting some thumbs up from them whenever we see them exit the capsule.
And everything's lining up for an on-time splashdown and recovery. We've been following the progress of Go Navigator as it makes its way out to the recovery zone. It left its port in Pensacola just a few hours ago, and we're tracking that it should be arriving on station just about at the top of this current hour. So it'll be there in advance of all of the upcoming hardware milestones where we get into trunk step and everything like that. So it'll be there and ready with the operational teams, a little over 40 personnel on board from SpaceX and NASA ready to assist in the recovery of the capsule and getting Bob and Doug home.
Yeah. So as those mission controllers there in our mission control center here, just to my left, continue to monitor Dragon's health, we continue to monitor Twitter for your questions. We're using the hashtag AskNASA, and we're trying to get through to as many questions as possible this morning. Our next question comes to us from Jackie. The question is, what is the name of the Dragon recovery vessel that's sailing to the splashdown location? Great question, especially because we actually have 2. The one that we are utilizing today is Go Navigator. This recovery ship is for all of our of all of the splashdown locations on the west coast of Florida. So any potential splashdown location in the Gulf of Mexico is serviced by Go Navigator. For our East Coast landing sites, which we will not be attempting today, we use Go Searcher. Both the Go Navigator and the Go Searcher are identical. They have a fully functional recovery platform as well as medical bays. So it's really nice that we're able to assist the departure process, so departing the International Space Station. It's really great that we're able to assist that departure process by allowing for more opportunities for departure by having more landing sites. So today we are using Go Navigator, and it departed for the landing zone about 2.5 hours ago, I think, at this point. And it is en route to the designated landing zone just off the coast of Pensacola.
All right, and our next question comes from Takur, who wanted to know, what's the importance of inventory check during the splashdown? If you were just listening a few minutes ago, you heard Bob and Doug going through a wide range of inventory checks, and a lot of it was their food and water, particularly the water, as they had just completed that fluid loading. As we've talked about a few times today, we have to meticulously track every single item on a spacecraft for the obvious reasons, like if an astronaut needs to find it, it helps to know where it is. And then for some of the less obvious reasons, like we have to track where everything is, and if something is missing in a spacecraft, you have to kind of halt work once it's back on the ground and make sure you find it. And then also for things like food and water, that's something we call a consumable. So those are essentially resources that you have a finite amount of. Food, water, obviously one of those. They have about 3 days worth of food and plenty of water on board. It wasn't the limiting consumable for this flight home, as was discussed in our pre-return news conference. Carbon dioxide scrubbing was kind of the low man on the totem pole for the trip home. They have just about 3 days worth. So you have to think of all of these different items that are life support systems typically that fall into that consumable port whenever you're kind of mapping just how much on-orbit lifetime that you have. So we knew that we were going to either return today or within 47 hours after that, and so we make sure we have plenty for that situation, and then hours beyond that as just extra margin, as we're always about redundancy and backup plans and everything like that.
Something else to consider with respect to the importance of inventory. During the re-entry period, we don't want anything loose flying around. That is certainly hazardous to the crew. And so taking inventory of what has been unstowed and then restowed allows us to be absolutely sure that something didn't accidentally, because, you know, as you're floating there, it is easy to let go of something and then it might drift off to behind the control panel. Like Dan said before, it's very easy for things to kind of drift off on the International Space Station and get lost. So really having this inventory allows us to make sure that there aren't any foreign objects that aren't supposed to be out during the times in which they are meant to be stowed. So inventory is important for a number of reasons. Our next question comes to us from Tim. He says, my 10-year-old daughter, Haley, wants to know how hot the exterior of the spacecraft will get during re-entry. Awesome. Well, good morning, Haley, or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. Thank you so much for tuning into our webcast. We're really pleased to have young viewers joining us for this historic mission. So a really good question. The outside of Dragon capsule will reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That is very hot, but Bob and Doug will be safe and comfortable inside of the Dragon capsule. We have measures in place to make sure that the inside of the capsule will be flushed with cold air, as well as the air inside of their spacesuits. So even though the outside will be getting really hot, Bob and Doug will barely be breaking a sweat.
All right, our next question comes from Mohan, who wants to know, will the Super Draco thrusters be a backup to the parachutes? That's a good question, because one of the earliest designs of Dragon had it doing what's called a propulsive landing, so kind of like how the Falcon 9 comes back. An early design of this Crew Dragon had it landing propulsively, so using those Super Dracos to touch down on like a runway. That's no longer in Dragon's configuration. In fact, those Super Draco thrusters are completely inhibited following a successful flight into orbit. They're only used for an emergency escape situation, either on the pad or during the initial climb up to orbit. They enable Dragon to do that escape from the pad all the way up, so you have kind of that extra safety net your entire way uphill. But once they're on orbit and they're making their way to the space station, or even when we're coming home, those thrusters are disabled. We're only using the smaller Draco thrusters around the service section, so the bottom of the capsule itself, and the four at the very top, the forward bulkhead thrusters. Our next question from Amy wants to know what happens to the parachutes after splashdown. Are they recovered?
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be, after splashdown, there will be 2 fast boats or smaller boats that will be approaching the Dragon capsule. The first boat is responsible for determining that there aren't any toxic vapors surrounding the capsule. That fast boat will then also be responsible for preparing the capsule for lift out of the water. The second boat is responsible for retrieving the parachutes out of the water. We definitely don't want to leave any waste behind where possible, and so that second boat is responsible for going and retrieving the parachutes. After splashdown, those parachutes are automatically cut so that there's no potential that if there was a little bit of wind, that the Dragon capsule wouldn't be moved due to wind catching in those parachutes. So great question, but short answer is yeah, they're cut. They're automatically cut after splashdown, and then one of the crews from the fast boats is responsible for going to pick them up. The next question we have coming from #AskNASA on Twitter comes to us from Novacon. What will be the purpose of the crew for the Crew 1 mission?
The Crew 1 mission will be what we call the first operational flight of the Dragon spacecraft. So the mission we're still on right now is a demonstration. This is still a test mission. This is when we're really proving out Dragon's capabilities from launch all the way through splashdown. After this test, if everything goes well and we're lined up great for a splashdown today, we'll sit down and we'll go through a certification process for SpaceX to fly operational missions. This means they'll be flying regular expedition long-duration flights. So the Crew 1 will be the first 4-person crew to launch in a Dragon spacecraft and then spend 6 months on board the International Space Station. So we'll have 4 individuals, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shanna Walker, and Soichi Noguchi from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, launching in Dragon and then spending 6 months on board the space station doing science experiments, conducting spacewalks, repairs, everything that a normal expedition crew does. They'll just be arriving and leaving in a Dragon.
Yeah, I think Commander Chris Cassidy will still be on board with our targeted, given the current targeted Crew 1 launch.
SpaceX Dragon comm check from the PLT.
We've got you 5x5, Bob.
And I'm to SpaceX and check between us.
And please repeat the last 5 seconds of that call. We had a bit of a comm dropout.
You out of clear as well. We have being Doug and I.
And Dragon, we copy that you heard us loud and clear. Unfortunately, the rest of the message was garbled. Please repeat one more time.
Yeah, we've got a good comm check between both of us, and we are complete with suit downing 4.010. How copy?
Okay, that was 5x5. We copy that you are complete with suit donning procedure.
Okay, it sounds like the crew now suited up. They just conducted those communications checks, those comm checks with the core here in Hawthorne. The core of the crew operations responsible engineer, that's essentially the person who's talking directly to Bob and Doug throughout their flight. That's rotated through a couple of different positions as we're on the 3rd shift of their flight home. and that'll be pretty much the person who's getting all of the updates to and from Bob and Doug, being that liaison between the teams on the ground. But they did those comm checks successfully. They are in their suits. They're going to stay in their suits and in their seats for the rest of the day, pretty much, from that deorbit burn.
SpaceX looking for an update on sections 1 through 4 of 4.700 deorbit preparation when able.
And SpaceX Dragon, we are complete with sections 1 through 4. And looking at section 5, the only thing left there to do is 5 alpha decimal 2. As far as the suit link check, I think everything else is complete.
Okay, copy. Sections 1 through 4 are complete, and it sounds like we have. Sounds like you're completing fluid loading and standing by for the leak check.
That's a good copy, Mike.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
So what we heard there was communication between Dragon and
Mike, I just wanted to check back with you on the comm dropout that you had on the last 2 calls that I made to you. How is this comm now? Was it explainable as just random dropouts, or is it continuing from the PLC seat?
Okay, Bob, we had you 5 by 5 just then, much better than before. We're investigating root cause, but given the clarity of your call just now, I would suspect your audio system is healthy.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay, so there we heard a little bit of communication, just confirming that we were that Mission Control was able to read or hear, as it's referred to, Bob and Doug clearly as they have put on their suits. We also heard the go for leak check. So now that the suits are on, we will be performing a quick leak check. We do this every time the suits are put on or donned, as you heard it called. Basically, this is where we pressurize the suits. It's the only time that we pressurize them throughout the mission. And it's essentially to make sure that, all the zippers are in the right, are zipped up properly. All it takes is, one small unzipped piece to not hold the pressure. So we make sure that everything is fitted up accordingly and that it's ready to go in case of a need to pressurize the suits later in the mission. Unlikely, but it's nice to know, just for that, for testing purposes, to know that that capability is there. That's what they're designed for. So that leak check will commence, and after we get that, we'll pressurize the suits themselves, and then they will depressurize. Bob and Doug will be able to lift the visor on their helmet again, and then that's essentially, that's what they will be wearing during this last phase of their mission as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So a lot of good stuff there. Again, nope. No call there.
Fake out.
Like we said before, we're taking your questions through Twitter this morning using the hashtag AskNASA. Our next question comes to us from Robert. Is the U.S. Navy supporting recovery with ships and aircraft?
They are not. I suspect that question comes from the last time we did splashdowns with U.S. spacecraft and astronauts, where we had the Navy assisting throughout the Apollo program for the recoveries. They are not assisting in this. All of the recovery assets for the nominal mission are SpaceX. So SpaceX owns both recovery ships, the Go Navigator and the Go Searcher, and then contract out with the different helicopters and other assets that are used in this recovery. NASA does have a Department of Defense backup, essentially. If Bob and Doug were to have to splash down anywhere other than those 7 sites that we target around Florida, we have the capability to call them up to effect a fast rescue and recovery using parajumpers or whatever assets are available to us. They are also called up on launch days in the event that we were to have an abort on the way to orbit with them coming down somewhere in the Atlantic. But for now, today, everything is SpaceX and NASA.
Another question coming to us from Humzi. Is there a time limit on how long the capsule can be left to float in the Atlantic Ocean before it needs to be recovered? Yeah, so obviously we want to get the crew out as soon as possible, let them get out and stretch their legs and begin their medical evaluations. However, the capsule would be able to float there for a couple of days, like we mentioned before. There is enough onboard water and food. They would be comfortable, although if the waves pick up, I certainly would not be comfortable. That being said, we do strive to recover them as soon as possible. This is part of the reason why we have numerous potential landing zone sites, and we have special criteria for where they actually land to ensure that we're able to get the crew up and out of the water and into the medical bays essentially within an hour after splashdown.
All right, our next one comes from Mark, who wants to know, can they take over from the computer and do a manual splashdown if required? They can. Initiating a deorbit or an emergency deorbit is one of the capabilities available to crew members on board. You would have to be in a pretty extreme situation to do that. Something we're obviously not in today, as everything's gone really smoothly with Dragon, but that is something that's available to them. They also have the capability to manually step in for a number of the different steps during the re-entry, mainly for any parachute deployments or even cutting the parachutes after they've splashed down. If that doesn't happen automatically, they have a button right in front of them on their displays where they can make that happen. So they do have quite a bit of capability to jump in if required.
Yeah, that is one of the few hardwired buttons on their display panel, but it is certainly not one that can be triggered accidentally. It is a two-step verification lever, essentially. So no need to worry about performing an emergency deorbit accidentally. Next question comes to us from NASA plus space equals heart. I couldn't agree more. Will this Crew Dragon be reused? Yes, it will. This particular capsule is intended to be reused on the Crew 2 mission, which will be launching sometime next year. And yeah, we already have plans for reuse for it. In fact, the team at the Cape is already preparing to begin those refurbishment processes as soon as the capsule lands, essentially, really getting a head start on that. The capsule is waterproof. That was a process that we learned how to do through the Crew Cargo program. Our reuse efforts with that program, with our previous version of the Dragon capsule, also known as Dragon 1, the process of making that waterproof that knowledge that we learned from that has transferred over to Crew Dragon capsules, and it's safe to say that it is with very little refurbishment required to the internal hardware. There's very little refurbishment required because we're able to keep it watertight and eliminate any exposure to salt water, which for metallic surfaces does cause corrosion, which is no good for spaceflight. So short answer is that, yeah, we will be reusing this as soon as next year on the NASA Crew 2 mission.
All right, our next one from Lisa. What are Bob and Doug bringing back from ISS, if anything? There's quite a bit, actually. They have about 150 kilograms, or a little over 330 pounds of cargo, essentially strapped to the ground right underneath their seats. The lion's share of that is utilization or science samples, a lot of it cold stowage samples that's kept in powered freezers. Those samples coming from a range of biological and biomedical studies, a lot of them with the astronauts themselves as the test subjects. As cargo return, a pretty critical capability, as we execute a lot of the science on station, but we need to return a lot of the samples for analysis down in labs here on Earth, and they're going to be bringing a lot of that down. They're also returning some vehicle hardware items that have either malfunctioned or just passed their service life and need to come home or get inspected. And then a couple of their personal items, things like their sleeping bags are coming back with them. And they also have a couple of special items we've touched on a few times, including that tremor dinosaur that was chosen by both of their sons as their zero-G indicator for this mission, and the flag that was left there by Doug Hurley and his fellow crewmates of STS-135, the final space shuttle mission, that is coming home. It's been up there for just about 9 years, and it will fly again when we send humans around the moon in the not-too-distant future. And I know we haven't seen it, but I have heard that Little Earth is also coming back. I almost forgot about that. Little Earth was the zero-G indicator on Demo 1 and remained on station after that mission, and it's pretty sure it was packed away to come home on Demo 2.
I think you're right. So right now, Dragon is currently flying over the far South Pacific Ocean. We have a nice little map here to show you of our ground tracking. So there you can see it on your screen. If you're curious, the yellow indicates where the capsule is in daylight. The red part of the line indicates where it goes into eclipse, or whenever it's basically hiding in Earth's shadow. So right now it's in daylight. Bob and Doug must be getting some pretty spectacular views as they're completing their suit-up process. But at this point, we're going to take a quick break and leave you with our lovely ground map here.
Dragon SpaceX for video.
Go ahead.
Yeah, request to come back aboard when y'all are ready.
We are ready for you to come aboard.
Outstanding, and work. Dragon SpaceX, you are go for procedure 4.011 suit leak check.
Suit leak check can work.
Okay, so we just heard the crew now stepping into suit leak checks. As we've described a few times, this is when they're actually going to pressurize their suits that they wear for launch and entry, and really any of the dynamic phases of the mission. So they'll completely zip up and seal the suits, and then flow nitrox in to confirm.
Dragon into 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go to pressurize.
So Bob Bankin and Doug Hurley getting to go. They're going to pressurize their suits. So pressurized nitrox now going to flow in. Again, these suits are, we have confirmation the leak check is in progress. So these suits are worn as just another line of defense to help protect the crew members from the harsh environment of outer space. If they were to experience a cabin depressurization, any kind of poisonous leak in their atmosphere, or even a fire, these suits are designed to protect from all of those different instances. So the suit leak check is pretty standard. Anytime before we get into one of these dynamic operations, we just want one more check to make sure that the suit is ready to go in case it's called upon. And so they'll pressurize now and flow some nitrox, some nitrogen and oxygen through their suits. They'll look for it to maintain a constant pressure. And then once that's done, they'll depressurize the suits, and they'll leave the zipper open. They'll typically leave one zipper just unzipped a little bit when they're not pressurized. They'll still have cool air flowing through. In fact, they'll do what's called a suit purge just before we do the deorbit burn. So at the same time, they flush the cabin atmosphere itself with some cool down air. They'll flow some cooled air through the suits just to help regulate the temperature, the cooling effect inside the capsule, just to make sure the environment stays at a comfortable temperature for them, while the Dragon capsule itself heats up to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So we got about a minute left in this suit leak check. We'll wait for the results on that, and we'll just be one more box checked on our way to the upcoming trunk step, deorbit burn, re-entry, and splashdown. And one interesting thing to note, if you're watching this ground track, you're going to start to see that line coming out of the bottom left corner and ending in the Gulf. That means we are on our final orbit. And so Dragon's basically on its last lap around planet Earth. The last 90 minutes it's going to spend until we just about get to that splashdown. So you can keep an eye on that. The line's going to stop moving where you can see it terminate in the Gulf.
Dragon SpaceX, we show nominal leak check.
Happy, show the same.
So there a minute ago we had confirmation of nominal leak check. Again, that's just checking another box off on the to-do list as Bob and Doug continue their return home back to planet Earth. Up next, we will be making sure that the nitrox system is safed and that we are able to proceed into the next phases of our descent to the Gulf of Mexico. We are aiming for a splashdown site just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Right now, our recovery ship is en route to that designated location zone, and it will be there ready and waiting for Bob and Doug to splash down. There on your screen, we do have a live shot from Go Navigator. Again, that's our recovery ship located in the Gulf of Mexico. You can get a little bit of a feel for that wave action that we got there. Generally speaking, pretty calm looking based on the waves that we can see there in the shot. And yeah, so we're excited to be able to welcome Bob and Doug back home. Just checking my timeline quickly. Their landing will be coming up in just under 2 hours. We're looking at an hour and 57 minutes. That will be happening at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, 18:48 Universal Coordinated Time. Before we get to their water landing, we have to perform a couple of steps prior to that. If you've been following along with us this morning, you're probably very familiar with this. But for perhaps those of you who have joined in within the last few minutes, at this point we are exactly an hour away from the next physical milestone that needs to be completed prior to Dragon Endeavour's return to planet Earth. Those activities will begin with claw separation. The claw is what connects the umbilicals, the power, the telemetry, the fluids between the Dragon capsule and its trunk. In order to expose the heat shield in preparation for Dragon's re-entry through the atmosphere, we need to jettison the trunk. It will disintegrate upon entering the Earth's atmosphere itself. So once we separate that, we're now able to step into what's called slew to deorbit burn attitude. That's essentially maneuvering the capsule into position to perform the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is where we fire the 4 Draco thrusters that are located at the top of the capsule near the forward hatch. We call those the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Those will be utilized to perform the deorbit burn. It'll last about 11.5 minutes. That deorbit burn is what will be placing Dragon in its final trajectory to the exact landing location. So like I said, that'll be about 11.5 minutes long. After that burn completes, we want to close the nose cone and lock it up. Like I said, that's where the forward hatch is located. And since these capsules are designed to be reusable, we definitely want to protect those thrusters and that hatch, because that is the hatch where the astronauts basically exit and enter the capsule when they're going in and out of the International Space Station. So once we have that nose cone locked and in place, we then begin to enter the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon SpaceX for deorbit burn brief.
Go ahead.
Okay, first off, for timing, showing no changes. Your tablet and onboard times on your timeline are within about 1 minute or less of our ground estimates. How copy?
Copy. Timing on board is per the iPads and within a minute.
And even better, the onboard countdown in your timeline should be within a few seconds. So looking pretty good. For the vehicle, Endeavour is looking great for entry. The ready comm during Bob's comm check earlier we consider temporary, and we are not tracking any system issues. How copy?
Endeavour's in good shape and good comm from the PLT.
Okay, as far as recovery goes, Go Navigator is just about at the recovery in position, so within a few kilometers. In addition, the WB is airborne. Recovery team is go at this time.
Go for recovery. Copy all.
Yep, and one quick go back. Recovery has arrived, so they are on station. In addition, for the weather, I'm looking at the weather right now from the water video from Go Navigator, and it looks like glass. It's awesome. The latest splashdown forecast, though, is winds at 2.25 knots, wave height less than a foot, and a 6-second period. How copy?
Copy. Winds, waves, and weather.
All right, so there we heard the deorbit briefing. This is basically the opportunity that the core here.
Okay, Doug, that's all we got for the burn brief. We'll talk to you shortly before deorbit sequence start.
Copy all. Thanks, Mike.
And correction there, we'll have the go, no-go for you shortly. That'll be the next step.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the burn briefing there, just making sure that everyone's on the same page. Since Bob and Doug's primary role during re-entry is to monitor telemetry, timing, and data, it is important to make sure that their onboard timers, or basically time listings, are synced with the most recent trajectory simulations that we've generated here in Mission Control. So that's what that was, just making sure that their sequence of events was lining up with with what we're seeing down here in Mission Control. So all really good stuff there. We also heard that the recovery vessel Go Navigator is in position, so it is ready and waiting for splashdown, which, like I said before, will be occurring at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal, and we're just under 2 hours from that happening. So I don't know about you, Dan, but as we're stepping into these checks and we did the leak check, we did have done a couple of comm checks, and now we're talking about deorbit burn. My heart's starting to go. We're getting there.
It's starting to feel real. We're waking back up.
Yeah.
It's time to bring these guys home. And I mean, hearing the core call up, the water looks like glass from those ship views. That's exactly the type of thing we want to hear. The wind has picked up a tiny bit to 2.25 knots. It's about 2.6, a little under 2.6 miles per hour. So still well within our margins for what we were looking for acceptable splashdown weather. Right now in the room behind us and over in Mission Control Houston, teams are just doing a final go, no go. And so that should wrap up over the next couple of minutes. And then we'll hear them call that up to the crew members when they get the final go to do the deorbit burn. But we'll be doing all of the other activities prior to that, including the claw and trunk separation, and then just getting ourselves ready for deorbit burn. So things are definitely going to start picking up in the next couple of minutes. Really, the next hour is really where things start to happen. But we do have a couple of moments now to get joined by a special guest.
Dragon, SpaceX is go for the deorbit burn, and the burn has been enabled.
That's a great call to hear.
Denver copy. Go for the deorbit burn, and we see it on board.
All right, so we just heard it. That means both the SpaceX and NASA teams are go for deorbit burn. So we are counting down to that deorbit burn. Still a bit of a ways off. It's just under an hour from now from starting for that 11.5-minute burn. But for now, as we are go for deorbit and return of Bob and Doug, we're going to send it over to the Johnson Space Center real quick, where Courtney Beasley is standing by in Mission Control Houston, along with NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, also there in Houston. Courtney?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, joining me in a studio here at NASA's Johnson Space Center is NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. Jim, thanks for joining us today. Another historic day for our agency, returning humans to Earth in a commercially built and operated spacecraft. How is this mission paving the way for the future?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it's really establishing the business model for the future. So you can see today I'm wearing my Artemis shirt. And when we go to the moon, we're going to go with commercial partners. And you know, NASA's goal here, we don't want to purchase, own, and operate the hardware the way we used to. We want to be one customer of many customers in a very robust commercial marketplace in low Earth orbit, but we also want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation and safety, and really create this virtuous cycle of economic development and capability. And that's what today's return is going to represent. This is the next era in human spaceflight, where NASA gets to be the customer. We want to be a strong customer. We want to be a great partner, but we don't want to be the only ones that are operating with humans in space.
And while on board, Bob and Doug were, of course, conducting science experiments and spacewalks. And how are NASA's efforts on this station contributing to life back here on Earth?
So when we think about the International Space Station, it really is focused on how do we do those transformational activities that benefit human life here on Earth. And certainly, you know, when we think about advanced materials, industrialized biomedicine, these are the things that we're developing every day. Some examples would include, as far as advanced materials, very, very thin materials like an artificial retina for the human eyeball, so somebody who has macular degeneration might not have to lose their eyesight in the future. We can only create materials that thin in the microgravity of space. We cannot do it here in the gravity well of Earth. But that's just one of so many examples. When we think about how we compound pharmaceuticals, when we think about how we you know, create immunizations for things like salmonella and other diseases, these are capabilities that are available to us because of the resource that is microgravity. But you know, advanced materials, things like very pristine fiber optic cables, we call it Z-band, for example. These are all things that we think that there is a marketplace for the future. So look, right now we're doing commercial resupply of the International Space Station. As of today, when Bob and Doug come home safely, we will be doing commercial crew to the International Space Station. The next big thing is we need commercial space stations themselves. And in order to create the market for commercial space stations, we have to have these transformational capabilities that come from the microgravity environment. And that's really what we're developing right now.
And as you know, a big day for NASA today, but how about a big week? This week alone, we launched Mars 2020. Artemis 1's launch vehicle stage adapter was delivered to Kennedy Space Center, and here we are completing the first commercially crewed mission to the International Space Station. What are your thoughts on the state of the agency at this point?
So make no mistake, NASA's budget right now is the highest it's ever been in nominal dollars. And it's at, you know, $22 billion. The budget request that President Trump gave us that is before the House and the Senate right now is $25.2 billion. It's not just about sustaining, you know, capabilities like commercial crew, commercial resupply, the International Space Station. It's also about developing new capabilities so that the United States of America can stay the preeminent spacefaring nation. It's why we created the Artemis program to go to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners to use the resources of the moon to live and work for long periods of time, and then take all of that knowledge onto Mars. And of course, as you mentioned on Thursday, you know, we launched another Mars mission. The most sophisticated robot that NASA has ever developed is right now on its way to Mars, and we're going to prove that we can turn the carbon dioxide atmosphere of Mars into pure oxygen for life support. But there's so many other things. We're looking for life on another world. We're looking for signs of ancient life on Mars. We're talking about microbial life, but life nonetheless. And this is really a bright moment for NASA. I want to be clear, though. We need support from our members of Congress in both the House and the Senate. We need to be able to get that $25.2 billion budget that we have requested. And so I'm working with members of Congress and senators on both sides of the aisle every day, doing town halls across the country. We are in great shape. But in order to stay #1 in the world, we're going to need the resources that the President has requested.
Jim, thanks for joining us today. Such an exciting day. And in case you missed it just moments ago, both SpaceX and NASA are both a go for deorbit burn. So with that, we'll send it back to Dan and Kate at Hawthorne for the latest.
All right. Thank you so much, Courtney. Great to hear from the administrator. And we're in it now. We're kind of in the final stretch. This is what I feel like we've been waiting for the last couple of hours, and it feels pretty great to be here.
Yeah, it certainly does. In this next phase of the mission, Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Bob and Doug home. As you've heard us talk a little bit so far this morning, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized part of the assembly. We need to expose the heat shield in order to prepare the capsule for atmospheric reentry. So we will... Oh, there we got a nice view of Bob and Doug in their suits. This is the first time we've seen them in their suits and in their chairs this morning. So there they are, tapping away, preparing to initiate the deorbit sequence. So let's talk a little... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, just like in the lead-up in the last couple of minutes, we heard they had good suit leak checks. As Kate described earlier, once the leak checks are complete, they don't keep the suit pressurized, so visors are open. They're going to have cool air running through their suits and the cabin and just getting ready for the ride.
Yeah. Whenever they are re-entering the atmosphere, the external temperature will reach about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The internal temperature of the cabin, however, will stay around 85 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a couple of systems in place to keep it cool and comfortable for Bob and Doug as they are returning. Like Dan just said, there will be some cool air flowing through their suits. The cabin itself will also be purged with cooler air as well, so that will assist in making sure that the temperature stays pretty temperate inside the capsule.
And I mean, we're just 42 minutes and 50 seconds away from things really kicking up, and this is going to be when we really start to do that first maneuver to get ready to jettison the trunk, and then we'll do that claw and trunk separation. And then it's time for just kind of that final firing of those engines, that really just that downhill ride.
Yeah, those forward bulkhead thrusters, there are four of them, four of those Draco thrusters there at the top of the capsule near the nose cone. Those will be utilized to perform the deorbit burn. This burn is what will essentially give Dragon its final trajectory back home. This is the last burn that the capsule will perform. If you've been following along since yesterday afternoon, you know that there have been a number of burns completed. This deorbit burn will be the final one. It will last about 11.5 minutes. After that burn completes, we no longer need to utilize those Draco thrusters, and we want to protect the forward hatch up there, so we close the nose cone and lock it up. We're expecting that event to happen at 11:11 a.m. Pacific. About 10 minutes, or excuse me, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, wow, mental math on air is hard, 25 minutes after that, the capsule will be re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and like I mentioned, approaching about 3,500 degrees, and that's because...
We're in that heat of reentry, and so that's where things will really heat up for Bob and Doug on their reentry, and that's where we'll have that comms blackout. And we actually have a Twitter question that's germane to this right now, where Stephen asked, during the blackout, will you not be able to communicate with Bob and Doug, but you will be able to track them? And it's kind of a mix. We won't be able to talk to Bob and Doug. We won't be able to send or receive any data from the Dragon spacecraft. So we won't have basically telemetry-driven tracking, but we know exactly where they're going to be as their orbit's already been calculated. We've had this orbit calculated since yesterday, essentially. It's gotten fine-tuned as we've done those burns, but we'll know exactly where they're supposed to be, even though we can't communicate during that time.
Exactly. And even though we won't be able to send or receive signals or commands or telemetry, Dragon is designed to be fully autonomous. At that point, it is driving itself anyway, so there's really nothing to be worried about. Bob and Doug's primary function at that point is to monitor all of the telemetry that they see on their screens and to stay comfy.
Yeah, and once they're through that, that initial entry, we'll have that part called entry interface, which we kind of explained as that's when the capsule's really experiencing aerodynamics. They've been flying around in the vacuum of space with no air, so no lift, drag, stuff like that on their capsule, and entry interfaces where they're really starting to hit the atmosphere and it's affecting the capsule. And it'll continue to use its Draco thrusters on the service section to really guide it back home.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of guiding it back home, here come the parachutes. At 11:44 a.m. Pacific or 18:44 Universal Time, we're going to be deploying the drogue parachutes. Drogue chutes are utilized for a couple of reasons. One, to continue to further decelerate the vehicle and also to stabilize it. Like Dan said, it will be experiencing some of those aerodynamic pressures, and so we want to make sure that the capsule is well and stable before we deploy the main parachutes. Those main chutes will be deploying at 11:45 a.m. and there will be 4 of them. Those will essentially deploy, and it takes a couple seconds for them to fully inflate, so it might look a little funny at first, but we assure you that they are working properly, and it just takes a couple seconds for the air to continue to catch in them and for them to fully expand to their large rounder shape. So after those chutes deploy, it only takes 3.5 minutes for Bob and Doug to splash down. That'll be occurring at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal. And like we've mentioned before, our splashdown location is off the western coast of Florida. We're aiming for a location near Pensacola. Our recovery vessel Go Navigator is currently in location, ready and waiting for splashdown. They're actually going to be waiting about 3 nautical miles away from that splashdown point.
Yeah, we got the call that they were on station. We also got the call that the NASA WB-57 airplane is in the air, and we've actually seen a couple of brief spurts of video. That's the airborne asset that we'll have. That WB-57 is a high-altitude research plane that NASA flies. It's outfitted with a number of imaging cameras. The main one that we'll be seeing is an infrared one. If you watched the Demo 1 splashdown, which I'm sure you all did, you were able to see that first, and this is actually a glimpse of that WB-57 camera. We'll be getting this back, and if we acquire it the same time we did for Demo 1, we were able to see the capsule while it was still in that atmospheric reentry, so it was just this really bright light that all of a sudden lit up the sky, and that was the first view we got of Dragon. And so we'll use that to hopefully see during the entry, and then the initial parachute deploys, and then we'll have a couple more assets on the ground or on the water, on the boat, that will get a couple more views of Dragon as it delivers Bob and Doug safely to the ocean.
Yeah, so as you can hear, all of this excitement will be happening in pretty rapid succession. On your screen now, we can see closest to the camera, we have NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. He is the pilot or the commander for this particular mission, and then there now on the camera to the right is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. We are very fondly looking forward to bringing our space dads home this morning, and it looks like we mentioned before, that'll be happening in about an hour and a half, again targeting splashdown for 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal Time. But like we mentioned before, the action really begins at the claw separation milestone, which is slated for 10:51 a.m. Pacific in about 38 minutes from now. So again, we are continuing to take questions this morning through Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA. Our next question comes to us from F1 Fanatic. Do the astronauts need to have face masks down during re-entry? That is a great question. Very astute observation that those visors are in the upward position. So right now, these suits are unpressurized, and Bob and Doug are breathing just the normal cabin air. Those face masks, or visors as we refer to them, do need to be lowered and locked during the re-entry period. We need the spacesuit to be fully enclosed during the more dynamic elements of operations, and certainly the re-entry period is one of them. So we'll actually at one point during the deorbit burn preparation phase, we will actually hear communication between ground station, from ground here, Mission Control Headquarters at SpaceX to Bob and Doug, just to confirm and double check that those visors are in place where they should be. Our next question comes to us from Philip. Where exactly are the parachutes stored before deployment?
They are stored in 2 separate compartments on the Dragon spacecraft, on a side of the vehicle that has a deployable panel. The drogue parachutes are stored in the the upper part. It's called the upper bulkhead, and they're deployed by 2 drogue motors or mortars. So pyrotechnics that are fired to actually deploy those drogue parachutes. Just further down the panel, kind of at the base of the spacecraft, is where the 4 main parachutes are stored. And again, those get drawn out by the drogue chutes. There are redundant systems in place to make sure that if the first set of mortars don't fire, you have backups to get these chutes deployed. We're one fault tolerant on both the drogue parachutes and the main parachutes. So 1 out of 2 drogues and 3 out of 4 mains is what the vehicle's been rated and tested to. SpaceX has done a tremendous amount of testing on these parachutes, even within just the last several months in the lead up to the mission. As parachutes, obviously a very critical part of the reentry, and this is something that is very meticulously packed and documented before the start of any mission. And NASA assisting SpaceX, as we have some experts who have been involved in parachute missions for decades. But the parachutes are stored under deployable panels, and we'll see them basically fire open as the parachutes come out and deploy at the different altitudes.
Yeah, those panels are basically located above and below the side hatch panel. So if you are looking at the Dragon capsule, the anchor point for those parachutes will ensure that the side hatch will effectively be as far away from the ocean surface as possible, ensuring that we're able to expedite the process of egressing Bob and Doug from the capsule and the whole recovery process as a whole. Great question.
All right, our next one comes from Scott. He wants to know, what are the tablets on their legs used for? What kind of devices are they? I think you've heard him call out a few times that they're using iPads on board, and they're really just essentially their user manuals. They're able to dial up different procedures, checklists, things that they're looking for throughout their flight. They're able to Velcro them essentially to their suits, and just like the main displays in front of them, they're touchscreen enabled, and they have the touchscreen capable gloves in their suits. It's really just another information source. Dragon doesn't have the big paper manuals that we were used to in the shuttle era and things like that, just kind of streamlining everything as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we mentioned before, this is a demonstration mission, and so Bob and Doug's job here is to make sure that everything is working as it should be. So a lot of what they're doing is going to simply be monitoring, well, not simply, paying attention can be, especially whenever there's a lot going on dynamically around you, is staying focused can be tough. So it's not an easy job what they have coming up, but they will essentially be responsible for monitoring all the data and telemetry that is being received on screens. And part of the debriefing that will happen once they get back on land is quite simply, was there anything that happened in reality that you weren't expecting or differed from what you were instructed would occur? So making sure that in the future fully operational missions that we have, starting with Crew 1, launching later this year, that those crews are fully prepared and that we make those, essentially those instruction manuals that they do have access to as perfect as possible, because it is essential that we have correct information and that the crew is informed and aware of all the operations that are going on, regardless of whether or not they're not the ones necessarily commanding, because the vehicle is autonomous, but it is important that they do know what's going on.
All right, our next question comes from Sam. Might be the most important one of the day. Wanted to know if Bob and Doug can listen to the SpaceX webcast when they're inside the Dragon capsule. I mean, I certainly hope so. It's not like they have too much else on their mind.
Right.
No, they're not able to listen to us, but one kind of fun fact that always kind of makes us geek out a little bit is the crew members on board the space station will usually get NASA TV pumped up to them anytime their crewmates are launching or landing. So they're able to watch their friends and former crewmates as of just a few hours ago return home. So, Chris, if you're watching, hi.
Great question. Another one comes to us from Ruhr Rocker. Does the Dragon capsule have windows where Bob and Doug can look out? Absolutely. Actually, one of my favorite pictures that Doug Hurley has posted on Instagram to date was actually one of the first pictures he posted at the beginning of this mission was a shot of what he could see outside of Crew Dragon's windows. There is a window located on either side of the side hatch, and it certainly will provide visual confirmation that re-entry is happening, like Dan mentioned before. They'll be able to see a little bit of the energy that's being expelled during the re-entry period. Some of those pieces of the ablative material, as they heat up and are designed to flicker away, they'll actually be able to see that from the windows themselves. So it'll be quite the fireworks show.
All right, our next one comes from Joe. Wants to know, does the Dragon capsule have Netflix? Another important question.
Yeah, the answer to that is no. As our views here of the capsule cycle through, we'll be able to see what their screens look like. There we go. So there in the center screen, we actually have the ground tracking map. As you can see there, actually it might be kind of hard to make out, but Dragon is actually crossing over the Atlantic Ocean, now approaching what looks like England and Ireland. So it will be crossing over into Europe soon. And also on those screens to the left and the right of that ground track screen were their telemetry screens. So those will be the interface that they use during the deorbit burn, and that's what they'll essentially use to make sure that everything is looking good and performing nominally.
Yeah, and I mean, that center screen that you just saw, that's essentially the same map that we've been looking at throughout our coverage here today. So they're looking at a lot of the same data that we're trying to give you guys down here on the ground. Just where are they over the Earth? Because it can be a little disorienting to look out the window and figure it out quickly. But they're able to see just how far along their orbit they are, where those milestones are coming up. So they can just, again, they're in a monitor mode and they're ready, locked and loaded to jump in if required. Our next question comes from Roshan, who 7-year-old Ian wants to know, why is the Dragon capsule cone-shaped? For a very specific reason, and it's why a lot of spacecraft are in a capsule shape. When they were trying to really figure out the most efficient way to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, both from handling the trajectory without having wings like a space shuttle, starting over. When they were really first trying to figure out how to best shape a spacecraft to efficiently and effectively re-enter the Earth's atmosphere in the safest configuration, where they essentially landed on was a cone shape. Or a capsule shape. There were very initial drawings that you could find all manner of spacecraft that were put into wind tunnels, but at the end of the day, all the way back in the early days of spaceflight, when we were in the Mercury and the very early days, they were able to determine that the capsule shape was really the most efficient. That shape of heat shield dissipated the heat the best, was the easiest to control, and was really the safest option. And physics haven't changed since the 60s, at least not a great deal. So that's why you still see a lot of capsule-shaped spacecraft, and it's really just for re-entering an atmosphere. Good question.
So there on your screen, again, we have live shots coming from Dragon Endeavour as it is making its way back towards Earth. We are approaching the final steps of the day of the mission, in fact, and at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:18 a.m. or p.m. Excuse me, Universal. We will have the splashdown of Dragon Endeavour. So right now, Bob and Doug are essentially cycling through, preparing for what we call deorbit burn initiation. This will be where the deorbit burn is what will be placing Dragon on its final trajectory to a specific landing location. That location there were 7 possible ones. We determined the best one for today's re-entry to be off the coast of Florida near Pensacola. The recovery vessel Go Navigator is in place, ready and waiting. And it seems like Bob and Doug are pretty comfortable there. They are in their spacesuits. The leak check has been performed, and we got the call out that it was nominal, so everything good there. Right now, those visors are in the up position. They will be closed and locked whenever we get into the dynamic portion here upcoming in just a few minutes. Checking my timeline here.
We're just about 24 minutes and 20 seconds from things really picking up. That's when we'll start to get into the attitude to separate the trunk, and just about 8 minutes after that is when we'll start the deorbit burn. And again, that'll be the longest burn of Dragon's return journey. The latest timeline we got had it lasting for about 11 minutes and 22 seconds. It'll be the last firing of those forward bulkhead thrusters. The 4 Dracos at the very top of Dragon that'll eventually be covered up by the nose cone following the deorbit burn. And as we've said before, that deorbit burn is what commits them to coming home. When that happens, that capsule is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and that'll put them essentially on a collision course with planet Earth. It lines up their orbit to intersect with that splashdown point in the Gulf of Mexico. And while we have just a few more minutes until we get to that, we still have some questions coming in. Again, if you have one, jump over on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA. This one comes from Scare Survivor, who wants to know, does Dragon lose radio data contact with satellite or ground stations during re-entry? And the answer is really everything. As that plasma builds up around the spacecraft, it essentially prevents signals being sent or transmitted or received by Dragon's antennas around the outside of the spacecraft. So it's both satellites and ground stations that it won't be able to communicate with. But again, Dragon continues flying itself. We know what its orbit is plotted out to be, so we know where it is, and we even know the expected time of that blackout, about 6 minutes. So it does lose contact with everything. We won't be able to hear from Bob and Doug until they're on the other side of that blackout, and then we'll reestablish communication with Dragon. All right, we have another one from Nettie Banda. Wanted to know how many seats are in Dragon.
So as you can see on your screen there are actually, I guess one is hidden, there are actually 4 chairs there available. We will be utilizing all 4 seats on the Crew 1 mission launching later this year, currently targeted for September. On the Crew 1 mission launching later this year, currently targeted for September. Right now, Bob and Doug are only occupying 2 of them, as this is a demonstration mission. So, yeah, we will be utilizing all 4 of those seats in future missions, but as of right now, I believe it was on the launch portion of the mission, one of those seats was occupied by Tremor, who, if you've been following along, is the sequined dinosaur that was voted on by the 2 sons from Bob and Doug as what should be the zero-G indicator. So Tremor was strapped into a seat during ascent, and when they got the okay to release him, he started floating into the capsule and you know, gave us its sequined glory there on the edge of space.
All right. Well, again, just another time hack as we're coming up on these. We're just a little over 20 minutes from the start of all of our deorbit burn sequencing starting. So we're looking at that to really pick up at about 10:48 as we'll start getting into the attitude for trunk separation. And then we start basically executing a bunch of steps that are going to commit Bob and Doug to this reentry.
Yeah, we're looking forward to those. It'll be quite the journey. Now, of course, with respect to the deorbit burn, Bob and Doug will remain in their seats and strapped in for the entire duration. In fact, they won't be exiting those seats until they are until they're able to egress or exit the capsule after it has splashed down and been recovered out of the ocean and safely resting in the nest of the recovery vessel. Along that note, our next Twitter question is from Brett. The question is, what is the orientation of the astronauts when seated? As in, do they face the front or the top of the capsule, and do they find it comfortable? Great question there. So in the views that we just had a couple minutes ago, they were, I guess what we would call in the reclined position. They were facing towards the top of the capsule. During the launch portion, whenever they were actually getting into the capsule, back in late May, the seats were actuated in the down position where they were facing towards the hatch. The angle of difference is about 40 degrees between the 2 positions. They actuate in order to make sure that whenever there are G's being experienced, that it is in the most comfortable and safely ergonomic way possible. So that's where seat or actuation comes in handy. Also, it also helps them to get in and out of the capsule. It's a little trickier whenever the seats are in the up position or when they're reclined facing upward toward the top of the capsule. As for comfort level, I've heard that they have found it pretty comfortable. The seats are actually custom fitted for each astronaut destined to be flying in it. So whenever a crew member is assigned to a mission, they will also be assigned a seat specifically. So there will be no mid-flight fire drills where everyone is switching seats. Everyone has a designated seat. They're essentially small, medium, and large, and the armrests are also customizable depending on how long the crew member's forearm is. So we have taken many steps with comfort in mind, as well as style. You've seen those spacesuits. They look pretty good, in my opinion, but those spacesuits are also similarly custom fitted for each individual crew member. So with the combination of the custom fit of the suit as well as the custom fit of the seats, we have aimed to make it as comfortable as possible in the event of some sort of situation where we need to wave off an activity for up to 48 hours. That's a long time to be in a confined space, even if you are highly trained like these guys. So yeah, making sure that they are as comfortable as possible while inside the cabin was certainly high priority.
All right, our next question comes from Richard. This one deals with kind of hygiene on the space station. Just curious how the astronauts that have been on station a while, how do they stay so clean cut? I know there's not a barber on board. Did they cut their own hair? It just looks clean cut. Do they shower, do laundry? How do they do it? They do have to cut their own hair. Even the current commander, Chris Cassidy, who's still on board, famously shaved his head once as his fellow crewmate Luca Parmitano was about to arrive on space station, just so he had some bald company. But they do have trimmers on board the International Space Station that have a vacuum attached to them, so they're not just getting hair just all throughout the cabin, as like everything else, hair would just tend to float around and get caught in the drafts of the air circulation on board. So they use basically vacuum cutters in order to give themselves haircuts. So that's how they're able to do it. No professional stylists up there, but they're able to make do and stay a little less shaggy.
Quick time check here as we just passed 10:30. It's now 10:32 here in California. We are less than 20 minutes away from our first event here on our list as Bob and Doug begin to continue to check off the boxes of their return home. That first event is claw separation. That's essentially the initiation of trunk jettison. All of that means that we will need to unlatch the claw from the trunk. That is the mechanism that holds and connects the trunk to the capsule, delivers fluid, telemetry, power, all that good stuff. We need to expose the trunk in order for the capsule to deorbit. So we will jettison the trunk and then we will begin a deorbit burn a couple minutes later. That deorbit burn is slated to begin at 10:56 a.m. Pacific, 18:56 Universal Coordinated Time. So in just under 23 minutes, we're expecting that to start. Once again, if you're just joining us, we've got some live views inside the Dragon Endeavour capsule. Bob and Doug there in their seats as they are making final preparations and doing final reviews as we get ready to initiate the deorbit sequence. Closest to the camera there is NASA astronaut Doug Hurley, and further away from the camera is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. These are two incredibly wonderful humans. We affectionately call them our space dads here at SpaceX. It's been such an honor to be able to fly them. Of course, Doug Hurley was actually the pilot of the final space shuttle mission, STS-135, back in 2011. And honestly, when I heard that he was assigned to this mission, I cried because, just to have the opportunity to return the pilot of that final mission to the space station in this capacity is so cool. And I've loved following this mission since the moment that we started training for it here in Hawthorne.
Well, we know that they're ready. They've done all of their suit checkouts, everything to get themselves to this point. And once we begin these events, they're going to keep a very close eye, as again, crew is always in the loop to step in. But Dragon going to be executing all of these different maneuvers and separation events automatically via a pre-programmed timeline. We're continuing to count down. We'll have our first maneuver in a little under 13 minutes. We're a little over 15 minutes from the claw separation. That claw connecting the service module to the Dragon capsule itself. A series of quick disconnects will retract, cutting off any of the fluid and data paths between the two. And then shortly after that, just a few seconds later, the trunk will separate. And then we will be just less than 5 minutes away from that deorbit burn. Again, deorbit burn expected to last 11 minutes and 22 seconds.
Now, of course, during re-entry, Bob and Doug will be experiencing a couple of Gs. We're anticipating them to feel about 4 Gs during re-entry. This will make it a little difficult for them to move their arms around. Not impossible, but essentially what they're doing right now is reviewing all of the event details for splashdown. making sure that they, and I've said this before, they have rehearsed this both they've rehearsed the sequence of events in person with the recovery team, as well as through simulations here at Mission Control, or at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. So at this point, because it will be difficult for them to maybe flip through to the exact part of the procedure they might want to review during the actual re-entry event itself, they are reviewing those now in preparation for that splashdown, or for the re-entry sequence.
We've got another Twitter question. This one from Laura Mountain. This one's pretty cool. Is it quiet in the Dragon, or does it sound like an airplane? Well, it doesn't sound like an airplane, at least not right now, as they're still flying through the vacuum of space. There's none of that rushing air. They'll get some of that once they're further down during their descent. And then they're also able to hear when the Draco thrusters fire. And one of the really cool things they've done to train the crew is SpaceX had a number of microphones placed throughout the cabin during that Demo 1 flight last year. And they were able to record what it sounded like inside through all of the major burns, the launch, the descent and landing, everything. And in the trainer upstairs here at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters, they have speakers set up where, as they're doing simulations or practice runs of the different phases of the mission, they're able to hear what it should sound like inside Dragon as they're going through that. So I know that's one thing Bob pointed out, is one of the things they're looking for is, does this sound like I was expecting it to? Does this look like, is that a light I'm supposed to see? All of those different things that for them is like reflex by the time they've trained it this much. All right, well, at this moment, we are less than 10 minutes away from this sequence starting. We are just about 9 minutes away, in fact. And first, we'll see that maneuver where we'll get into the proper attitude, or point the Dragon really in the right direction for the claw and trunk separation. We're essentially going to do a 90-degree yaw maneuver, turn Dragon sideways to make sure the trunk goes out and away, not coming out in front of or behind the capsule, essentially re-entering the atmosphere with the capsule. We're going to avoid that. And then Dragon will position itself for the deorbit burn. It's going to point those forward bulkhead thrusters into the direction that it's currently traveling. This is called a retrograde maneuver, and this is done specifically to, we're going to slow the capsule down, but more than anything, we're changing the perigee, or the lowest point of the capsule's orbit. Again, essentially putting it up on an intersection point with that spot in the Gulf where we're coming home. Eight minutes, Kate.
We are getting close.
Dragon SpaceX for deorbit sequence.
Go ahead.
All right, Doug, we are 5 minutes out from deorbit sequence start. In addition, just wanted to inform you we are expecting some radicom during claw and trunk set due to vehicle orientation.
Okay, copy. We see 4:45 left for the slew, and then radicom during the claw set.
Good read back, Doug.
Kate, we are almost 4 minutes away from this starting.
Yeah, we just heard the call out there, confirmation from SpaceX Core down here at Mission Control to Crew Dragon that we now under 5, but at the time of the call, 5 minutes away from deorbit sequence start. So like we've been mentioning before, that deorbit sequence will involve separating from the trunk and performing the deorbit burn. As you may have noticed on your the ground tracking map that we've been showing you before, Bob and Doug were in their last orbit around Earth. I can't remember what the number was that you quoted earlier, Dan, but they have done thousands of orbits around Earth during their 2-month duration on station. So it is really exciting that the line that we see on that trajectory map is no longer fully around it. They're coming home.
We're not seeing two lines showing what their next orbit is going to be. They are on their final orbit of planet Earth, and this is their 1,024th orbit around our planet since they launched back in May of earlier this year. So we're counting down. We're under 3 minutes away from that first maneuver, and that's going to be a slew, as you heard Doug radio down. And that's essentially, we're going to change the attitude. We're going to use those Draco thrusters to essentially spin Dragon about 90 degrees to the side so we can jettison that trunk. And that'll be done in 2 stages. We'll do the claw separation and then the trunk separation. 2 minutes, 32 seconds, and counting. This is where things really pick up. This is where we really commit to coming home. And this is where we're in kind of the final stages of Bob and Doug's trip in outer space. And pretty soon we'll be seeing them in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, well, they are staying comfortable and continuing to monitor data and telemetry in the vehicle. Dragon is actually doing a couple of things itself to prepare for this deorbit sequence. Again, it's doing these things autonomously. It's isolating the thermal control system loops from the radiator. This is the system that will help keep Bob and Doug cool while they are re-entering the atmosphere. Like we've said before, the external temperature will reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, and that thermal control system is what helps keep them cool during that time. Also, Dragon is initiating the separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate the data, the power, and the fluid connections between the capsule and the trunk. So right now, the vehicle is preparing to execute that, and we are anticipating execution of claw separation in 3 minutes and 35 seconds. So, we've been here for 10 hours, I think, at this point. The webcast as a whole has been going on for almost a little bit less than 24 hours. So, we're in the final moments here as Dragon is beginning its journey home to bring Bob and Doug back to Earth.
Yeah, this is the moment that Dragon is in the position to start coming home. The recovery team's already on station. They have been for a while out there off the coast of Pensacola. We are less than a minute from starting all of these carefully choreographed sequences to essentially split Dragon in half, get rid of that trunk so we have the capsule, point the heat shield back down towards Earth following that deorbit burn, and then we bring them home. We are just about 30 seconds away now from maneuvering Dragon to get ready to get rid of that claw first, and then that trunk separation. There will be about a 35-second difference or 35-second jump from separating the claw to separating the trunk. And we'll keep our eyes on the ground track for you and make sure we get kind of exact locations of when these separation events are occurring. We're looking for both the claw and the trunk to separate cleanly, and then it'll be less than 5 minutes until we do the deorbit burn.
Yeah, and after that, it'll...
Dragon SpaceX, deorbit sequence start.
All right.
Great news.
Never copied.
All right, so the Draco thrusters on Dragon starting to fire. It's now moving its way over to the trunk jettison attitude. We should be about 2 minutes away from the claw separation.
For those of you that are just tuning in, you are just in time. At this point in the mission, we are now beginning to execute the final steps of Dragon Endeavor's return to Earth. Right now, we are performing the claw separation slew, which basically means Dragon is maneuvering itself into position, into the proper attitude in order to separate the Dragon trunk. And that will be initiated first by separation of the claw. The claw is the mechanism that attaches the trunk and the capsule together. The claw is what delivers power and telemetry and fluids, and we need to expose the heat shield. Right now the trunk is blocking that. So we will jettison the trunk, and we will then have allow us to maneuver into the proper attitude to perform the deorbit burn, which Dragon has performed a number of burns so far overnight and early this morning. And this will be the final burn that the vehicle has to perform for this mission.
And we just heard confirmation Dragon's in the trunk separation attitude. We are now standing by for claw separation.
And we just heard confirmation of claw sep.
And with the claws separated, we're now standing by for the trunk separation in less than 30 seconds. Ten seconds till trunk separation.
And we just heard confirmation of trunk separation.
The trunk separation coming at 10:52 a.m. Pacific, with Dragon flying over the Indian Ocean just off to the west of Australia.
Dragon SpaceX, we showed nominal trunk jettison.
Oh yeah, we felt it.
All right. So the crew just got the call, nominal trunk separation. That's exactly what we were looking for. Next up is going to be that deorbit burn. Again, this is the longest burn of their trip home. This is the longest firing of those thrusters and the last time we're using those forward bulkhead thrusters.
Exactly. Those forward bulkhead thrusters, like Dan just said, that's what we're using to perform the deorbit burn. Once we do that, we will then be able, that deorbit burn will last for 11.5 minutes. Once that is completed, we don't need to use those thrusters anymore, so we will close and lock the nose cone in preparation for re-entry.
So we're a little under 3.5 minutes from the start of the deorbit burn. Again, our sequence of events has started. We're able to separate that claw at 10:51 a.m. Pacific. It's 17:51 GMT or Universal Time. And at 10:52, just a minute later, the trunk separating while Dragon was flying just off to the west of Australia. So claw separated, trunk separated. Next up, deorbit burn.
Yeah, right now, Dragon is running exclusively on battery power now that the trunk is separated. Also, right now, telemetry is looking really good for the vehicle. The nitrox system is primed for cabin and suit cooling, and the heat shield is exposed and ready for atmospheric re-entry. Like I said before, that nitrox system, which is essentially the air that we breathe every day down here on Earth, nitrogen-oxygen combination, a mixture. It's the same stuff that they put in your scuba tank if you are a scuba diver. The nitrox system is used to cool the cabin and the suit to keep the crew comfortable during the re-entry phase. They will actually have cold air flowing through their suits themselves, as well as through the cabin itself. So a two-pronged approach to maintaining a comfortable temperature there inside the capsule. Like we said, the next event that we have coming up will be the deorbit burn, which we're expecting that to commence in 1 minute and 40 seconds. According to the ground tracking map there, Dragon is approaching the southwestern coast of Australia.
We're excited.
Jinx.
We are inside a minute to deorbit burn. And again, one more time, this is the long one. This is expected to last 11 minutes, 22 seconds. This is that burn that commits the Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And you can get kind of a sense of just how far they're going to go. By the time they fire this burn, they're just going to be off to the southwest of Australia. And this is going to realign their orbit to intersect with that point off the coast of Pensacola where they're going to be splashing down.
Yeah, this is the moment where Dragon is fully committed to the re-entry point. Again, we are aiming for just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Our recovery ship Go Navigator is ready and waiting to begin the recovery process right after splashdown occurs. Once again, if you're just joining us, we are now in the final steps of the deorbit sequence. The deorbit burn will be starting here in just a couple of seconds.
And we just heard confirmation deorbit burn has begun. That coming at 10:56 a.m. Pacific. Again, while the Dragon spacecraft just off the southwestern coast of Australia. So here we go. 11 more minutes to go.
I'm ready, and I'm sure it's safe to say that Bob and Doug are ready. They've done a number of interviews over the last few weeks while they were on station, and just the excitement and the enthusiasm for the mission is palpable. Just the opportunity to be able to fly these two incredible humans to the International Space Station and back is such an honor, and we're just really excited to get our space dads home safely and back to their families as quickly as possible. This deorbit burn that we are currently in, it will last 11 minutes and 22 seconds.
Already a little more than a minute 10 in counting, so we have about 10 minutes to go. Just heard a call. The propulsion system performing nominally. That's the word we always want to hear. We always like to hear. So just under 10 minutes to go left in this burn.
And all within the last 10 minutes, Again, it seemed like we had slow progress of events all morning, and then boom, within the last 10 minutes we had a couple of things happening. Dragon maneuvered itself into the appropriate position to jettison its trunk, and it did so successfully, nominally, and then it initiated the deorbit burn just a couple minutes ago. Like I mentioned earlier, this deorbit burn is the last time those 4 forward Draco thrusters will fire. Forward kind of meaning at the top of the capsule. Dragon Endeavour has not yet entered Earth's atmosphere, but this deorbit burn is what will line the vehicle up and put it on its final trajectory to the landing site in the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, although we can't see it at the moment, Bob and Doug are using their screens to keep tabs on the burn duration, Draco thruster firings, and trajectory details such as entry angle, capsule perigee, and how much distance is remaining until that deorbit burn terminates. So Dragon is flying itself, so all they really have to do is stay strapped in their seats and keep tabs on things. So while this burn is completing, again, we're just a few minutes into it. It'll last 11 minutes and 22 seconds. We have a couple more events coming up afterward in, let me check my timeline here real quick. In just under 44 minutes, we will have the initial parachute deployment. So that is essentially when we will be deploying the drogue parachutes, the small parachutes that are designed to further slow down the capsule as it is re-entering the atmosphere, as well as stabilizing it. And then a minute after that, we will deploy the drogue parachutes, and that is targeted for 11:44 a.m. Pacific, 18:44 Universal. And then just a couple minutes after that, we will have splashdown. So again, that's all in just under 44 minutes. Right now, we are performing the deorbit burn.
We've got a little over 7 minutes left in this burn. And the only performance call we've gotten so far is everything's still looking good with the propulsion system on Dragon. Once this burn completes, we will have kind of a couple minutes, about 3 minutes to catch our breath before things pick right back up and we get the nose cone closed. And then there'll be a bit more of a gap, and at that point they will maneuver Dragon to its entry attitude, essentially heat shield pointed down and into the line of velocity, and that heat shield protecting them from the heat of re-entry. Temperatures getting up to about 3,500 degrees on the Dragon spacecraft. But everything looking good. We're about 5 minutes into this deorbit burn. Again, it started right at 10:56 a.m. Pacific time, 17:56 GMT. Dragon was flying about 260 statute miles just off the southwestern coast of Australia.
So right now, during this burn, we just heard a call that we're halfway through the burn and everything is looking great, everything performing nominally. During this burn right now, Bob and Doug are currently monitoring the deorbit tool, which, like I said earlier, captures things like the perigee, the reentry interface, how much distance remains before the burn itself is terminated. They're also monitoring the burn duration and the firing of those Draco thrusters located there at on the forward bulkhead of the capsule. There on your screen, you actually can see what Bob and Doug are seeing right now. That is that tool on their screen. So on the left and the right of the center screen, that is the deorbit. That is the deorbit monitoring tool.
Just past 7 minutes into the burn, a little over 4 minutes remaining. Everything's still looking good with Dragon Ship Endeavour's deorbit burn to commit it to coming home. Everything continuing to be on track for our splashdown. Again, our splashdown time right at 11:48 and 24 seconds Pacific was the calculated time. It would be typical if we're a couple seconds on either side, but that time is 18:48 GMT or Universal. But we're already through several of the really major steps to initiate this re-entry. The claw is separated, the trunk is gone, the deorbit burn has begun, and we're more than halfway through, just a little under 3.5 minutes remaining.
There on your screen is a shot of our Mission Control Center here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, where the Dragon operators and mission leaders are there monitoring Dragon's progress. They continue to watch the propulsion data and all the GNC data, making sure that everything is looking healthy and nominal.
We're just about 2 minutes, 30 seconds until the end of this burn. We'll listen for the call out up to the crew on the performance of the burn, and then they'll start moving into the next steps. Again, we'll get about a 3-minute breather before the next major milestone comes up when we get ready to close the nose cone, that protecting the docking ring, guidance, navigation, and control sensors, and also these 4 forward bulkhead thrusters that are currently performing the deorbit burn during the actual re-entry process. So we are at just under 2 minutes from the conclusion of the deorbit burn.
Again, Dragon is committed to its splashdown point. There is no going back.
Yeah, we already have the recovery team ready and on standby. They've been there for quite some time now. Here, and we have about 90 seconds left in the burn. Weather looking great at the splashdown site off Pensacola. Winds just around 2.5 miles per hour. Sea being described as like glass by the Corps here in Hawthorne, radioing up to the crew. Ended up getting fantastic weather for this first crewed splashdown of Dragon. We are 1 minute away from the end of deorbit burn.
Again, this burn is placing Dragon on its final trajectory to the landing site off of the coast of Pensacola, Florida. That is in the Gulf of Mexico. And our recovery vessel, Go Navigator, and the recovery team are ready and waiting to see Bob and Doug come back through the atmosphere. Like we said, this deorbit burn, during this deorbit burn, not entering the atmosphere just yet. That won't happen for about an hour.
We are on
Dragon, SpaceX, deorbit burn complete, performance nominal, nose cone closure initiated.
Nominal burn, nose cone invert.
all right. Deorbit burn complete. We heard the call, nominal burn. Bob and Doug are on their way back home. This burn commits them to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. Oof, all we have left now is to wait. That was really one of the last major moments before they start re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. We'll have the nose cone closure coming up next. That should be coming in just a couple of minutes, as we had about a 3-minute span between the end of the deorbit burn and that moment.
Yeah, the nose cone is actually currently in the closing process, so it doesn't just snap shut. It does slowly close and lock. So right now, that nose cone is in the process of moving back into the closed position, and we will hear the call out for whenever it has fully closed and whenever the latches have secured.
Seeing some data, it looks like it's about halfway there. It's opened a little bit more than 90 degrees. I think the exact count was 110 degrees opening range or range of motion for the nose cone. So we're a little more than halfway now to getting that nose cone closed.
I have just heard that we have a visual on nose cone closure. So it'll take a minute for the hooks to close in. They close in a series, so the first series will close and then the second will follow, and that'll take about a minute to complete.
All right, well, as we just wait for the finish to that nose cone closure, we'll have a bit of time again. We'll have about 20 minutes, or a little over 21 from right now, until we really start re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're expecting that entry interface in about 21 minutes. And then right around that time, we'll also be looking for that blackout we've been talking about. We've had a little bit of what we call radicom at this point, so you'll hear kind of some sporadic interruptions in the audio transmission just because of how Dragon was oriented for the trunk jettison and for the actual deorbit burn. But that blackout period will be due to the plasma that builds up around the capsule, interfering with those antennas either sending or receiving data.
So I've heard the call out that the first set of hooks for nose cone closure are in motion. So this will complete in 2 sets. The first set is now in motion, so really good news to hear that. Everything looking good so far. Like I mentioned before, in the background, Dragon has inhibited the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that we just used to complete that deorbit burn. This is to ensure that it's safe to latch that nose cone shut for reentry. Also, the vehicle has initiated the nitrox purge. Nitrox is simply a mixture of nitrogen and oxygen. It's what we breathe, and the nitrox that is being purged into the system is cooled, so allowing that cool air to circulate around the cabin, but also inside of Bob and Doug's suits will help to keep them cool and comfortable during re-entry, which will be coming up in about 20 minutes. We're currently tracking 23 minutes and 20 seconds until entry begins. So in case you're just joining us at this point, the nose cone has closed. The forward thrusters have been disabled, and we are latching the nose cone. Currently underway with the first set of hooks. The first of 2 sets. And we just had confirmation that the first set of hooks is closed, so now the second set will begin to close as well.
As we mentioned, after this nose cone's fully closed, we'll have a couple of minutes to catch our breath again, about 20 minutes or just under 20 minutes until Dragon will start to maneuver itself to the entry attitude, essentially pointing the heat shield in the direction of travel as it's going to be leading the way through their reentry through the Earth's atmosphere. We'll look to run into that communications blackout at about 36 minutes after the hour, expecting that to last for about 6 minutes, and then we'll get that back shortly before we deploy the drogue parachutes, followed just less than a minute later by the main parachutes, and by that point hopefully we should have some views of Dragon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and parachuting to a splashdown in the Gulf.
So there in the front row of Mission Control in the center, you can see CEO Elon Musk and our President Gwen Shotwell sitting side by side at those center consoles. In addition to those two, the room is filled with Dragon operators and mission leaders who are continuing to monitor the health and telemetry of the crew and the capsule. Right now, nose cone closure is underway. The first of 2 sets of hook latching has completed. And we just heard a call out that the
SpaceX nose cone is secure for entry.
Copy. We see it on board.
All right, great confirmation there. Back and forth from Mission Control here to Bob and Doug up in Dragon Endeavour. That Bob and Doug have also confirmed on their displays that the nose cone has closed nominally and it is secure for entry.
So that nose cone close completion. A lot of tongue twisters with this right now. Coming with Dragon still flying over the South Pacific. It is on its way home. We're going to gradually start to see its altitude dip. Right now, already only 207 miles over the Earth's surface. It was at about 260 miles when it was still over on the other side of the Pacific Ocean off the southwestern coast of Australia when it fired its engines for that deorbit burn. So its altitude going to continue to drop. Once it gets to about 100 kilometers in altitude, or about 62 miles, it's going to begin what's known as entry interface. And that's when it really begins to start to feel the effects of the Earth's atmosphere. Will once again be experiencing lift and drag as it's no longer in that near vacuum environment in low Earth orbit.
So we're essentially stepping into the second half of entry. Dragon is now beginning to flush nitrox into the cabin and continuing to top it off in Bob and Doug's suits as well. Again, this is cool air essentially flowing through the cabin and the suits. This is what will allow them and the cabin itself to remain comfortable during reentry while those external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. At this point in time, Dragon's orientation is such that the heat shield is pointing forward, if you will, leading the capsule toward the landing site. If you've been following along over the last couple days, you know that weather has been a big ticket item for us. The recovery team has been busy over the last week working to determine the selection of a landing site. In order to increase the options for space station departures, the team identified a total of 7 possible splashdown locations. In order to meet NASA's timeline requirements for crew recovery, these potential splashdown locations have to be close to a port, and they have to be close to medical facilities. So with all of that in mind, you add the ever-evolving weather conditions of Florida, but also that tropical storm Isaiah that was moving through. And it's easy to see how determining that landing site is quite a complex process. Since Dragon is capable of splashdown on either side of the Florida Panhandle, we in fact have 2 identical and fully equipped recovery vessels ready to support. One in the Gulf of Mexico, which is what we're utilizing today, Go Navigator, and the other located off the east coast of Florida, able to service landing sites in the Atlantic Ocean. That one is Go Searcher. Like I mentioned, today we'll be splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Go Navigator, that recovery ship I just mentioned, is in place and ready and waiting for Bob and Doug. The WB-57 plane, if it hasn't taken off already, I'm sure it will be very soon.
Yep, it's in the air.
Okay, great. That's what will provide our first views of Dragon during reentry. We'll get a thermal cam off of that airplane, allowing us to see the capsule as it is reentering the atmosphere. If you were tuned in for our Demo 1 broadcast, it was basically a big ball of light coming at us. We'll also have cameras on board the recovery vessel, so as Dragon gets closer and is deploying those parachutes, we will also be able to have hopefully some really clear footage of that all occurring as well.
All right, so Dragon's altitude continuing to dip. Right now about 174 miles over planet Earth. We're under 11.5 minutes from where we expect to hit entry interface. So that's where Dragon will really start feeling the effects of being in a denser atmosphere. And then we are still tracking that blackout to come right around that same time. We are under 27 minutes away from splashdown. So we are under 27 minutes away from Bob and Doug being on planet Earth for the first time since May 30th.
To kind of put everything in perspective, the Dragon capsule departed from the International Space Station several hours ago, but according to what Dan just said, it's essentially halfway home just based on altitude alone. So the International Space Station is about 250 miles above Earth's surface. I think right now it's between 250 and 300. I think right now it's about 263 miles above Earth's surface. So based on that telemetry that Dan just read off, is from an altitude standpoint, Dragon is halfway home, and yet that second half is going to be covered in the next 27-ish minutes while we wait for splashdown and recovery, versus the several hours that we've been covering since yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, and we will continue to see its speed drop as it's dropping out of orbit. It's starting to hit the atmosphere. It's starting to slow from the effects of that friction, generating the heat on the heat shield and building up the plasma eventually around the spacecraft. Its speed's going to continue to drop. It's already below 17,000 miles an hour, and it'll drop to essentially a terminal velocity of about 350 miles an hour right as those drogue chutes deploy. And those are going to pop out when sensors on the Dragon spacecraft, both GPS and pressure sensors, tell the spacecraft it's at the right altitude, and then those will automatically deploy. Those drogues coming out of the top section of the spacecraft using 2 mortars, or pyrotechnics essentially, to deploy those to do the initial slowing and stabilizing of the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, then after that, the main parachutes will pop out and further decelerate it to about 119 miles per hour. And then that will continue to decelerate. And by the time that the capsule is splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico, it's only going 15, 16 miles per hour. So significant reduction in speed there over just the course of a couple minutes. That, of course, is a pretty comfortable speed. The way that the astronauts have described it previously with other types of missions also landing down, doing land landings at about the same rate. They said it feels like you're in a minor fender bender.
Yeah, you're definitely running into something. You'll feel it, but they do a lot of work with the seats and the restraints with these crew members just to make sure, while it may be a fender bender, you got more than a seatbelt essentially holding you in. So they're very secure in their suits and in their seats, and they're going to stay in there even after Dragon touches down. We'll still have communication with Dragon. Once they're in the water, it'll stay powered on. Probably most importantly, the air conditioner will continue to work while they're in the capsule in the now Gulf of Mexico, and much warmer temperatures than they've seen for the last couple of months. And we'll still be able to talk to them from here in Hawthorne, and the recovery teams will be able to as well.
Yeah.
One of the things we might see them do, depending on sea states and everything after they touch down and the crew themselves, they'll still have a couple of demonstration tasks potentially to carry out. They have a satellite phone inside of the capsule that has its own satellite antenna integrated into Dragon, and they're able to use that independent of Dragon's communication system. So one thing we might hear them do is do a test call on that to the teams here in Hawthorne. We wouldn't be able to hear the call, but you would hear the go to do it over the Dragon to ground audio that we've been listening to this entire time. So still have a couple of demonstration steps, essentially, as, again, this is a test flight. This is the flight to really prove out Dragon systems, to bring crew members from Kennedy Space Center to the space station and return them safely to Earth. And so far, we have had a flawless ride downhill. We've completed the deorbit burn. Dragon is continuing to drop down. It's right now at about 132 miles over the Pacific Ocean. Pretty soon we're going to see its ground track cross over Central America, out over the Gulf, culminating in that splashdown in the Gulf just off the coast of Pensacola.
Dragon SpaceX for entry brief.
Go ahead.
Okay, Doug, we have no update to timing because the burn went great and your vehicle is still looking really good for entry. No health issues at this time.
Okay, Dragon copies. Thank you.
In addition, the recovery team is go, and the weather is still great. Winds are about 2 knots and waves about 1 foot. From the ship, they're reporting very calm. How copy?
Copy. Good weather at the landing area. Thank you.
Okay, and last piece is that we do expect some additional Radicom during entry prep 2 due to vehicle attitude. So if you can get us your entry check report a little bit prior to entry prep 2, we'd appreciate it.
Copy. We'll go.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
So there we just had a bit of a briefing between Mission Control and Bob and Doug up in Crew Endeavor, just confirming with them that the deorbit burn was great and that the timing on their pads doesn't need to be updated. We are able to upload new trajectory calculations, including times that remain live depending on how the burn goes, and at this point in time, those don't need to be updated. It is important that they do remain accurate because Bob and Doug, their primary mission right now is to continue to monitor the vehicle status and telemetry and data being presented to them on their touchscreen displays in front of them, and so during the more dynamic events, they certainly want to be aware when things like parachute deploy will be happening and when splashdown is expected. So making sure that the timeline of events, the sequencing is accurate is certainly important in order for them to stay aware and updated of upcoming events.
Just another quick position check. Dragon still out over the Central Pacific, down to about 108 miles in altitude. We're expecting that entry interface to come up in the next 4 minutes or so. Again, at that point, Dragon should be at an altitude of right around 62 statute miles, or about 100 kilometers. and that's when it really starts to feel the effects of the atmosphere. It starts to experience the lift and drag and other atmospheric effects it's been free from while flying in the near vacuum of low Earth orbit. So continuing to drop in altitude, still looking for an on-time splashdown, should just be about 19 minutes from now. And just a reminder, we do have that blackout period coming. So as they continue to dip in the Earth's atmosphere and get lower and lower, the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker, and it's going to generate more and more heat, eventually heating up the outside of Dragon to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And as it hits that peak heating, it'll also be forming a plasma around the spacecraft. So we do expect to lose comm for about 6 minutes.
SpaceX Dragon crew entry preps are complete.
SpaceX copies. Entry prep complete. Thank you.
The call from Spacecraft Commander Doug Hurley. Entry preps are complete. So they are on board, they are monitoring, they are ready to come home.
Yeah, and as of right now, entry prep should have also included final configuration of their flight suits. So we had a question from our social media earlier if the visors will be up or down. Those visors should be down at this point as part of that entry prep check. In that last briefing, we also heard that the weather is looking good. In a previous report, the phrasing was, "It looks like glass." And that is certainly ideal for a water splashdown. That being said, the recovery timeline, Bob and Doug should be out of the capsule within an hour after splashing down. So good to hear that the weather is good. We saw blue skies and a couple of white fluffy clouds out there in the Gulf of Mexico as we got views from our recovery vessel Go Navigator. But glad to hear that conditions are sustaining and that winds also are looking really good, around 2.5 miles per hour. So hardly anything at all. Really couldn't ask for better conditions for a splashdown day.
We kind of threaded the needle once again, almost like we did on launch with the weather today. Your upper limits for wind were about 10 miles an hour, so we're well below that threshold for a splashdown today. The Dragon coming up on 82 miles in altitude, continuing to dip down. We're expecting that entry interface to start pretty soon, where the vehicle itself's really going to start heating up. It's going to continue to use its Draco thrusters to maintain its attitude as it continues through the Earth's atmosphere, and we'll have that comm blackout coming up in just a couple of minutes as well. Heard the cabin purge has started again. This is when they're going to flush the cabin of Dragon with cooled air. They're also going to do a suit purge, running cooled nitrox through the suits for Bob and Doug just to keep things at a comfortable temperature for them as the capsule goes through the re-entry and starts to heat up.
So like we said, we are anticipating a brief blackout period where we're unable to communicate with the capsule. We're expecting that to start in exactly 3 minutes. That will last for 6 minutes total, and during that time we will be unable to command the vehicle or receive telemetry. That being said, Dragon is designed to be fully autonomous, so it's driving itself anyway. So Bob and Doug will stay fastened in their seats. Like I said, that anticipated loss of signal, or as you'll hear it called LOS, is anticipated to last for just 6 minutes. During that blackout period, the capsule will encounter what's known as entry interface. This is when the capsule is now really in the Earth's atmosphere and beginning to be subject to aerodynamic forces. This is also when a lot of that friction will begin to build up and raise the external temperatures.
Dragon SpaceX. We show 2 minutes until predicted calm blackout. We will see you on the other side at 1842.
Dragon copies 1842. We'll talk to you then.
So there's that heads up communication from Mission Control to Dragon Endeavour, confirming that comms blackout. Like I was saying, during the blackout, the Dragon capsule will be going through entry interface, where it is encountering aerodynamic forces, really starting to build up the external temperature and that external temperature will reach about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. However, the interior of the cabin is environmentally cooled, so Bob and Doug should remain comfortable during their descent. There will be cool air flowing not only through the cabin itself, but also through their suits. The suits have sensors on them that are able to detect the temperature inside that suit, and once that sensor reads that it has reached the maximum temperature threshold, it'll flush the suit with some cool air and really circulate and cool it down.
All right, well, we are right around that estimated blackout time. As we heard the call, we'll see them on the other side, expected to regain that communication at about 42 minutes after the hour. So for these next 6 minutes, they're already less than 60 miles in altitude. And this is when the capsule is really heating up during that reentry, reaching temperatures of around 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, as again, you're essentially hitting the atmosphere more than 17,000 miles an hour, and the friction building up that plasma around the spacecraft. And that's what's going to prevent us from talking to Bob and Doug or getting data back from the spacecraft for the next 6 minutes. Its flight computers are in control, though. It's going to continue to maintain its appropriate trajectory and attitude, having attitude determination devices on board the capsule, not reliant on communications with satellites. And it's going to continue dragging down the correct path for this splashdown off the coast of Pensacola. So we are in that blackout period. We're going to continue to stand by until we get them on the other side. All right, and just about 2 minutes after we get acquisition of signal, AOS, back with Dragon, we're going to be looking for those parachutes, and we should hopefully be getting some views from a couple of our assets out at the landing zone, including our WB-57 high-altitude research plane, which is going to be relying on Dragon's telemetry to actually lock onto it in the sky and give us an infrared view of the capsule during the final stages of reentry. We're going to be looking for the drogue deploys at about 44 minutes after the hour. Those will be 2 drogue shoots. They're going to come out when the vehicle is still moving at about 350 miles an hour. It'll be at an altitude of about 18,000 feet. They'll come out and do some initial slowing and stabilization of the spacecraft, and then less than a minute later, they'll detach, and the 4 main parachutes will deploy. You'll see them come out and look kind of closed up initially, and then they'll do what's known as reefing, opening up in really 2 different stages just to minimize the immediate loads on the parachutes themselves. Those main parachutes will come out at an altitude of about 6,500 feet, with Dragon already slowed down to 119 miles an hour, and they'll do the rest of the slowing the whole way down until we splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. We should be 10 minutes away from splashdown.
So right now we're getting our cameras on the WB-57 airplane, which is in the area, getting those cameras ready to give us our first glimpse.
We should still have about 3 minutes left, a little less than 3 minutes, until we anticipate reacquiring our signal and our connection with Bob and Doug in the Dragon spacecraft.
If you're just tuning in, we are in a blackout period that we were expecting. This blackout period will last a total of 6 minutes, and we're about halfway through there now. At the moment, Dragon is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and due to the plasma building up on the exterior of the vehicle, we're unable to communicate or send commands, but Dragon is fully autonomous. It is steering itself. And right now, Bob and Doug are flying home.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
So we're still inside that anticipated blackout window. It does look like we are getting maybe some sporadic data starting to peek through. This is why you heard that communications check with the spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
Dr. has you loud and clear. We're about 3.9 G.
Copy. We've got you 5x5 as well, Doug. Looking good, and you can expect an automated chute deployment.
Copy. It is chute deployment.
All right, really good news there. We have come out of the blackout period, and we have reestablished connection with Dragon Endeavour, with NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on board.
We were able to reacquire that communication a little bit earlier than expected, and now we are just waiting. We should just be about 2.5 minutes away from that initial drogue chute deploy.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
AGPS has converged.
Copy that.
You may have heard earlier that Bob and Doug are currently experiencing 3.5 Gs. Not too bad. That's about what they pulled during the ascent phase. Just like a mild roller coaster. So the vehicle is now over the Gulf of Mexico. It is approaching the landing zone off the coast of Florida near Pensacola, and there we have our first shot.
There it is. The first view from the WB-57 airplane. It is dipping in and out a little bit. This is going to be an infrared camera showing us Dragon re-entering. We have that comm back with Bob and Doug. You heard AGPS is converging. Dragon has 3 GPS units that it uses actually in the parachute deployment process, as it helps, along with the pressure sensors, really give a solid altitude to the flight computers on when these are supposed to deploy. We're standing by for the drogue chute deployments. We should be just under 5 minutes away from splashdown.
Passing 15 kilometers, brace for drogue window.
Copy, we're braced.
Just about 14 kilometers in altitude, 8.4 miles, continuing to descend.
There on your screen, we have a shot of the capsule as it is preparing to deploy those initial parachutes, the drogue parachutes. Again, these parachutes help slow the vehicle down even further and help stabilize in preparation for main chute deployment. Right about now, the capsule is going about 400 miles per hour, decelerating quickly.
And standing by for drogue deploys.
Visual, 2 drogues out.
There on your screen, we have visual confirmation of those 2 drogue deployments.
Copy 2 drogue.
All right, so 2 of 2, the drogues now out. They're going to do their slowing and stabilizing of the Dragon spacecraft. They should be detaching in just a few moments, and then we'll see 4 parachutes, the main parachutes deployed. Dragon under drogues.
Drogue descent rate nominal.
So the expected descent rate, the expected velocity out of the drogues nominal. We're right at around 150 miles an hour and already dropping. You can see the drogues now detach.
And there we have confirmation of deployment of the 4 main parachutes.
We are visual on 4 chutes out.
We are visual. 4 main parachutes deployed.
4 main.
So at this point, the main parachutes have deployed. They are inflating, as you can see there on your screen, continuing to slow Dragon down significantly. We are anticipating splashdown in just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, we've already slowed the vehicle down to about 16 miles an hour. It's already less than 1 kilometer in altitude.
Main chute descent rate nominal, passing through 700 meters.
So at this point, Dragon has saved all propulsion systems on
600
board.
meters.
600 meters.
And we're 600 meters above the Gulf of Mexico.
Should be approximately 1:30 from splashdown.
Mission control team here in Hawthorne has reported the precise landing coordinates to the recovery team. They are standing by, ready to go get our space dads.
100 meters.
Just passed about 300 meters. 1 minute till splashdown.
200 meters. We are braced for splashdown.
Copy, brace for splashdown.
So there we heard Bob and Doug reporting that they are bracing for a splashdown. We should be able to see the Gulf of Mexico here in the shot just momentarily, as we're now just about 20 meters off the ocean.
Splashdown.
As you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We see splashdown and mains cut.
Dragon Endeavour has returned home. The NASA astronauts Bob and Doug.
On behalf of the SpaceX and NASA teams, welcome back to planet Earth, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
It was truly our honor and privilege to fly in flight of the Crew Dragon and Endeavour. Congratulations, everybody at SpaceX. all good, and we're into section of 4.800.
Thanks for those words, Doug, and we copy that you are into 4.800.
So great news all around there. Our space dads are back on Earth after a 19-hour return journey from space. Dragon Endeavour has splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. And on your screen there, you can see our two fast boats, and they are indeed fast, racing out to greet Dragon Endeavour as it sits there. The first on there, we can see a view inside the capsule. Bob and Doug looking good. Although the communication was a little choppy, we did hear...
Endeavour in 3.1, we show ourselves in stable 1.
And SpaceX copies for vehicle assessment, step 3.1, stable 1. Good news.
Stable 1, essentially. They're upright in the water. Stable 2, also another potential where it could be on its side or even upside down, but Dragon does have a water ballast system to keep it upright, where it's able to essentially pump seawater into bladders in the service section of the capsule. But they're upright. We already see the fast boats approaching. They touched down, came right on time at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 1848 UTC. Bob and Doug now in the water, and the recovery ops, they've already begun. We already see the fast boats starting to move in. We're still maintaining that good communication back with Bob and Doug and the team here in Hawthorne. Pretty soon we should be getting the go for them to move in, begin their hypergol sniffs, and begin wrangling up those parachutes. But we can see Bob and Doug inside the capsule, back on planet Earth.
Yeah, those fast boats will be moving in to do a couple of things. They'll be performing what's known as a sniffer test. That's essentially to ensure that the air around the vehicle doesn't have any toxic fumes from the hypergolic propellants on board. So once we get the all clear from there, the water recovery lead will give the go for approach, and that's when the first fast boat will actually approach the capsule. Hopefully give a little wave to Bob and Doug through the window, and one of the team members will actually climb on top of Crew Dragon and begin to place the rigging equipment necessary to hoist Dragon out of the water.
Oh, still getting a view from the WB, the airplane flying overhead. It gave us those great views of really our first views of Bob and Doug re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. From up above. You can see the 4 parachutes in the water. We heard those were cut automatically as expected by Dragon. So for now, the crew just standing by. Again, they're going to stay in their suits, in their seats. We're waiting for all these initial checks.
Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
Loud and clear, how else?
Loud and clear as well. Just wanted to verify a quick comm reconfiguration. Thank you.
So essentially what just happened there is they reconfigured...
And Solo, if you can just relay status of the fast boats and the recovery as you get them, we would appreciate it.
You bet. Absolutely, Doug. Wilco.
So what just happened there, you heard comms reconfiguration. That's essentially looping Bob and Doug's communication into the into the recovery team, so that if they can hear feedback from Bob and Doug directly as well. Now, we talked a little bit about
SpaceX Endeavour. You can let Ben and James know we're doing pretty good so far.
Okay, we'll let the flight docs know that you're feeling good so far. Thanks for that update.
Really good news there to hear that they're feeling good, and they can let the flight surgeons know that all is well inside Dragon Endeavour.
All right, and it sounds like we do have one of our folks that's on location there with the recovery forces, NASA's Brandy Dean. She's joining us by satellite phone. Brandy, if you can hear me, I mean, what is it like right there in the water? What was it like to watch
Dragon rear,
watch them splash down?
For the test objective. So stand by at the console once we get it up and operating. I'll let you know.
Okay, SpaceX copies. We'll be ready for that in just a couple minutes. We should have the go for you in just a moment. Please stand by.
I can hear you, but they're good.
There in the center of your screen, Dragon capsule, waiting for the fast boats to approach and begin the rigging process. And there on the left-hand side of your screen, we can see that second fast boat come into view.
Dragon SpaceX, we are go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in just under a minute.
Dragon copies. Thank you.
All right, so they're starting to move in. As Kate just said, that first boat's going to go in, sniff around the capsule for any traces of hypergalls. The second one's going to start rounding up the parachutes, which we're getting some really cool views from the WV-57 still flying overhead. Looking down, you can see the parachutes in the water, and the second boat start to gather them up. We'll try one more time real quick. We have NASA's Brandy Dean out with the recovery forces. Brandy, if you can hear me, what was it like to watch this Dragon come down under parachutes?
Oh, it was amazing. I wish everybody could have had my view. It was such beautiful sight. It's a gorgeous day. The water is calm. Really the best weather we could have asked for. And we did. We heard the sonic booms as it made its way back there, and we were able to find it early on as the parachutes were deploying. So it was very exciting for everybody who was gathered here.
That's incredible. We actually had some questions from people if you'd be able to hear the sonic boom, and we weren't sure. So I'm really glad you just answered that for us. I mean, we talked so much about the weather. You said it looks great. What was it like on the ride out there? Has it just been kind of clear skies and clear seas the whole way?
I'm not sure if you can hear me right now, but you're asking about the weather, whether it was clear skies. There are just a kind of a circle of clouds along the horizon, very low, but we were able to see the parachute far above the clouds and follow it all the way until it splashed down.
All right, well, we're not getting any views on the boat, so what kind of activity is taking place right now? We're able to see the fast boats approaching the capsule. What's everybody doing on the boat to just kind of get everything ready?
The boat's also making its way towards the capsule. I can't see it with my mirror yet, but we're getting closer. Everybody's been kind of standing by, holding ready positions for quite a while now. So as soon as it flashes down, you're able to just stand and start working on their own activities.
All right, copy that. Well, we're going to keep watching from here. Thanks for calling in, and thanks for being out there with everybody and getting us these great views. It's really incredible. Thanks, Brandy. Hope to get you back in port soon, and we'll talk to you back in Houston.
So there on your screen, camera view change. That is a view coming to us from Go Navigator, the recovery vessel. The two fast boats are out there getting ready to install the rigging equipment required to hoist Dragon out of the water. The other fast boat is actually collecting the parachutes from the water. We definitely want to bring those back on board with us. But shortly here, we should actually see one of the team members crawl up onto the side of the capsule in order to install the rigging, like I mentioned. That particular team member is highly experienced and highly trained. As you can imagine, climbing on top of an oddly shaped thing in the ocean could be a little tricky. So this person has undergone hours and hours of training and certification in order to perform this very important task. There on the right-hand side of your screen, we see the second fast boat approaching. Of course, both of these boats needed to wait for their cue from the water recovery lead in order to approach Dragon after splashdown. Again, that was just to make sure that there weren't any toxic vapors in the air. And now that they got the all clear, we do see them beginning to work on and around the Dragon capsule. So even though the camera's a little shaky, that water looks super, super duper smooth, almost like glass, which is certainly ideal for a water recovery like today.
Yeah, got to remember that this is a view from the main recovery vessel, which was still a few miles away from the splashdown
Dragon
point.
SpaceX. We have hypercrawl sweeps and unfired ordnance checks nominal. Rigger is on board the vehicle. About 5 minutes until capsule lift.
After that, yep, we see them walking outside, and good news.
All right, confirmation there that all of those hypergolic vapor tests came out positive, or rather negative, which is a positive thing. So the team was able to approach, and now the crew member that is installing the rigging is on top of the capsule. It's difficult to see there because the slower vessel, the primary recovery ship, is a little further away. But as we heard, it's just a mere 2.5 minutes until they will be hoisted out of the water. I'm sorry, 25 minutes, not 2.5. I misheard that.
Yeah, they're fast, but they're not that fast. We also have been hearing that the secondary boat, which its primary mission in this case is securing those parachutes, they've already got buoys attached to both drogues, and 2 of the 4 mains, and already had eyes on the other 2, so they're moving through that work pretty quickly. Again, their primary responsibility getting those parachutes together. The drogues detaching from the spacecraft right before the deployment of the mains automatically detaching immediately as Dragon detected splashdown. All of that happening right per the timeline.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about the hardwired buttons that Bob and Doug have on their seats and in their control displays, and cutting the main chutes is one of those buttons. In the event that they weren't automatically cut after splashdown, Bob and Doug would have had the ability to do so. If the winds were stronger and they caught the parachutes, it could certainly create a condition where the capsule could be moved unintentionally by those dragging parachutes. So definitely want to avoid that. So that's one of the few buttons that are hardwired into the cabin for the crew.
And again, right now we're expecting about 20 minutes for the main recovery vessel, the Go Navigator, to reach Dragon. By that point, all the rigging will be affixed, and then they'll be able to use the A-frame hydraulic lift on the back of the vessel to begin to pull Dragon up out of the water. Bob and Doug did report they're seeing the guys climbing around outside their window on the capsule, getting that rigging affixed. Still doing good from all of their reports. And we're just going to see the vessel continue to close in. It's a little over 1.3 nautical miles still away, but you can see things starting to sharpen up in our view as it does draw in closer.
One thing I didn't get to mention as the sequence events was happening, everything was going so quickly, just before the drogue deployment, the seats automatically rotated to about 26 degrees. And so if you think back to when we saw Bob and Doug while they were still on orbit and during the deorbit burn and all their departure burns, they were actually laying closer to on their backs at the 40-degree position, where essentially they were looking up at the top of Dragon capsule, like their stomachs were facing the top nose cone there. At this point, the seats would have rotated, so they're in a little bit more of an upright position. That's done to ensure that the loads experienced from landing are, doesn't hurt them. So at this point, they are not really laying on their backs in the ocean. They are seated upright a little bit, which would allow them to have a better view of the team working to install the rigging equipment. So at this point, we're at about 22 minutes until Dragon will be lifted onto the recovery vessel. Bob and Doug are still strapped into their seats, kind of like an airplane. You know, they say, do not unbuckle your seatbelt until the captain determines that it's safe to do so. They will remain in their seats throughout the entire recovery process, essentially until it's time to get them out. Like I said, we are expecting to lift Dragon onto the Go Navigator recovery ship in about 21 minutes. And then in 28 minutes, we will be opening that hatch and beginning crew egress, also known as exit.
And we did hear the rigging is pretty much complete, so right as they arrive there at the capsule, the main recovery vessel will be able to begin getting it up out of the water.
So now as the recovery vessel Go Navigator is getting closer to Dragon's position there off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, we're able to see the capsule in a little bit more detail. It is certainly no longer a bright shade of white. Like we said, those external temperatures were reaching up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So the thermal protection systems enable Dragon to return while keeping the internal temperature rather temperate.
And you are seeing a few more boats than expected. The team's currently working with a few private vessels in the area, making sure that they get out of there. And now we see one of the SpaceX fast boats moving in.
So we are being advised that the recovery team is radioing out to the vessels in the water near Crew Dragon to vacate the area so that we're able to extract Bob and Doug safely. Also for the safety of those folks in the area as well, not just Bob and Doug.
Yeah, this is obviously a dynamic operation. One of the first things we do is make sure there aren't essentially poisonous fumes around the capsule, so something like this just really can endanger the whole thing, endanger the crew members and endanger themselves. So the SpaceX team's moving in to try and get them away so they can safely recover the Dragon capsule and get Bob and Doug on deck and safely inside their medical quarters. So we can see them. They're getting a lot closer. We expect about 10 minutes or so until they should be in position. All the rigging has been affixed on the Dragon capsule, and once they arrive, they'll be able to use that hydraulic lift to get Dragon up and out of the water.
So the recovery vessel Go Navigator is getting closer and closer to Dragon Endeavour as it awaits its recovery, or as it awaits to be hoisted out of the Gulf of Mexico. Again, we landed just off the coast of Florida near Pensacola. Maybe next time we shouldn't announce our landing zone. Oh, there we got a shot from our WB-57 plane. It looks like that area has cleared out significantly, so that is good to see. And we're also hearing that all of the parachutes have buoys on them, so also good news as the recovery process continues for SpaceX Demo 2.
Dragon SpaceX for comm reconfig.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Doug, we're about to reconfigure the forward link. We may lose that for about 1 or so minutes, and that should happen shortly.
Copy. Just give us a call back when you think you got it back.
Will do.
So as the main vessel gets closer, it's going to back up and get its hydraulic lift set up right next to the Dragon capsule, still in the water. Bob and Doug still inside, just waiting for that recovery. We should start the hoisting operations in the next 10 to 15 minutes. And then it'll be a pretty quick lift up out of the water using that hydraulic lift into the Dragon nest on the deck of the boat, or the ship rather. And then they'll move it underneath the helipad into essentially the crew recovery area, where they'll have a platform right up to the hatch. They'll be able to open up the hatch. SpaceX medical doctor will be the first one through the door, able to do a quick check-in with Bob and Doug on their status, and then he and the other medical doctors, flight surgeons, and trained technicians will begin to help them out of the capsule.
Yeah, earlier just after splashdown, we did hear Bob and Doug report that they were feeling good after reentry, so that was relayed to the flight surgeon, and good news to hear. Again, this is a view coming from the WB-57 plane as it is circling the area, and we can see Dragon awaiting to be pulled out of the water. Again, we are anticipating that lift to begin in just under 15 minutes. We're approaching 14 minutes here. And then in 21 minutes, we will have an open hatch.
And you can see the main recovery vessel in the top right there. That's the helipad with the big SpaceX X on top. It's now backing up towards the capsule.
Certainly not to be confused with one of our landing drone ships. There's a live view of Dragon floating in the water there in the background, along with many onlookers. Certainly from a safer distance at this point. This is a live shot coming from Go Navigator, our primary recovery vessel here. So its Crew Dragon is also accompanied by the fast boats that are helping to bring it in closer. And there you can see a couple of the recovery team members on the deck. And also just behind them, we get our first good view of the nest. Yes, so this is essentially the nest in the background there. Dragon will be hoisted using the hydraulic lift out of the water and into that nest. That nest will then be pulled towards the camera from this view, towards those individuals on that upper deck there. And that's where the...
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
Loud and clear, Solo, how us?
Loud and clear as well, and from the video, it looks like the boat is about one length away, about 5 to 10 meters, backing up to you.
Copy that. Thanks for the update.
All right, so good news there. We're getting ready to see Dragon to be lifted out of the water and into the recovery nest. As I was saying, that nest will be pulled towards the camera, towards that upper deck that we saw there, and that's where the medical stretchers will be waiting to assist them into the medical bays for evaluation after capsule egress.
It's already been 25 minutes since they splashed down. It doesn't feel like it.
That was definitely the fastest 25 minutes of the day.
the timeline we were anticipating was for the lifting operations to start within about 30 minutes, so we're pretty much right on the timeline still. That's been a pretty common thing so far today. You can see them with one of the fast boats getting it positioned to start moving out with the additional rigging to affix to the Dragon capsule, where they're going to use this A-frame to pull it up out of the water. And you can see the Dragon nest at the very bottom. It's that circular object with the A1 right on it.
So while this is the first time we are recovering a capsule with crew members on board, the recovery team has been...
And Dragon, just letting you know, we got a couple lines connected and rigging is in progress.
Copy that, SpaceX. Thank you.
All right there. So just updating the crew that they might feel some momentum as the lines, as a couple of the rigging lines are attached. There we can actually, there's our first good shot of the individual who is placing that rigging equipment. Again, that's someone that's highly specialized and very well trained for these operations. As I was saying, the recovery team has rehearsed and practiced this with Bob and Doug themselves, actually, in a test capsule, practicing the egress, as well as they have practiced the recovery process many times. And actually, through those practice runs, they have effectively cut the recovery period in half from the initial Demo 1 mission. So it's really nice to see that the process itself, after being rehearsed and carefully choreographed, is going super efficiently. Again, safety is the #1 priority, so making sure that only personnel involved in active recovery operations are present on the deck. You may have heard us mention before that there are about 40 people on board today, but we certainly don't want anyone in danger or to fall overboard. That guy intentionally jumped. Speaking of falling overboard.
We're ready. Thank you.
All right, so the crew was just told in the next 30 seconds, they have the lines affixed, so they're going to start lifting the capsule up out of the water. And at this point, the communication we're getting with Dragon is actually being routed through the boat itself at this point. So there we can see the lift. Dragon is out of the water.
Yeah, so
now
now
that A-frame is going to start swinging it back. And it's bound right for that nest at the bottom of your screen.
So there we're getting a better shot of all the points in which Dragon is tethered to the hydraulic lift, ensuring that it isn't swinging freely. And there we can see Dragon Endeavour being carefully set down into the recovery nest on top of Go Navigator.
Dragon SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks and preparing to translate you to the egress platform.
We copy. Thank you.
So for the first time in 2 months, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are on some sort of ground. I guess we can't call it solid ground because it is a ship. However, it is the first time that they are not in space, on a rocket, or bobbing in the ocean.
So now that they're in the nest, they're going to start translating it forward, and Dragon's going to move into essentially the hangar section underneath that helipad, and then up to that recovery platform that we saw a little bit earlier. At that point, the spacecraft technicians will work to open up the hatch. As we said previously, it's a manual process with a couple of different attachments you have to engage before the hatch itself can be opened. They'll get it opened, and then SpaceX's Neil Menon will be the first one through the hatchway to check in on Bob and Doug, get their initial health assessment, see if they're ready to move, and then we'll start assisting them out of the capsule and into that medical facility on the boat.
So at this point, the recovery team is doing final securing of the capsule in preparation to actually move the recovery nest into closer to the interior of the ship. It'll actually be in a little bit of a covered deck there. We saw that camera view earlier, looking straight out from the center of the boat. So once Dragon is secured in the nest will be translated then forward and closer to the recovery, closer to the position in which we're able to actually open the hatch. So while Dragon is on board safely, we're not able to do that just yet.
Yeah, they're working to detach some of those lines that were used to hoist it using the A-frame, and we heard that they should be done with that in just a moment, and then we'll start that translation.
So right now we can see the recovery team releasing those securing lines that were used during the lift of the capsule from the water into the nest. So they are releasing those securing lines from the sides, making sure it is secure from the bottom.
And there we see Dragon moving forward.
Look at that. Smooth as a Tesla, I would say. It's really interesting to see those scorching marks now that we get a really nice up-close detail shot of Dragon.
Standing by for the go for side hatch open.
That rounded square there in the center of the capsule is that side hatch, and on either side are those oval windows.
Dragon SpaceX, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
Copy, we're ready.
All right, crew got the call. We are go for hatch open. And if you look closely, immediately above the hatch, you can see the area where you can see them working in now. That's where those drogue chutes deployed from. The two circles on either side were where the mortars were. The main parachutes now hidden by the platform underneath the side hatch.
So the crew is in the process of removing the side hatch. We can see that Go Navigator is in transit. It is making its way back to the Pensacola Naval Air Station. However, Bob and Doug will get a ride from the recovery vessel via helicopter. So again, we're preparing to open the side hatch, and once that is done, the flight surgeon will pop his head in, do an initial check, see how Bob and Doug are doing.
And Dragon SpaceX, we got a slight delay due to some potential NDO hits near the side hatch.
Copy, Mike. We're standing by.
And so they're still continuing to do kind of those sniffs, so checking for any vapors or anything. So those NDO, it's NO2, nitrogen dioxide, primarily can get detected in the air from the burning of fuel. So they're going to continue to just inspect around the capsule, make sure that it's, again, safe for the crew, safe for the recovery experts before they get this hatch open. But again, moving right along the timeline, it's since they splashed down at 11:48 a.m. Pacific. And so again, they're just pausing the operations for a moment, doing some additional air sampling around the prop system. We still have telemetry being fed from the vehicle, so flight controllers here in Hawthorne able to monitor prop tanks, propulsion tank pressures, and not seeing any issues with those at the moment. So again, just a short pause in the operations as, again, they're just sniffing around the capsule, making sure we don't have any readings that might indicate a fuel leak or anything around the vehicle. They did detect some NDO, some nitrogen dioxide, which is typically a residue that arises from the burning of fuel. So they're continuing to do just a couple of different air readings, grab samples essentially, before they proceed with the hatch opening.
And Dragon SpaceX update, we're still investigating. Looks like we'll be setting up a service section purge. We're working on an ETA for you.
Okay.
In case if you're just joining us, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have safely returned from the International Space Station. They made an on-time splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 a.m. Universal Time. And they have been pulled out of the water and hoisted onto the recovery vessel Go Navigator. And right now the team is just completing, they did an initial check and found that there might be some remnant vapors, which we certainly don't want to be around when we have Bob and Doug coming out of the capsule. So the team is working to purge the service section in preparation for crew egress. Just a little commentary on the hatches that we've been talking about. So while Dragon's top hatch is used to connect to the International Space Station, that's the one that's located under the nose cone, which is currently hidden there at the top of the capsule. before this is the side hatch is what is utilized for ingress and egress, both on the launch pad as well as coming up here on the recovery vessel. When the when the capsule is docked to the International Space Station, they will use the forward hatch to exit and enter the capsule. Something to note that once that side hatch is opened, it'll be the first time that Bob and Doug have gotten a breath of fresh air. The first time that they've been able to do so in 2 months since they boarded the Falcon 9 at the start of their mission back on May 30th.
Yeah, with an on-time splashdown, they returned with almost exactly 64 days in space on this mission, just a few minutes shy of that. So I know they're looking forward to it. At a minimum, in a little bit more of a stable condition now that they're on the boat, not in the water. But again, our team's just continuing to step through. They're reporting that they're seeing all of the vapor levels that they initially detected have been dropping, and that service section purge.
Dragon SpaceX, we showed that levels are declining, but are continuing with purge.
Copy.
And in addition, just so you know, we are not seeing any, leak indications or anything like that. These are pretty small levels, but we still need to do the purge at this time.
Okay, copy. Yeah, you're reading my mic. We were just wondering if you saw any indications of a leak or some depressurization somewhere, but it sounds like it's just part of the deal.
Yeah, that's a good read back, Doug.
So we're just continuing to get a view down right at the hatch of the capsule. They are detecting those very small traces of a couple of the hypergalls. The one we've heard specifically mentioned was NDO or NO3 nitrogen or NO2 nitrogen dioxide. They are at very low levels, obviously not at a very harmful level, as we still have people in close proximity to the capsule. They are going through with the purge. They're not seeing any indications of a leak in the service section of Dragon. That's where pretty much all of those different fuel tanks with the hypergalls are located inside the capsule. And we are just about 44 minutes post-splashdown, actually still ahead of the timeline, as we weren't expecting to get the hatch open until shortly before 60 minutes, at which point we'd be bringing Bob and Doug out. So this service section...
SpaceX, another update. The service section purge should begin in a bit under 5 minutes. Right now we're showing NTO about 2x of our personnel exposure limits, and we're hoping once we start the purge it'll drop down for us.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
And I'm going to have to correct myself. So it's NTO, that's the dinitrogen tetraoxide, and that's one of the hypergallic fuels used inside Dragon for powering those Draco thrusters. So again, the SpaceX engineers detecting levels of NTO. It's dinitrogen tetraoxide. It's one of the hypergallic fuels used inside the Dragon spacecraft. levels higher than they would like. So they're essentially doing a purge to help dissipate any vapors in and around the service section where those fuel tanks reside in the Dragon capsule. We're expecting that to take within the next 5 minutes or so. We were still expecting the crew out inside of an hour, so still on the timeline or a few minutes ahead. And we should be seeing Bob and Doug, once we see those levels continue to drop around the capsule, they'll begin to step through the hatch opening process once again.
So right now we're getting ready to purge the surface section. This is to make sure that the lingering NTO fumes that the team is detecting get flushed out, essentially. The service section is not the interior cabin where Bob and Doug are. It's actually the part of the capsule that is outside of the place where Bob and Doug are. It's external to the cabin, but it's inside the capsule itself. So you can think of it as the space between the exterior of the Dragon capsule and the interior space where Bob and Doug are. There's,
I think, the interior pressure vessel, essentially.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So Bob and Doug are fine. The air that they are breathing is, that nitrox mix that they've been getting throughout the entire duration of today's operations. But it'll be essentially the area below their cabin, completely sealed off from the service section. Yeah, that service section is where there's a lot of telemetry. It's where there are the prop tanks, and we're just making sure that those get aerated so that lingering fumes are swept away.
Yeah, again, they had detected higher levels than they want to see of nitrogen tetroxide. That's one of the two hypergolic fuels used in Dragon, the other one being monomethyl hydrazine. Those two fuels, essentially when thrown together, even without an ignition source, will react. That's what makes them hypergolic fuels. Much simpler, more elegant solution used in a lot of on-orbit maneuvering systems in spacecraft. So again, we're just standing by.
So as you can see on your screen, there is one crew member that has kind of what looks like a...
Dragon, SpaceX, don't have a huge update for you. Just letting you know the service section purge is still in work. And we'll try to get you out of there shortly.
Copy.
So as I was saying, two individuals on your screen there, one with a face mask and what looks like a scuba tank there with some clean breathing air. There might be another crew member with the same personal protective equipment or PPE that will come on deck here. That type of equipment, there we go. That's the kind of equipment that is required in order to perform this purge. Again, the NTO is, the fumes from that are toxic. And of course, we want to keep all crew members safe as we prepare the side hatch for opening in order to let
Dragon
Bob and Doug
SpaceX,
egress.
looks like limits are dropping and getting pretty good. We're still continuing with the purge just to be extra sure.
Okay, that sounds good, Mike. Thank you.
All right, so we just heard the call. The limit's continuing to drop on that NTO, that nitrogen tetraoxide. So they're just going to continue to monitor those. They're doing a purge, essentially flushing the air around the service section where the tanks for those hypergolic fuels are in Dragon. As Kate was talking about, they're not inside the pressure vessel, the section of the Dragon interior where Bob and Doug and their atmosphere exists. They're essentially outside the pressure vessel, but still inside the outer shell of the Dragon spacecraft. We are just about 52 minutes post splashdown. Again, we're just waiting for them to get good readings on the levels of any hypergol vapors still in existence around the capsule, and then they'll be able to step back in to this hatch opening. We did hear confirmation that they haven't seen any indication of leaks through the telemetry they're still receiving from the Dragon capsule. And so,
Dragon SpaceX, we're going to purge for 1 more minute.
Copy.
There we go. Should be 1 more minute. And then if levels have dropped sufficiently, we'll be able to step back in to the hatch opening process.
Bob and Doug will be getting assistance from the recovery teams while exiting Dragon Endeavour. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members, as returning to a gravity-rich environment can, be a little jarring, wreak havoc with our vestibular system. So, which is responsible for maintaining balance and motion. Of course, as you've heard us say multiple times earlier, safety is our #1 priority with this operation. So you will see both Bob and Doug helped out of the capsule and assisted to just the few feet over to the medical quarters aboard the boat.
Yeah, if you've ever watched long-duration crews return on a Soyuz, it's pretty similar process where they're literally carried out of the capsule and immediately placed down into a waiting chair where they usually get some initial medical checks out there in the field before they're then carried to an inflated medical tent. We don't have a tent, we have quarters, and they're a whole lot closer, so they'll just have a couple of feet to go from the capsule itself into those medical quarters. And then once they're in there, they'll get some initial checkouts from their flight surgeons who are on location on the boat with them. These are the people that that have essentially been responsible for their health and well-being throughout their mission, both beforehand, all of their pre-flight data takes, offering them support in the lead up to launch, and then the entire time while on board the International Space Station. And then they're right here with the front line, with the recovery teams, ready to welcome them home. So it's been just about a minute since we heard that last call to the crew. We should be just about done with the purge. We're going to stand by, and hopefully we'll resume these hatch opening operations in just a moment.
Dragon SpaceX 4 update. Okay, exterior, we're seeing 3 parts per million NTO and 6 parts per billion of MMH. And Nil, however, is asking that you de-stow your Driggers and take a sample inside the cabin.
Yeah, which detector? What number, Mike?
Yeah, it'll be detectors 2 and 3 in location 14.
Copy.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
All right, so we just got the call out of the current readings of both the NTO, the nitrogen tetroxide, and the monomethyl hydrazine, either in the parts per million or the parts per billion. But just as an extra safety precaution, we heard Anil, so Anil Menon, the medical authority from SpaceX on the boat, asking the crew to take out some air detectors that they have inside with them just to do some quick sampling inside the cabin itself. So again, we've said it before, we'll continue to say it throughout, safety the top priority with this operation. So the teams are going to be very methodical and make sure that everything is in a good setup, a safe environment, not only for the crew themselves, but also for our recovery forces. But for now, Bob and Doug still inside of Crew Dragon. We are just 58 minutes post-landing.
SpaceX Dragon with a status.
Go ahead, Doug.
Okay, for NO2 on detector 2, it reads 0.0. And on detector 3, it also reads 0.0 for MMH.
Okay, great news. 0.0 for detectors 2 and 3 for NO2 and MMH. Thank you very much.
That's a good copy.
And so Doug Hurley reporting zeros across the board, no traces of either the NTO or the MMH.
Dragon SpaceX for a status update. Okay, so currently our exposure limits are below limits, but the purge is actually doing a pretty good job. We saw NTO go from 3 parts per million down to 1.5 over the last few minutes. So ideally, with a lot of caution, we'd go ahead and let the purge run for a little bit longer, but we want to see how you guys are doing. If you're okay with continuing with the purge versus knock it off and get you guys out of there quickly.
Yeah, we're fine hanging out, Mike. No problem here.
Okay, thanks for that, Doug. We'll keep working the purge to get us down, and thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Yeah, let's just keep everybody safe. No reason to rush.
Yeah, we concur.
Spacecraft Commander Doug Hurley reporting the crew still doing well in Dragon, so they are good to continue to hang out. The medical authority there on the boat recommending as long as the crew is okay and still doing well inside Dragon, we'll just continue with the purge, trying to get those trace readings of any hypergol vapors all the way down to 0. Because again, we're really focused on not only keeping the astronauts safe, but all of the recovery engineers and medical professionals there on the scene as well. So they're going to continue this purge, just dispelling the immediate area around the service section of the Dragon spacecraft. So this is really a series of fuel tanks outside of the pressure vessel, so where Bob and Doug are inside the Dragon spacecraft, which they did some quick readings inside the cabin and had zeros across the board. But they're just continuing to let these levels dissipate, bring it down to 0, and then we'll resume hatch operations. We're just a little over an hour now, an hour and 2 minutes post splashdown.
Yeah, good to hear Bob and Doug report that they're good hanging out, meaning they're feeling all right, and they're pretty comfortable staying inside for just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, they were doing their best prior to leaving of playing up their expected seasickness. So good. It is good to hear that they're doing well still inside the Dragon capsule.
And Dragon SpaceX, we're still seeing good indications from the purge. We're looking to go about another 5 minutes and looking for 0 indications. If at any time you'd like us to speed things up, please let us know.
Oh, we're good. Just keep doing what you're doing. We can wait the 5. Easy.
All right. Thanks, Doug.
All right, so we'll settle in at least another 5 minutes while they just continue to disperse any trace remnants of those hypergol fuels around the service section of Dragon before we once again step into the hatch opening. We're gonna stay with you, stay with this until Bob and Doug are out of the capsule and into their medical quarters.
At this point, Bob and Doug are still strapped into their seats. The seats have actuated away from the position where, I guess, in the orientation in which you see the capsule now. During their during the departure phasing earlier this morning and yesterday, the orientation of the seats were such that essentially Bob and Doug would have been laying on their backs in the orientation where we see Dragon now. Currently, the seats have actuated upward slightly, so they are not completely upright, but they are reclined a little bit, nice and comfy there. But they are able to see in and out of those windows there that we see on either side of the side hatch.
And then once they're able to finish the egress process, getting Bob and Doug out of the capsule. Once they're in the medical area, they'll look to start bringing in the helicopter, as both Bob and Doug are going to be flown back to Pensacola via helicopter, getting them to the shore in just a matter of minutes, where a NASA plane is going to be standing by to then load them up and bring them home to Ellington Airfield at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
And Dragon SpaceX, things are still trending well. We're expecting another reading in about 2 minutes, so at 19:56, and looking to hopefully egress you guys shortly after that.
Okay, sounds good, bud. Thank you.
In light of one of the social media questions that we were asked earlier, someone asked if Bob and Doug have Netflix available on their heads-up displays there in the capsule, and they've actually been pretty busy throughout this mission, you know, monitoring telemetry and data and checking for timing. And I would say now's about the time that they would certainly want something to watch, because you know, at this point their only job left to do is get out of the capsule.
Has to be a feeling of just success, though, for those two. I mean, taking the first flight in a brand new spacecraft, we knew as test pilots this is something that was kind of their bread and butter when they were in the military, and definitely something they leapt at the chance for once they became astronauts. And really a pretty flawless flight for Dragon. Obviously, we'll have all of the post-flight review coming up in the next several weeks as we continue to assess all the data that we received throughout the mission and any data still recorded locally on Dragon itself. And we'll be spending the next several weeks going through and assessing the mission and working through the certification process. And we're already targeting the first operational flight, currently pegged for no earlier than late September.
And Dragon SpaceX, we're now planning to stop the purge in 1 minute at about 19:57.
Copy. Thank you.
All right, well, with them stopping the purge in about a minute, that means that the levels have gone down to what they were looking for, and then we'll begin to step back into the hatch opening process, and then be able to get Bob and Doug egressing or moving out of the Dragon capsule. They've been in there for a little more than 19 hours at this point since they departed the space station on Saturday. They had a sleep period, 8 hours of rest on the capsule on their way home. They've been up since a little bit earlier this morning, that wake coming about 4:40 a.m. Pacific, so a little more than 8 hours ago.
And Dragon, the purge is now complete. One more Drager check, and then we should proceed with hatch opening.
Okay, good news. Thanks.
That is good news indeed. So confirmation that the purge is complete and that they're just going to do one more test to make sure that all of the fumes of concern are away and that it is safe to open that side hatch and retrieve Bob and Doug. Once again, once that side hatch is open, our flight surgeon will be the first to say hello, get a quick medical checkup, although based on the reports that they've been that the crew have been giving us along the way. It sounds like they're doing great, they're feeling good, and they're pretty comfortable there inside a Crew Dragon.
And Dragon SpaceX, we show 0.4 parts per million on NTO, 18 parts per billion of MMH. That's below limits. We are proceeding with hatch opening.
Okay, great news. Thanks, Mike.
All right, so there's the green light we've been waiting for. In fact, the green light we've been waiting for months at this point. This is our first opportunity to say hello to Bob and Doug, our favorite space dads, as they are now about to egress or exit from Dragon Crew Endeavour. Again, this is the culmination of what has been about a 19-hour journey home, all starting yesterday as they departed the International Space Station. So this hatch will be manually opened, and once doing so, Flight Surgeon Neil Menon will say hello and make sure that they're still doing all right, and then proceed to assist them with exiting the capsule.
And we see the hatch is now open. Hatch being opened at 12:59 p.m. Pacific. Hatch is open.
So right now they're going to put a piece of equipment in there that basically smooths out the edges and makes sure that it is a comfortable exit from the Dragon capsule. Just a little piece of structure there to ensure that the hatch will remain open and that any sharp edges around that side hatch are protected.
The blue suit there, that's one of NASA's flight surgeons for the crew. That's Dr. Stephen Hart. And that hatch open coming at 12:59 p.m. Pacific. That's 1959 Universal Time, or GMT.
So once again, the SpaceX recovery team is now assisting NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to exit the spacecraft.
Sorry, we got the hatch open just about 2 minutes ago. We paused for a little while as they were just detecting some trace amounts of some of the hypergol fuels. So we executed a series of purges. And then once those were down back in acceptable limits, we were able to then start with the egress.
So there we see a stretcher on deck. This is normal. This is part of the standard recovery procedure. And it is just simply to ensure Bob and Doug remain safe. Like we said, readjusting to gravity can be a little challenging. Dizziness can often occur, especially when you're on a boat.
SpaceX Dragon, yep.
So this stretcher will just be used to, as standard procedure to make sure that the astronauts make it over to the medical tent as easily and as comfortably as possible.
Yeah, as we discussed, the reintroduction to gravity from microgravity can be a bit jarring, especially on our vestibular system, so the stuff responsible for our balance. And as they are on a ship underway, we just want to make sure we're taking every possible precaution to ensure that their arrival is safe and free from any injury now that they are home. They're working to get a few of the items from the seats out of the way first before they begin extracting our crew members. They'll be coming out one at a time.
As we saw during the ascent portion of this mission, there is enough room inside the capsule for them to do a backflip in microgravity. However, considering there's a couple folks in there right now from the recovery team.
Check.
Got you loud and clear.
Quick comm check there between Dragon and Mission Control
and
here.
Solo from the PLC, I just wanted to thank you guys for bringing us home safe before I disembarked from ship Endeavour. I'm sure Doug will have some good words for you guys as well, but thank you for doing the most difficult parts and the most important parts of human spaceflight, getting us into orbit and bringing us home safely. Thank you again for the good ship Endeavour.
Thank you, Bob, for those awesome words. It's absolutely been an honor and a pleasure to work with you from the entire SpaceX team. It's been awesome.
Some initial words from NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. He's in the pilot seat, so you've heard him refer to himself as PLT. We're still standing by for our crew members to begin making their way out of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. And again, they're going to get some assistance just the couple of feet to the medical quarters on board the ship, where they're going to be able to get out of their suits that they've been wearing for all of the final dynamic phases of the separation events, deorbit burn, re-entry, splashing down just a little over an hour ago at 11:48 p.m. or a.m. Pacific time.
Again, the recovery team.
SpaceX Dragon from the commander.
Go for SpaceX.
Here we have our first view of Doug
Mike,
Hurley.
I just would like to sort of reiterate what Bob said and add my thanks to everybody over the last several years that's either worked in Hawthorne, McGregor, or down at Kennedy Space Center. Anybody who's touched Endeavour, you should take a moment to just cherish this day, especially given all the things that have happened this year. We certainly can't thank you enough. Our families can't thank you enough. And just proud to be a small part of this whole effort to get a company of people to and from the space station. They can celebrate with each other.
See some,
and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully in person.
Thanks so much, Doug, and you're welcome, and thank you so much for those kind words. And we all wish you a safe journey home and a happy reunion with your family soon, and we look forward to seeing you in person as well.
Some really nice words there from Bob Behnken.
Mikey.
There on your screen, we saw NASA astronaut Doug Hurley egressing or exiting from the capsule. It might have been hard to see on your screen there, but we got a thumbs up indicating that things are going well. Sorry, excuse me, I mixed up my positions there. Yeah, those words were from Doug, and we have Bob that just came out first.
Yeah, so Bob Behnken, the pilot, the Joint Operations Commander for this mission, out of the capsule now. So he's making his way over to the medical area, and now they're going to work to get Doug Hurley out next.
I think I saw a smile on Bob's face.
He was a thumbs up all the way. As they've been giving us some regular status updates from inside the capsule, they've been feeling really good. And so now we're just standing by for our spacecraft commander, Doug Hurley, to make his way out into the fresh air for the first time in 64 days. right, so they're getting set up, and we should see Spacecraft Commander Doug Hurley making his way out of the capsule. And it looks like we've got him out. We've got him seated. And there we go, another thumbs up. We've got some applause here.
And as you can see in Mission Control, a standing ovation for a job well done all around.
Yeah, our crew members, Bob and Doug, are now safely back home on Earth, and they're going to get checked out now by the NASA medical team. They're going straight into the medical quarters on board the ship. That'll be their first stop on planet Earth, and then they're going to be making their way up into a helicopter and then heading back to dry land. So once they're complete, the team's going to prepare Dragon itself, and they're going to begin taking it back to shore. It's been an incredible mission. This all kicked off just 2 months ago on May 30th from Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We had a successful liftoff. We had to dodge around some weather. It was suspenseful, clearing up the last possible moment. They had a flawless ride to orbit, a 19-hour journey to the International Space Station, where they just spent 62 days on board, 64 total days in space. They were Expedition 63 crew members, doing science experiments, spacewalks, repairs, everything on board the orbiting laboratory.
Their journey home began yesterday when they closed the hatch to Dragon and undocked hours later at 4:35 p.m. Pacific. After 4 successful departure burns and a and prepare Dragon Endeavour for its lift onto the recovery vessel. And just a little less than an hour following splashdown, we saw Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley make their way, thumbs up, out of Dragon and into the recovery ship's medical facilities, safe and sound.
Yeah, we just got word that the helicopter itself should be landing soon, so that'll be their next step in their journey. They'll catch a short flight back to shore, where they're going to transfer to a waiting NASA plane for another short flight back over to Houston. They're going to be reunited with their families, and that's going to bring an end to this historic flight. It's really been an honor and a privilege to share this journey with all of you as we open up this new era in human space flight. But I mean, just as we close the book on this mission, we're already counting down the days to the next crewed Dragon flight.
Yeah, absolutely. SpaceX and NASA will now begin the process of reviewing data and telemetry from this successful demonstration mission to prepare us for Crew 1, which is currently targeted to launch no earlier than late September. Crew 1 will be SpaceX's first operational flight, flying a full crew of 4 astronauts, including our first from Japan, one of the international partners on the space station. The mission will last approximately 6 months. It has been an incredible honor and joy to share this mission with the public, and the teams from SpaceX and NASA have worked so hard to get here and return this capability to fly humans from America. Continue to follow SpaceX and NASA online and on our social media updates for the next steps on the commercial crew program and the countdown to Crew 1.
And we're going to continue to share the progress of Bob and Doug's trip back to Houston on social media. We also have a briefing coming up real soon. It's going to include NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine and officials from NASA and SpaceX. That's coming up right at the bottom of the hour, 1:30 p.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, 20:30 GMT. So we're going to say thanks one more time for tuning in, cheering on Bob and Doug as they return home. And we'll see you next time when we'll once again be sending astronauts on American rockets in American spacecraft from American soil. So long.